Yo, yo, Big Daddy rolls in fresh white tee, gold on his wrist, smile too easy. He got that grin like he owns the room, walking slow, then the whole place boom. Uh-oh, here he come, boots hit hard, heads turn fast like sparks in the dark. Count 1, 2, feel that sway. Everybody holler, make way, make way. Big Daddy, move like they. Big Daddy, bring it right back. Big Daddy, crowd go wild. Big Daddy, that's the style. Big Daddy.
All right. Looks like I got it going now. All right, look like I have it going now on the right channel, see. Restream did that to me a few weeks ago, a couple weeks ago, a few streams ago. And I never did figure it out that time, but I think I have it figured out this time. I think Restream is just feminine. It's a female, I think it's a female streaming service, and it just does whatever it wants to. Just depending on whatever mood it's in, it's going to do whatever it wants to do. But no, I figured out what I had to do was I had to recombobulate all of my stream keys. And I know that doesn't really mean a whole bunch to the rest of y'all. Probably thinking, I don't give a damn about your stream keys, Dane. I just want to watch a stream, so that's kind of rude of you to say that. But as long as you're watching my stream, I am happy. I got a few more things that I am having to do some cleaning up here on, and then we'll get rolling. We're gonna have fun on Soapbox tonight, on the Vulcan Soapbox. When they get up, they usually go live. Their scheduled time is 8:30, so about an hour from now. Sometimes it will be 8:45. We have been as late as 9 o'clock before. But we're putting together a panel. If you're not familiar with the Vulcan Soapbox and who they are and what they're doing, and so on and so forth, they're a panel that's they're owned by 2 or 3 or 4 or 6 or whatever black guys, but it is not a black channel like, say, you know, some would say the Lapeef Network, if you're familiar with them. Okay, looks like my little chat mod right here is not combobulating. Let me get that set up so I can highlight some chats. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute. I will get to it directly. Make sure I have all this combobulated. It did this to me, like I said, a couple of weeks ago, and my combobulation did not combobulate, so. But hey, I'm just really getting started. Live streams can go sideways sometime, and you just have to kind of deal with it. I mean, when you're pretty doggone brand new at it like I am, let me see. Let me see if this will do it. Do me some testing. Let me see. Okay, well, for some reason, my let me pull that dock out, see if I can get a better look at it. Let me see, get my love. Well, that is odd. Let me refresh that. Oh, there they are. Still not showing me all of them. Yeah, I got bills, so don't forget to send me your money. You can click on the little QR code up here. You can donate to me through Cash App or Venmo or whatever. Help me keep getting paid while I'm trying to figure out how to. Now, why is that not working? Dadgummit. Let me pull this over here and see what we have. I promise you, sooner or later, Big Daddy's going to have it together. Yeah, see. For some reason, that thing is not scrolling up like I need it to. Let me see how I can fix that chat. You see this this chat that's played over here? And you see how down here it's showing down there where I said, hey, and test. Well, I have a menu over here on my computer, that same thing. And for some reason, it's not scrolling up that far. And it's supposed to. See if I can get this thing to work right. Still is not combobulated for me, but I'm going to get to y'all. I'm just testing it out. Trying to, there it is. See, it's got to get all the way down to the bottom. We'll work it out. We'll see what happens. I'll just have to see what I can see, I guess. Try to get that dock out of the OBS. That might be the problem. Let me see here. Let me kill that dock. All right. And I will create another one. big dummy. I know what the problem is now. Let me see. Where is that little selection? Where is it at? Where is it at? Yeah, I know what I do for y'all when I'm trying to get this chat dock to work correctly. Here's what I'll do. I'll let y'all listen to. That's right. I'll be back directly.
Fresh white tee, gold on his wrist, smile too easy. He got that grin like he owns the room. Walking slow, then the whole place boom. Uh-oh, here he come. Boots hit hard, heads turn fast like sparks in the dark. Count 1, 2, feel that sway. Everybody holler, make way, make way. Big daddy, move like that. Big daddy, bring it right back. Big daddy, crowd go wild. Big daddy, that's the style. Big daddy. Run the night. He got cinnamon toast at the corner spot. Tips the whole staff, makes the whole town hot. Patch on the jacket, chain not loud, but when he laughs, everybody gets proud. Got a little sway and a whole lot of shine. If you need a reason, he's the one to find. Uh-oh, here he come. Boots hit hard, heads turn fast like sparks in the dark. Count 1, 2, feel that sway. Everybody holler, make way, make way. Big daddy, move like that. Big daddy, bring it right back. Big daddy, crowd go wild. Big daddy, that's the style, yo. Big daddy. Run the night. Hands in the air when he walk by. Little bit slick, big old sky. He got the room in the palm of his hand. One look, one nod, and you understand. Big daddy, move like that. Big daddy, bring it right back. Big daddy, crowd go wild. Big daddy, that's the style, yo. Big daddy. Run the night. Big daddy. Run the night. Big daddy. Run the night. La. Yo, woo. Big daddy rolls in fresh white tee, gold on his wrist, smile too easy. He got that grin like he owns the room. Walking slow, then the whole place boom. Uh-oh, here he come. Boots hit hard, heads turn fast like sparks in the dark. Count 1, 2, feel that sway. Everybody holler, make way, make way. Big daddy, move like that. Big daddy, bring it right back. Big daddy, crowd go wild. Big daddy, that's the style. Big daddy. Run the night. He got cinnamon toast at the corner spot. Tips the whole staff, makes the whole town hot. Patch on the jacket, chain not loud, but when he laughs, everybody gets proud. Got a little sway and a whole lot of shine. If you need a reason, he's the one to find. Uh-oh, here he come. Boots hit hard, heads turn fast like sparks in the dark. Count 1, 2, feel that sway. Everybody holler, make way, make way. Big daddy, move like that. Big daddy, bring it right back. Big daddy, crowd go wild. Big daddy, that's the style, yo. Big daddy. Yo, yo, woo. Big Daddy rolls in fresh white tee, gold on his wrist, smile too easy. He got that grin like he owns the room, walking slow, then the whole place boom. Uh-oh, here he come, boots hit hard, heads turn fast like sparks in the dark. Count 1, 2, feel that sway. Everybody holla, make way, make way. Big Daddy, move like that. Big Daddy, bring it right back. Big Daddy, crowd go wild. Big Daddy, that's the style. Big Daddy. Run the night. He got cinnamon toast at the corner spot. Tips the whole staff, makes the whole town hot. Patch on the jacket, chain not loud, but when he laughs, everybody gets proud. Got a little sway and a whole lot of shine. If you need a reason, he's the one to find. Uh-oh, here he come. Boots hit hard, heads turn fast like sparks in the dark. Count 1, 2, feel that sway. Everybody holla, make way, make way. Big Daddy, move like that. Big Daddy, bring it right back. Big Daddy, crowd go wild. Big Daddy, that's the style, yo. Big Daddy. Run the night. Hands in the air when he walk by. Little bit slick, big old sky. He got the room in the palm of his hand. One look, one nod, and you understand. Big Daddy, move like that. Big Daddy, bring it right back. Big Daddy, crowd go wild. Big Daddy, that's the style, yeah. Big Daddy.
All right. I got it together now after all of this testing, all that kind of stuff. I got it right, see. I got it right. So is here, and my feature chat's still working. All right, so we're good. We are good. And I am going to stop screwing with it, and we're just going to go with whatever it is. So I'm going to go back over here and get my invitational chat. Anybody that might want to come up for just a few minutes, I've got to hop over there on Soapbox's stream in just a minute. Get checked in with that. Just about 30 minutes. I'll have to go over there and sound check with them. But at any rate, I'm going to go ahead and put the chat. If you want to click on the little StreamYards link right there, and you want to come on up, and Big Daddy will bring you up. Yes, I will. We can chit chat in the meantime. I'll hop over here. Looks like I got 6 people watching. Good God, I don't know what I'm going to do with all of those people. Yeah. Good deal. Hey, Tony. Tony. Hello, listen. I'm going to tell y'all about this guy here, see. This dude right here, I was on a stream. I think I was on Speakeasy stream. This is back, months and months ago. And I'd been on there jousting back and forth. Like, there was this one guy came up on the panel, and I swear, I don't think the dude left any alcohol at the liquor store. He was so drunk. And he was just irritating. And then he went off stream, and then this dude right here, he looks just like that little avatar y'all see right there. That's what he looks like. And he came on, and it was like his phone was right here, and it was like at an angle, and you could see past all of his boogers, and you could see like his pituitary up here. It was, and he looked like he was just staring off in the distance, and I was thinking, man, who is this creepy looking dude? And then after he sat there for a while staring off in the Never Never Land, looked like, he starts calling out my name, and I thought, shit, this guy wants to talk to me. Anyway, and so as it turns out, he's actually not nearly as dumb or creepy as he looked that day. But I figured out that Tony kind of does the. I think it's kind of like how I kind of lean into the whole Alabama redneck sort of persona. Which I am an Alabama redneck, but I do sometimes for comedic entertainment purposes. I kind of lean into that. And sometimes I lean into that when I go into a debate panel because people, they end up, they hear my voice. And so I lean into it and they can think, well, this guy's dumb as hell. And so that gives me a little bit of an advantage on them. So I do lean into that sometimes, but yeah, hello, listener. Y'all go over there, both of you, all three of y'all who are watching the stream, besides Tony, go check it out. Hello, listener, and give him a subscription. I'm sure he'd probably appreciate if my whole chat, all four of you, went over there and joined in. No, you stay right here. Let me show you. I'll give you an example. Bubba. Yeah. Man, you need to change your YouTube name, Bubba, because this George Stewart stuff, when I see you pop up in my chat, I think, well, that dude must be really important. I'm gonna go talk to him, and then when I see that it's Bubba, yeah, I appreciate that, Tony. Man, I just got enough subs to monetize, but I'm working on trying to get my watch hours up. That's where I'm lagging in. So I'm trying to stream more often, and I'm trying to be more consistent with it, get my watch hours up so I can start getting paid and stop just streaming like I wanna be like an OnlyFans type streamer, only without the pornography. But I'm saying I want to get paid for it. Right now, I'm just like one of them toothless barfly whores. I'm just showing up on stream and I'm just giving all my stuff away and I'm not getting paid for it. But I want to like move up, maybe like one of them high-end call girls or something. I just don't want to be giving it away like some old, barfly. Whore just giving it away. I want to get paid, man. But yeah, Tony, this stream I'm going to be on in a minute with Vulcan Soapbox might be something you might want to come get in on, man. We're going to be talking about the recent death here on Horn Island, just a few miles from me. Like my guy there you see in chat, it says George Stewart, Tony, but to those of us who know him, he's Bubba. And if you knew George Stewart, you would know for a fact he's a Bubba. But anyway, he lives here locally to us too. Bubba does, and whatever. It's right here in our neck of the woods, man. This drowning of Nolan Wells, and stuff are getting a little crazy around here. And like I was saying earlier, before I had to put up the splash screen and figure out what was going wrong with my social stream. It's the Vulcan Soapbox. It's owned by 3 black guys, but it's not a black stream like you would think of, like the Lapeef Network or Marquette Burton and them, where it's really Afrocentric. It's some friends who are black who started the stream a while back, and the goal of the stream is because Vulcan is a really, really analytical, logical-minded guy. Honestly, I think the guy's got a mental problem sometimes. He's so logical and everything. And he basically said that he was aware that critical thinking skills, using logic and stuff, is not something that's very prevalent in the black community. So a conference call that he had with him and a bunch of guys just kind of grew into this stream. So, naturally, most of my friends are white. And so most of his friends are black. That's just, I assume they are. That's just a natural thing. So most of the audience on his stream is going to be black because it grew out of that conference call. But it's not a stream that caters to the black community or caters to black issues necessarily. They just want to try to work and do stuff to try to teach primarily their community, but anybody really, how to think critically and how to spot fallacies and contradictions and that sort of stuff. But we're going to be covering it. There'll be at least one guy I know of on stream that's going to be doing the whole "them white boys killed him" stuff that we've been seeing all over the news because that's the whole thing. A black kid, Nolan Wells, and now I didn't know Nolan Wells, and I didn't know his mama or stepdaddy. They live over in Ocean Springs, and Ocean Springs is kind of they got two different sides, but it's basically a hoity-toity kind of a little town, almost all the way to Biloxi from me, and that's where they live, and so I don't go over there much. So I didn't know them, but the Wells family in general comes mainly out of a little community here in Jackson County called Three Rivers, and I know a lot of those Wellses. So I know a lot of Nolan's extended family, but I didn't know him personally. But I'll be streaming for a while. Vulcan Soapbox will start streaming somewhere around 8:30, 8:45, and there's been times when their stream went like 2-3 hours, and there's been times when it'd be 1 or 2 in the morning, which is usually okay with me. Those guys have jobs they have to punch a clock for in the morning. I don't. So, I can sit and stream with them usually until they get finished streaming. But what they do, Tony, is I'm not sure how they're going to do this Nolan Wells stream, but what they typically do is they'll have different debate prompts, and they do a sort of a round robin, sort of from panelist to panelist. The way I describe it, Tony, is that I look at Speakeasy stream is like a bar fight, street fight, where you're just slugging it out with everybody. Well, Vulcan Soapbox then would be more like a jiu-jitsu match, something like that, where, you can still be aggressive. You can still lay the smack down on people, but Vulcan tries to keep it a little more moderated, and when fallacies and that sort of stuff pop up, he tries to address that to keep things straight. And look, I know, man, it's expected when you're dealing with something like a stream that's run by black people. You think, oh, well, they're always going to run interference for the brothers on the stream. I can say personally, I've been in situations before where I've had to step up and just challenge the hell out of another person that may seem, that may be black. And I've said some hard stuff to them, and Vulcan and Freshly, the guy who's usually moderating, he goes by Freshly Snipes, Freshly, like Wesley Snipes, Freshly Snipes, he says, because both of them are real blackety black, dark black. But he and Freshly, another guy that works in running the stream sometimes, Enos, I've been in positions before where I would be used to a black person that might have authority or whatever kind of run interference and bail their black friend out and be like, well, no, and then the bullcrap happens sometimes. I've been in those positions on that panel before, and I've seen where Vulcan and CJ and Enos just seem to honestly, legitimately be more committed to we're going where the logic takes us. We're going where the logic takes us regardless of it. And Vulcan does that so much that he says that like his own parents and his aunts and uncles and stuff won't even watch his stream because they tell him that he's just, quote, airing out black people's dirty laundry. So, that's what I'm saying. I've been going on their stream now for months, and I'm talking about I've done some borderline blood sport stuff, especially with this one guy that comes on named T Reason, and I've done some. I've looked at him straight in the stream before and asked him, like, where'd you get that from? You just pulled that out of your ass. You just made it the fuck up, that kind of stuff, and it was no big deal. So that's why I enjoy going on it. If I was going on and it was like I was just the token guy integrating the stream, you know what I mean? Or if that the first time that I saw him show any kind of favoritism, I'd have been done. Because I don't care what color anybody is. Right's right, wrong's wrong, and truth's the truth, and a lie's a lie. But I've been in positions before where ordinarily you'd expect for that black leader to try to cover or smooth things over. But yeah, it's a lot more conversation, but it's definitely a debate. But it's just not as aggressive. It's a lot more relaxed. It gives me the opportunity. I do love the blood sports now. I like asking folks if their mama ever had any children that lived past childhood. I like making fun of folks in the middle of a debate and all that kind of stuff, and just going really hard at them. I do enjoy that, but it's also nice to be able to kick back and do more of a logical consideration in your mind and kind of do more strategy and that sort of stuff. Like I said, it's the difference. Even I could even say the difference in a bar fight versus like an MMA match. Where there's more strategy and technique in the MMA, but in the bar fight, you just try not to get knocked out. But anyway, yeah, we'll be looking for you, Tony. Come on back. Who is this? Jazz Hack. I'll be thinking critically. Well, that's good. I don't know how good your grammar is there, but I'm an Alabama redneck, so what I know, man. I'm a public school graduate, so I'm doing good. English is my second language, right? My first language is bullshit. That's what Mama used to tell me. Dane, it's a wonder. It's a wonder they got bullshit to pile up that high. That's what Mama would say. You were asking me, Bubba, about if you had to go over to Vulcan Soapbox. No, stay right here. I need the watch hours. Man. But let me show you how it's going to work. Where is that? You see the little dude in here, right? See how that just popped up a second me right there? See how I'm, let me click on it. You see how I'm moving me around in the middle right there? Well, that will be the Vulcan Soapbox stream right there. So there'll be times, Bubba, when I get to streaming with Vulcan Soapbox, that little me you see behind me there, that guy, that panel is going to be made up of a whole bunch of little, like a Zoom call or, like you've seen me on other panels before where it's just a bunch of us, look like little talking heads. I'll be on that stream, but there'll be times that when they're talking amongst themselves and it's boring, I'll mute them and then I can still talk to y'all in stream. So don't go anywhere. And yeah, there we go. Yeah, but let me. It's 8:01. Yep. I might as well go ahead and get signed into their stream. This will just take me a little bit of the techie tech stuff real quick. God darn it. I got more pieces of computer equipment and stuff and cables and software in this little corner than any one redneck ought to have. Y'all, you see all of that stuff. Look at that. Yeah, that's the Dane world right now. See all that stuff? But, yeah, yeah, you can use my camera, my microphone. Let me get the right camera up here. There I is. My audio. Yeah, man, I'm glad I came up on stream a little early. So I could hammer some of this stuff out. Although I am, it is not combobulating correctly. Let me see. I ended up pasting my own link back in. You go blind doing that. I set it up for the wrong stream. Let me copy that little link, and then I'll go over here to this one. I'm too old and redneck to know how to do all of this, y'all. Yeah, I'm trying to find a job. I ain't trying to find no job. I like being unemployed. The being broke part is the difficult part of it. Looks like my camera's too, I don't know if it's the angle of my camera. Looks like it's too, I might bring it down a little bit. Move me over a little bit. I was messing with it a minute ago. All right, okay, I'm in the right one now. I swear I'm too old and redneck to know how to do all of this stuff. One of these days I'm gonna get paid for it. All right. All right. All right. Now let me get this other one going over here. I swear I got to do more live streaming. I enjoy the heck out of it, but I end up not doing it enough. And then when I go to do it, get into it, I end up having to rememorate some things. And then, all right, there we go. And then I end up having to remember things, and then when I get to remembering it, and it's working. When it's working, well, then I end up saying, man, this stuff's fun when it's working. Even earlier, when I had my little problem that I had to go back to the splash screen to get worked out, that's still fun. It's still fun. All right. Turn that off. Turn that microphone there off. Into the studio. Yeah, I have to sign in to Soapbox Streams with two different accounts. Like this is them behind me right here. This is their splash screen where they starting to get ready. It says we have 3 people backstage right now, me being one of them and everything. But this, I'm just bragging about how smart I am because I couldn't find nobody. Well, nobody tell me. Nobody would tell me how to do it because, I guess they just didn't know. It was kind of a strange thing, but I had to figure out how to do this and everything so that I could I could talk to my stream and be muted on the panel that I'm on. And then when I get ready to talk to the panel, I can unmute the panel and talk to the panel and the stream simultaneously. And I know that sounds really like either way, Dane, you just mute the panel. Yeah, well, it's not that easy. And but I'm on an iMac too, and being on an iMac, I love my Macs. I love my Macs. So don't you Windows people come at me and all that kind of stuff. But I'm on an iMac, and iMacs, Mac in general, whether it's your MacBook, your iMac, or whatever, they handle audio differently than a Windows. And so, yeah, they handle audio differently than Windows do. So it means I had to figure all that out. So, but I got it going now. Now we're just waiting on the soapboxers. And hopefully when they bring me up, everything in my audio will be happy. But what I have to do, this thing behind me in OBS is a browser window, just like a Chrome tab. It's not Google Chrome, but it's the same language that codes that browser tab. And then over there on my other computer's monitor is where I'm actually signed in to their panel app. But I bring this right here up, so that y'all can see the graphics. Because y'all are going to hear the audio from over there. But you won't. It just looks better if you can see the people on panel. They're going to be behind me. But behind me is not going to have any of my audio. And my camera, y'all see here, will not be there. My camera is actually a separate camera that's run through that MacBook and logged into that panel. So I got all that together. Let me check I bet you I'm just going to have to change that, I guess. On the 75, come on now. The 75-inch TV. At least you got 75 inches of something, Bubba. You got to change your YouTube name, Bubba. I can't keep going on with that George Stewart, man. That sounds too respectable. I see Uncle Tiger here in the house. I would highlight you, Tiger, but my stuff is not. My chat over here. Let me see. While I'm waiting on Soapbox to come up. Let me see if that'll change it. It's still, my OBS dock is still making it to where I can't see the chats as they. Yeah, maybe that's it. And look, Vulcan was telling me earlier, I think he knows too, a few days ago, that they're probably going to bring up some random people from the stream. So if y'all want to come on panel once it gets started, let me know, and I'll send you the link to come on panel. I don't know, Bubba. I guess I need to send him that link. He usually comes and listens, but I don't know. It's gotten to where at his job or whatever, I'll send him the link and see. On his job, sometimes he gets to where he works later than he plans, and he gets home and got stuff to do, and sometimes I want to see Justin come up on a stream, like come up on panel and everything. That'd be cool to have him come up on panel. Sure would. Once he got past the initial of it, especially if it was like one of my panels, where he and I could clown together. The three of us, me, you, and Justin, need to come up, need to do some episodes together. Yeah, that's what James and Enos were saying a few days ago. James called me because James wasn't aware of this Nolan thing, but T-Reason was. T-Reason had told him about it, and then I talked to him about it. And so he eventually, did a little bit of research. I don't know. It's all over the news, so I don't know how he didn't know. But, I guess he got stuff going on, And so we were talking a few days ago. He said he was gonna do the stream or whatever. And then he said something about bringing up callers. Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good. You get into a whole nother level, though, especially when you're monetized like they are. And that's something that concerns me about bringing up just random callers like Cooley does over on No Fugazi, Tiger, is that, well, you've probably been watching No Fugazi before and seen him pull somebody up. Like there was this one dude here a few months ago. When he pulled him up live, the dude took his phone and basically flashed the camera with his big old lizard, man. And I don't know if it was just the lens or what, but it kind of hurt my feelings when I saw it. I was like, damn. So that's what they look like when they're full size. Anyway, so and then Cooley had to end the stream and then private the video because his monetization could have been affected by that. So I am a little concerned about that because I keep thinking, well, if I started bringing up random people, I'm risking that. But I'm not monetized yet. So it wouldn't cost me monetization, but man, if I was getting paid, Yeah, Larry, Bubba, we need to we need to get that done, man. I think just the comedy of it, basically, what I want to do is put together a stream where all three of us get together, and then you and Justin, y'all can just go back and forth talking, and then I'll just make fun of both of you. I'll just make fun of both of you. I'll poke fun at you. I'll enjoy myself. And that'll be the whole stream. Just you two have a conversation, and I'll just sit there and just make fun of both of you. It sounds like a good time to me. Uncle Tiger, this guy that keeps chatting to me there, this George Stewart, he's a lifelong friend of my brother's. Yeah, Tiger, let's looks like they got 4 people already backstage waiting. Wicket's over there. He just chatted in the back chat. It'll be happy. We'll have our resident white nationalist on panel. Yeah. Old Tiger's a good dude. I think Uncle Tiger's a good dude. I don't know if he's still in chat. He said he was going over there to Soapbox, but I mean, he's a pretty good dude. He's young though. I mean, I got 2 kids older than him, but I mean, he's all right, dude. But he leans heavily towards the white nationalist side, So. Oh yeah, it would be fun. Like I don't know if you've ever watched the Hodge twins. Bubba. But what I told Justin is we could be like the white version of the Hodge twins. Yeah, we could be carrying on. Man, you got to change your YouTube. You got to change your YouTube name. It's real easy to do. You just go over there into your settings and then go to your profile and you go down there and there'll be nickname. You just type in Bubba. That'd be funny. Bubba. I bet you it'd have to be Bubba with a bunch of names behind it, a bunch of letters behind it, because you know there's got to be 14 kajillion Bubbas there. But you could probably do like Bubba Stewart. That'd probably work. That'd be good. You just, when I see it pop up and it says George Stewart, 6281, I think I'm talking to a respectable person. I don't know, it's you. That was an insult, by the way. That was a jab. I'm happy to see that my resource meters here, my GPU, my CPU on my iMac seem to be doing fine, and over here on my MacBook, they seem to be doing fine. I figured out that one of my biggest resource hogs was not necessarily OBS. It was Chrome, Google Chrome's browser. Yeah, it'll be fun, Bubba, the three of us messing around, especially when you get mad at Justin and y'all start arguing like a married couple. It'd be so funny. Okay, they say to be on stream at to be backstage at 8:15, so they can do sound checks over there and stuff. But it's 8:19. I think this is what Uncle Tiger and Wicked and them, what do they call it? CPT, that's what they call it. They call it CPT, Colored People Time. I'd never heard of that till a few months ago. And when I found out what it was, I thought, well, hell, I'm late everywhere I go too, so I guess I live on CPT as well. And I didn't even know it. Must be all them collard greens, turnip greens, pickled pig's feet I ate growing up. Well, that sounds good too, pickled pig's feet. Yep. You eat pickled pig's feet, Bubba? You too white for that. I sent him a text, seeing he was coming on, Bubba, but I don't, he hadn't even read it. So I don't know. Call that fool up and tell him to come on. Looking down through here, sending out my text. I was going to do some reactions to some videos that I had lined out, but then I had that little technical difficulty when I first came on, so that took up a lot of that time. All right. Where my OBS at? Yeah, call him, Bubba, because it's over here on the text. It's saying delivered, but it's not saying. It's saying delivered, but not read. They got 5 people backstage on Vulcan Soapbox now. That's going to be a pretty big panel. I'm ready to go now. I'm ready to go. Might as well play a little bit of the Big Daddy anthem behind me while we're waiting on Soapbox to come on up.
Yo, yo, woo, woo. Big Daddy rolls in fresh white tee, gold on his wrist, smile too easy. He got that grin like he owns the room, walking slow, then the whole place boom. Uh-oh, here he come, boots hit hard.
That's right, here he comes.
Sparks in the dark, count 1, 2, feel that sway. Everybody holler, make way, make way. Move like they. Big Daddy, bring it right back. Big Daddy, crowd go wild. Big Daddy,
If that song is not, if there's any kind of echo and you look back, y'all let me know in the chat. It shouldn't be, but there might be, you know.
Run the night. He got cinnamon toast at the corner spot. Tips the whole staff, makes the whole town hot. Patch on the jacket, chain not loud, but when he laughs, everybody gets proud. Got a little sway and a whole lot of shine. If you need a reason, he's the one to find. Uh-oh, here he come, boots hit hard, heads turn fast like sparks in the dark. Count 1, 2, feel that sway. Everybody holla, make way, make way. Big Daddy, move like that. Big Daddy, bring it right back. Big Daddy,
Yeah, over here letting, I'm assuming it's gonna be CJ. I don't know. I'm just guessing who it's gonna be running their StreamYards tonight. Like I said earlier, I'm signed into 2 different accounts. I'm signed in twice to their panel. One for these people behind me, and then one where I'm actually gonna be on camera. Good. I'll turn it back up then. That's right. Turn that down a little bit. See how my audio is sounding. All right. Let me turn that off. All right, I'm hearing something back when I say something. Wonder where that's coming from. Oh, that must be on the StreamYards. How does my audio sound, guys?
I don't know. Can you hear me? I can hear you just fine.
No, I can't hear you, man. No, I can hear you. You know I gotta start off, Tiger, making fun of somebody. See, they brought up the other me. See right there above you, Tiger. They got that. Now, why they got to bring up a round brown with a D in the middle? That's a little LBGT.
They, them energy.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's that they, them energy. We need to get rid of that. Yeah, all right. So there's Vulcan. Me, you, Vulcan. Wicked somewhere.
Yeah, he was just talking shit in the chat, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if y'all in the chat can let me know.
I watched all your you must have 2 or 3 videos on the whole
if y'all can let me know how the audio from the panel
watched,
sounds.
2 or 3 of them. They're some good stuff, man.
Yeah, man. Well, I mean, part of it is because I had time to sit and do like recordings, and that's just, it's not as much seat of the pants as a live stream. But part of it too is like, it's not something I had to like, I'm not talking about 3rd or 4th or 5th hand experiences. Like if I was doing a stream about the Michael Brown shooting or the Trayvon Martin shooting, it's just all I would know then what I see on the news. But like, I don't know these people, but like I could probably map through 1 or 2 people over to them. I mean, Ocean Springs is just basically right up the road, you know. And when they talk about Horn Island and the Mississippi Sound and the Barrier Islands, and when they're talking about the culture of people that go out to the islands a lot and that sort of stuff, I mean, them's my people, man.
Yeah, you're basically a local. Yeah, like you're like
Yeah, I'm very much
a reasonable idea of like the people who live in the area and blah blah blah.
Yeah. Well, it's like the Wells is like I keep reiterating, because I don't want anybody to try to insinuate that I'm trying to say, oh, I'm connected to him. I didn't know Nolan or his mother, father, but I do know a lot of his extended family, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just more local and closer to home. Vulcan, we're not the only three going to be on panel with you, are we? I can't hear you, Vulcan. I think you're muted or I am.
No, I can't hear him either.
Oh, well, he may be on the phone and muted on purpose. I don't know.
Good. Hold on, wait. Is his top button buttoned? If his top button's not buttoned, then he ain't ready.
Uh-oh. I can't tell. I have to lean way over to see. It looks buttoned. That's his
button. Oh man.
That's his that's Vulcan's on off. That's his on off button, isn't it?
That's when it goes from James to Vulcan.
Yeah, that's his on off button.
What's the deal, fellas? What's going on?
We're making fun of you.
Oh, that wouldn't be the first.
We're not the only three. We're not the only three.
Question. I asked him if your top button was buttoned. If the top button ain't buttoned, then he ain't ready yet.
Oh yeah, no, it's a zipper today, fellas. It's a zipper today. So yeah, we're waiting on. It's 8:30 now. So I was actually been here, but I was in the wrong one. I was in the last 2 weeks ago show. I was like, why is nobody here yet? Normally these guys are early.
It must be because of me, because I've been streaming since about 7, and I spent the last several hours making sure all of my stuff was combobulated. But then when I started streaming, my restream sent my stream. It created a whole nother stream and sent that to YouTube. So my pre-scheduled stream on YouTube was still saying upcoming. The one.
Sorry to interject real quick here, but T Reason saying pull him up, but I'm not used to being the one doing this. Okay, Will entered. Okay, I see Will. I don't see.
It should be down at the bottom on.
I don't know how to scroll down. I don't have a mouse, and it's not letting me. Oh, there, I see. I found it now. I just found a little.
I have that same experience, James, sometimes.
Okay, yeah.
After I got 400 pounds, I started having that same experience when I go to the bathroom.
Finding your mouse?
No, I couldn't see it down there, but I'd have to pull it up. And I'd be, oh, yeah, there it is. I found it.
I like that setup you got there, Will. That setup's fire, bro.
Got Red Fox on his shirt.
Wu-Tang is forever. That's why.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
that's clean, man. Yeah, that's nice.
I gotta give best background to Big Daddy Podcast and Will, man. Those guys got the best background right now.
Yeah, they do.
I still got the same old boring. I still got the same old boring stuff I had.
It's curtains. It's curtains for you guys out here.
I like okay bars already.
Yeah, it's curtains.
Will, can you hear us, Will?
Yeah. What's going on, fellas?
What's going on,
What's
man?
up?
I can hear you. Chilling, man. Yeah. I had to disconnect my Bluetooth, man, my AirPods and shit.
Okay. Well, we got the people. There's more people gonna be showing up throughout the show.
Popping in.
Aki, I think, is gonna plan on being here. If some of y'all familiar with Aki, Dre, Notice is gonna be on here. Let me see who else.
Are you planning on bringing up random callers from the chat?
I put it in Facebook that anybody that might want to join in, they can join in. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I got a few people in my chat that when I mentioned something about it, they were interested.
Well, you got the link, so they can come on board. We'll bring them in. It's gonna be just me. It's not gonna be Freshly had to do something with it. Had to do something in emergency, so he's not gonna be on. I just found that out like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's cool. I just didn't want to start passing it out, like it's your stream. You know
might
how.
as well change it back to Tuesday nights, man.
I've been really thinking about that, to be honest with you.
Well, poor old Tiger, Enos told Tiger that this stream tonight was tomorrow night, So Tiger was planning on coming tomorrow night, and I said something to him. He was like, "What?"
Yeah, the only reason why we went to Mondays is because that's the only day that Enos was available. So we went to Mondays. We used to be Tuesdays and Thursdays. Then we went to Tuesdays. Now we're on Mondays. But now I want to go back to doing, probably Tuesdays. Maybe more than one show a week, but one panel show and then a different kind of show. I'm thinking about doing a show where we break down previous shows. I talked to Dane about this a few times. A lot of things I don't get involved with, even if I disagree, if I think it's too off topic. I'm very much about structure. That's kind of like my gift and my curse. So if something seems too tangential, I don't want to talk about it. Even if I'm disagree vehemently, I'm like, don't say anything, don't say anything. Stick to the topic. But so a lot of things kind of get left unsaid. People might think I even agree with it. So I think about doing another show. I just break down previous shows. And I might invite anybody to be on those shows too, but it'll be just, I'm like picking like 5 or 10 things out of an episode and just talking about that more in depth.
Kind of recycling it.
It's actually a good idea. That's actually a good idea. Because there are a lot of times where it's like, okay, we're talking about a specific topic, and there are issues that you could bring into it, but they're not really relevant, but they do make a slight point. You know what I mean? So you could go into like depth on that part right there. That'd be cool.
Trying to find.
So I guess we can go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. You said something?
No, it ain't important. I was just gonna say I'm trying to find which hat I think looks better, but it ain't no big deal, man. I just.
Yeah, so this might be a little clunky because I'm gonna be moderating the show and also trying to observe the chats
we see your buttons all the way up, so we know it's gonna go good.
Yeah,
we got the zipper going.
That's your turbocharger button, ain't it?
Yeah, but that's it, man. Got to be buttoned up. So we can go ahead and go live in the next minute. I mean, everybody knows the rules. Everybody's been on the show before. It's great to have you back, Will. It's been a minute. Tiger, good to have you back, Tiger. Everybody, hey, look, we're gonna have an open dialogue. This sometimes could be a heated topic. The purpose of the platform, I don't think I really share this. Normally I let Freshly or Enos kind of say what they're gonna say at the beginning of the show, but it's to have an open discussion. Like, people can't be afraid of somebody else's perspective and opinion, no matter how heinous they think it is, no matter how irrational they think it is. We gotta have the conversation. So feel free to be yourself, express what you want to express. I don't mind even the ad hominems to an extent of making fun of each other or whatever, but only to an extent, because I like to be entertaining, but I also want us to finish having the conversation.
I got the hint. I got the hint. I hear you.
Dang.
Y'all have fun, be yourself, and we're gonna talk about it. Can you turn that light on, please? Sorry. So we'll go ahead and get live. We got somebody gonna show up here in a couple minutes. We got a few people gonna show up. So anybody that they want to say before we go live? All right. Mic checks. All the mic checks are good.
Yep. Check.
All right. Cool.
Check.
Can everybody hear me? Or we good?
All right.
Yeah,
So they're feeling go good. They got a pretty catchy
I want
little
to say one
intro.
thing real quick, man.
Go ahead, Will.
All y'all gentlemen been good, man. Y'all family's good. Everybody straight in the world. Everybody good. Just a mental health check. You know what I'm saying? Everybody good.
Oh, we don't have enough time to be checking my mental.
I feel you.
I'm 50.
Live in like 1 minute.
I'm 55 years old, and I done raised 5 kids, and I've been married to a crazy little dwarf for 35 years, man. So, no, we ain't got time to explore my psyche.
Yo, you said you 65?
55.
55.
Oh, shit, man. Damn, yo, still look good for your age, bro.
I'd look damn good if I was 65, wouldn't I?
Man,
Hey,
I'm gonna be like, what's the secret? But shit, still at 55, man. Yo, what's the secret?
It's the
The thing
lighting.
about being 65 is even if you were 65, and you didn't look good, nobody would tell you.
Yeah,
So
it's the lighting. It's the lighting and the cameras I have set up.
Unless you're a woman, they'll tell you that you're a slay queen.
Oh, you're a slay queen. Yeah.
True enough.
Eventually, Wicked's gonna say something worth hearing.
All right. So we'll go and kick this off. We're going to go ahead and live in 5.
All right,
4,
get them muted. But yeah, I got a pretty good little
1.
I got a pretty good little theme song I enjoy. It's kind of catchy. It ain't playing though. There we go. So here we're rolling. We're only an hour late.
Into the Vulcan Soapbox.
These guys call that CPT, colored people's time. I'm just repeating what they said. I didn't come up with that. I'm just repeating what these guys say.
It's your show, Vulcan. Come on, man.
But it'll be fun. I've never been on with that one guy on the bottom in the middle before. This guy right here.
What's the deal, good people?
I ain't
All
never
my
been on with
folks
him
out
before.
there. Excited for the show today. This is the Vulcan Soapbox, where we prioritize logic and critical thinking skills, and just as important, if not more important, good listening skills. I was at an event recently, and I was talking to some people who were very intellectual and erudite and all that good stuff, but the listening skills were terrible. And I'm like, I'd rather take somebody with half the IQ and twice the listening skills. So on this show, we try to do both at a high level, and if we're not doing it, hold us accountable to that. So we got a really good panel here. I'm gonna let everybody introduce themselves with Vulcan Soapbox. We'll start out with my man, Wicked Dreams. Go and introduce yourself. Anything you want to share?
Yeah, I'm just Wicked Dream. Having here, have a good time with you guys, have a good conversation, try to figure out a little bit deeper into thought on certain situations, see if I can learn something. You guys
He never goes to me first because he knows if he gets me started first, he'll take forever to get around everybody else.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Will, my man, back on the show.
Already, man. Nice to be back. Peace to the panel and shit. Let's chop it up, man.
My man T Reason.
What's going on, fellas? I look forward to tonight's conversation. Hopefully we can get into some interesting topics, maybe even have a good debate or two here and there. Dane is on the pod, so I won't be surprised if we don't have any.
See, that dude just likes talking about me. He wouldn't have nothing to say if it wasn't for me.
I look forward to seeing where we take the show. I know Vulcan's got some pretty good questions lined up for us, so it should be interesting. It's good to see y'all.
If y'all will in the chat, let me know. Let me know how my audio is over top of the panel's audio when I'm talking like this. Is it easy to make me out? Can you hear them fine? So on and so forth.
Yes, sir. And then we got the Big Daddy Pod. Dane, what's the word?
Man, I am happy. Can't tell you how happy I am to be here, back on the podcast. We had Streamicus interrupt us last week. Me and Wicked, we was ready to go, but somebody, I guess you didn't get your top button, man. It didn't take off.
Popped off.
Whatever, but I'm happy to be here. I know tonight, a little thumbnail, we're gonna be talking about a subject that it's gonna be a little sensitive and everything, but I'm sure we can get through it, and hopefully we can work through some things and come to some understanding. But I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me, and I want to know what's for dinner.
Yes, sir. And okay, I'm the Vulcan here, ready to do exciting show. Everybody in the comments, like and subscribe. If you want to be on the panel, let us know. We can shoot you the link. There's an open discussion. We welcome all perspectives. So I want to say this show right here is not going to be as linear as in the past, or I'm not going to be as strict on, staying on the topic. I have questions lined up just to keep us somewhat targeted. It's going to be really a conversation about the Nolan Wells situation.
Bring them
everybody
down.
Be to share their perspectives on it. But at the same time,
because I want them to be heard, but when I'm talking over them, I don't want y'all to have to be. I want y'all to hear them when I'm not talking well. But when I'm talking like right now, when I'm talking and he's talking to his chat and I'm talking to my chat, I don't want y'all to have to struggle to hear me.
Y'all, let's get this show rocking. So we got the first question coming in, and the first question is, before we get into the neat details of it, if everybody can just kind of state for themselves in like a minute and a half or less, just what is their takeaway for everybody involved, whether it's, the America at large, the white community, the black community, Hispanic community, just the different communities, anything you would like to say in like a minute or less, just what is a takeaway you have before we get into the conversation on different takeaways, just what takeaway do you have? And so we'll start off with my man T Reason. Go ahead and just give a minute and a half, let us know what takeaways you have of the whole situation.
Man, Black Lives Matter. I mean, obviously we have a tragic situation.
You hear that craziness? Black Lives Matter? No shit.
Trip and didn't come back home.
No shit.
His family.
I don't know if anybody that's ever said black people. It don't matter.
What really happened? When you have people around you who
doesn't mean
supposed
anything.
To be friends, they should have an idea of what took place. It's very rare we see situations where people get stranded or left behind, but when we see it, something just seems a little bit off. Certain things that normally should be in place aren't in place. You know what I mean? Certain checks and balances, certain things that are supposed to happen just as a formality, just to be on the safe side. Those things didn't take place here. You know what I mean?
Appreciate it,
and
Ben.
It leaves us with more questions than answers to the entire situation. It's a severe situation.
I've done these dual streams before, and then when I went back to listen to the stream,
my heart goes out to the family.
Either the panel was real low and you had to work hard to hear them, or
But from what
Well,
I've
I was
seen,
real low, and you couldn't hear anything but the
I feel
panel.
like they did a poor job as far as with the investigation. I feel like they jumped to conclusions too soon, and I feel like there should have been more questions asked to everybody involved. I think they should have did a better job as far as like to figure out what's going on. But I think what's done in the dark eventually.
You he's saying that? He said he don't think there was enough done in the investigation.
Got you.
He's got no idea
Cool,
what was in the
cool.
investigation.
All
Got
right,
no idea.
Uncle Tiger, what do you have on the situation?
Well, I think any loss of life is a tragedy. I think everybody wants to get to the bottom of what happened. And if there's foul play.
Basically,
we want to see justice be served.
That's a good point, though. I'm gonna have to be sure and bring that up. Bring that up. Yeah.
A lot of people are jumping the gun before we've got all of the facts laid out.
That's right. I'm an old guy. I'm spraying sinus spray up my nose so I smell good.
All we can do is just wait.
Breathe good.
Investigation to figure it out.
Yes, sir. All right, Will, what you got, big dog?
Man, so many takeaways on so many levels, that's still developing, but just initially looking at it, I mean, you have, lessons about
I'm gonna set the tone when I get in there.
You have, I guess, lessons for parents about how involved to be with your children, who they hang with, how well do you know what's going on. I think some of the old wounds of,
Oh yeah, I'm gonna end up making somebody mad.
Especially in a state like Mississippi, it forced people to look at
down in Mississippi.
A lot of other things that go along with how policing is handled, how certain dynamics in power structure can lead to how strings can be pulled. You know what I'm saying? And
you hear all that imagination. See, that's the problem. It's imagination. They just making it up as they go along.
Dare I say, the complexion for the connection for the protection.
You see that?
As some people would say. So a lot of these things.
Hey, Deej, if you will, can you bring me some? Can you come get my cup and give me some more water, some more ice water?
When I think about this situation, all of that comes flooding the mind, and it's a lot to take away from this situation on so many levels.
Got you. All right, Wicked, what you got, big dog?
I think my biggest thing is
that's exactly what my argument the whole night's gonna be about, man.
That happens is everybody's like, it's because he's white, it's because he's black.
They're coming up with this argument so much
without anything even being known. I think it's the saddest part. Besides him losing his life, obviously
they're coming up with this. All of these opinions so much about stuff they don't know.
I think it needs to get looked into, yes, but I think the people jumping to the conclusion of it's because he was black and because they were white and automatically making it a race issue before anything comes out is the saddest thing to even happen, because why are you automatically making it into a race situation? That's the part that I don't like.
All right, Dane, what you got?
What do I have? I got plenty. I got plenty to say, but here's my here's my position. Okay? Because as you know, and T Reason knows, I don't know how many other people on the panel know, I live just a few miles from Horn Island. I grew up in Pascagoula. You can stand at Pascagoula's beach and look south, and you can see the trees of Horn Island on the horizon. So I'm very familiar with the island, and I'm very familiar with the community. I'm very familiar with the Wells family, not Nolan, not his mother and father, but his cousins and aunts and uncles and that sort of stuff. And everything. So when I say it's a little personal for me, I don't mean that I knew Nolan and he was my friend or nothing. But I'm just saying this is the community I live in. I live in the edge of Alabama, but I moved over here after Hurricane Katrina. I got so many takeaways hopefully we can get into as we debate, but what I see, the number one biggest issue that's going on right now is people are reading into the situation their own imaginations. They imagine things, like Will was saying about the history of the state of Mississippi and stuff, and then they impose that into this situation where it may not be. And T Reason says something about the investigation wasn't done well enough or whatever. Well, we don't have any idea how well the investigation has been done because it hasn't been released yet. So there's a whole bunch of these sort of things that have been figured up and imposed in, and it's imagined, and because because the DA is not releasing the information, then people are making decisions based on what they don't know and not based on what they do know. And that's what I try to do. I try to look for evidence to believe a certain thing and not the lack of my evidence. And now I can fill in that blank, and then I can have a conclusion.
Well, let me interject right there because, you took the words out of the prompt's mouth right there, Dane, on that one. The first question we got is, do you believe the investigation has been corrupted? And that would include the coroner stuff, everything that's leading up to it. So we want to have everybody get their perspective. So how are we going to do it on this show, especially just me, and Freshly on here? First, we're going to go around, everybody get their perspective. We just got to be patient, in a minute or less, just kind of give your perspective. And then we're going to go around. People can state their disagreements. And after that, we get into the cross-examination. Just so everybody get a chance to get their full thoughts out on it, especially because everybody has strong opinions on this one. So the first one we got is, do you believe the investigation has been corrupted? And we will start off with Will. What you got, my man?
See, there's absolutely no way for them to have a valid opinion on whether or not it's been corrupted. None.
The investigation has been corrupted.
See, there's no way for him to know that. And I'm going to tell him that.
Inception. Once you come out and you set the tone to say that we don't see any foul play has taken place.
They didn't see any foul play taking place.
The autopsy has even been done before, a real investigation has even begun. You're already letting it be known that the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and see, they just parrot that. They just parrot what they've heard other people say, where they say, they just repeat one another, and where they're saying, hey, well, the sheriff said this, that, and the other, and you can explain to him why the sheriff said that, and they're just going to reject that like it, because they're going to cling to that.
And trying to implant the innocence before you've even done due diligence. Like, who does that? And then, like you said, somebody just mentioned the autopsy and things like that being sent up to D.C. and not everything is there to even make a conclusive.
That's the way autopsies work.
On his actual cause of death. It all seemed funny style to me from the jump. And
see, that's a lack of it. That's a lack of understanding of how autopsies in the process work.
We got you.
Come on, man. Like we cannot forget this is Mississippi. We need an old school on here who was still alive. I know one was living during that era.
That doesn't mean anything.
Like people still walk the planet that can really touch
that. Just because somebody knows people who were alive during the civil rights era doesn't mean anything. You see how they use this for evidence for their conclusion.
What you got on them?
Well, I mean,
on the topic of, do you believe there's been some kind of corruption so far in the investigation?
Well, we don't know. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, if any corruption, I think like bringing in the Al Sharptons and the Ben Crumps and all of that, I think.
See, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to address the talking points right down the line. That's what I'm going to
do. Right now it's still very, very early on. We only know what we know, and the investigation is ongoing. I think there's an assumption that there is already corruption based on, like Will says, oh, we're inserting innocence. It's like, okay, nobody's inserting anything. Right. We don't know yet. Right. This is still being investigated. Right. And if there is foul play, I think everybody wants to make sure that justice is served. But we don't know that there is foul play. As far as I know, we operate under the assumption that everybody is innocent until they are proven guilty. So that would be that's my take.
Gotcha. Okay. Wicked. What about for yourself?
Kind of similar. It's like
he almost always brings me in last because he knows I'm going to be long-winded.
Not corruption because I
like that because it gives me an opportunity to respond to the other panelists
towards this specific investigation. And then just to touch on the part that you said real quick about the parts missing in the coroner, do you know that the parts that were missing are standard procedure of removing when doing an autopsy? So it's not like that's something suspicious. When you're doing an autopsy, those parts that were removed and stuff like that, that's just general practice.
Hold on, we'll get to that part. Let him finish his point.
I got too many things I got to remember from Uncle Tiger and then from him.
Yeah, where's your pen and paper?
Okay, well, get a pen and paper, write it down, or learn how to have it.
I got all that. I got all that.
Listen, Big Ward, I've only heard that parts and pieces of it.
How about
I'm not.
How about you just shut your mouth for a second
and
let somebody talk? It's annoying. What's annoying?
T-Reason and Wicked are distracted contacted me.
annoying.
I've only heard little
It's
parts and
annoying
pieces
you
of
not
it.
being able to shut your mouth.
If
because
the
that
audio
will-
recording is shown to be authentic,
I'm trying to do.
Giving
How
you
am I
information.
satisfied?
ultimately, whether it's the audio recording or whatever it is, Big
How
Ward,
can I talk when you're
if
talking
it's
over me like you normally do all the time?
if
Every time Dane
Nolan
talks, you wanna
Wells
talk over.
was
Every time
It's
I
on
talk,
you.
you wanna
homicided
talk
in
over.
some way,
It's on you.
Just all I'm saying is that
then
there are
I'm
certain
all
standard
for the. I'm
procedures
all.
that
I
are
mean,
taken out. So
it's like I
those are
told a
things
friend of
to look into,
mine,
not just
a
automatically
black
assume.
friend of mine.
But as far as it comes to
If there was foul play, I'll be
being
one of the
corrupted,
loudest
I
ones
don't
calling
know
for
what the
justice.
standard
It's just
procedure
my
is
position
in
is that
order to
right
have this
now there's
investigation
not
and
enough
the steps
evidence
that
been
they're
released to
doing
the
or not
public for us to
doing
know either
until
way.
really the investigation
So
is complete.
with the
Then you can
audio
kind of look into
recording
the steps that are
specifically,
taken. But how
if
can
it's
you know
proven
something is
that
being
that's a
done wrong if it's
legitimate
not
audio
completed yet?
recording and that Nolan was
Gotcha.
on
Okay,
the
cool.
boat,
Appreciate that. Okay, so Dane, what about for yourself, my man? What you got? So the question being
man.
is, do you believe the investigation's been corrupted?
Man, there's
Say whatever you want to say. And
just
then,
just staying in the guardrails of my original statement earlier. I don't think that there's enough information been released publicly for me to even have an opinion as to whether or not it's been corrupted. Now, I've seen a lot of the stuff people are saying on social media, you know, like Will has said and T-Reason has said about what about this, that, and the other, but all of those questions are second, third, fourth-hand information from just random people online who claim that they know this, that, and the third, you know, and it could be true, could not be true. Somebody, Big Ward in my chat just asked me what I thought about the new audio recording that this supposedly sound engineer had cleaned up, and it sounds like the kids on the boat, the guys on the boat are talking about Nolan while the driver was calling Cito and all that kind of stuff, and he was asking me about that. It's like I told him, if that audio recording is shown to be authentic and foul play is proven, I'll be one of the loudest voices calling for justice. But where I'm standing, all of this stuff of, you know, what about this, that, and the third, it's stuff that's been heard online. It's basically gossip, and it's people that are filling in the blanks, you know, of, well, this is what I heard, that's what I heard, and they fill in those blanks with their own imagination, and they don't have any reason to believe that those claims are true other than the fact that they don't know what is true. And they don't know what is true because it's like the DA explained, they're not going to release this information until the grand jury has had a chance to review it and either issue an indictment or no bill. I mean, that's where it's at. I just, as a grown man, I'm saying I don't know enough yet to have an opinion about the investigation. And I challenge anybody who would say the investigation has been corrupted. I would challenge them to tell me everything they know about the investigation that they know provably so. Not,
Can I tell you?
not
So-
well,
so
I
hold
saw
on,
it on
can we
social
get into it
media.
real quick?
I saw it on.
we're gonna, sorry, go ahead, Dane.
No, I was going to say, not just I saw it on social media or I heard, you know, something that somebody said, but something that you know to be a fact that's been verified.
Got you.
That would tell you that.
Cool. So we got Coach Andre on. You came in at the right time. You're going around. So I'm gonna put the question back up there so you can prepare for the question.
Big Ward. You ought to come on stream if you want to.
It's on you.
If you want to, Ward, I'll send you the link, man.
It's crazy how much stuff we see happening right in front of our face. You know, we know how investigations take place.
No, we don't.
And the fact that it's been going on for this long and we still don't have answers to basic questions that we typically have on day one. You understand what I'm saying? So for people to say, well, oh, we shouldn't make this a race issue or people shouldn't jump to conclusions. Like, are you kidding me? That's just crazy to even say that, because you got to look at it from both sides. If this was a different scenario, let's say, you know, you switch everything around, you know, the Nolan Wells is a white kid and then these are a whole bunch of black kids. They're going to be taken into investigation. They're going to be sat down and they're going to be asked several questions to try to figure out what took place. Ain't nobody going home that day. Ain't no
that's not true. He's just making that up.
Deleting text messages, none of that. Ain't no washing of no boat, and all of the information that we have, all of it looks suspicious. You see what I'm saying? So as far as with the investigation,
all the information that we had, we don't have that information. He just made that up.
Standard procedure. Okay, Well, why wasn't that explained when the body was being shipped that these components are going to be
It wouldn't need to be explained because it was being sent to a medical examiner.
No, but it should still be.
I mean, see, they ask these questions like this. Well, why wasn't that explained? Explained to who?
To vocalize that to
the medical examiner that was going to examine the body for the second time, he already knew it. Who was there to explain?
And they say, well, look, this is what we'll do. We'll finish our investigation, and then we'll hand over these parts to you guys as well. That's not being done. So it's like an improper handoff of a second investigation. If you're going to do a second investigation, the people doing the second investigation should know you're going to.
He knows absolutely nothing about law enforcement, criminal justice, or anything. You see, he just makes it the hell up. He just pulls it out of his ass.
Make it to where we could get a second opinion. Oh well, we'll freeze these organs so that way y'all can
freezing to destroy. See how stupid that is. That is stupid.
That those are the
but see, T-Reason and people like him, they talk about this kind of stuff as if they know something, and they don't. They don't know nothing.
Leave it up to the investigation as though an investigation can't be done wrong.
And the longer he talks, the more rhythmic he gets.
Got you. Appreciate that, T-Reason. Appreciate that. All right, Coach Andre, it's on you, my man. We dealing with the Nolan Wells situation right now. Do you believe there's been any kind of corruption in the investigation on the coroner's part, on the police, anybody that's been involved on this? What's your thoughts on that?
To be honest, a couple of things. Number one, I haven't been following it too much, but what I will say is that anytime that it's dealing with white and black, there's always going to be corruption somewhere involved, in my personal opinion, just based on what we've seen in the past. I do agree with what the brother has, both the brothers before me just spoke.
Yes, and my thing is, okay, deleted text messages. Who deleted them? His friends wouldn't have had his access code, and his family had the phone for days and days and days.
Yeah, I do understand that there is definitely more time that needs to be had for things to be uncovered and unfolded, but I do believe that
I'm hoping that we have opportunity to actually have a cross-examination, a back and forth, because that's going to be so much fun for me.
Saying that he's a witness to what some information that he has that
y'all don't forget to like my stream. I know it's hard when you come on my channel and you see my pretty face and everything, and the show's so entertaining. It'd be really easy to just overlook it and forget to like my stream. Share it if you will. Share it on your Facebook, whatever. Share it. And if you're not subscribed, sub up, man.
3Ks where the C should be. So
I got bills to pay.
Appreciate
hey,
that, Coach. So yeah, we have now everybody knows everybody's perspective on this right now. I think it's get into the cross examination right now and get into the more weightier things. So starting off right now, I'm picking somebody right now to be able to start the conversation off, and so we'll go with Wicked. You know, where do you want to go with this? Anybody want to cross examine?
So
Go ahead.
I just got a quick question.
I'm a long way off. I think I have right now. I think I have about
a few white guys on
700
by themselves, and
I need to get to 4,000.
Because that's how the picture is painted. So you realize
but that'll add up pretty quick. What I have to do is I have to keep streaming, like at least once, maybe 2 or 3 times a week. Just keep streaming, and it'll add up pretty quickly.
If there was a body or something going on there, you would see it. They were literally, even when they called for the tow, they're literally on the shoreline, surrounded by by hundreds of people.
They weren't.
Like,
see, now he's giving false information.
Hundreds of people around.
What's your point? What is your point?
So my point is don't you think that the way that they would be acting would be a little bit more suspicious, and there would be some kind of other people around there that would have more evidence
you see, and that's going to hurt my case just basically because me and Wicked are the same color. When they did the tow, they were not at the island.
If they had enough time to do all the things we know they had enough time to do, first of all, let me ask you this: why are their social medias deleted?
See, that's got nothing to do with it either. It's got nothing to do with it.
If you had, would you like me to answer? Do you want to ask me the same question 3 times, or would you like me to answer?
Or do you want to
have to keep adjusting my camera because
keep asking the same question. So would you like to ask?
I know that's neurotic.
Yeah, absolutely. Why was their social media deleted? Because there's no good answer.
Okay,
So it doesn't matter what you say.
Well, okay, so you're gonna say
Teresa gonna let him answer?
Dude, listen. Are you gonna let me answer, or are you actually gonna? How about you
answer the question? How about you shut up and answer the question?
You're the one who keeps talking. Do you realize how stupid you look
I
right
just
now?
Are
said
we-
You just shut
answer
up
the
while you keep
question.
talking.
I
Are
just
we
said
here
answer
to-
the question, and you're still
Holy
talking about
crap.
the
Are we
question.
here to
like
actually
you
have a
said-
conversation and
dude,
exchange,
go
or we
ahead.
just here to yell at each other?
Seriously.
Yeah.
He just can't shut up, can he?
I
It's
mean-
like
No,
a
you
fucking
can't
woman
shut
half the
up and
time.
answer the question.
Look
If
at
you gotta
him.
Yeah,
keep
go
saying
ahead.
shut
Go
up,
ahead and answer the
then
question.
you
Yeah.
answer the
Dude.
question. You
All right,
got
go ahead.
Okay, I'll give you.
answer the question.
Holy. Okay. What you need to
Okay,
understand
girl,
is, are you
keep on
going to say,
crying. Answer the question?
See?
Throw in ad hominems or jazz.
do you know what an ad hom is? Because I didn't throw an ad hom at you.
Yeah, you
If
called
you know what
me a
that is.
girl. You called me
That's
a
not
woman.
an ad hom. That's an insult,
is
you
an ad hom.
dumbass.
What is
Yeah,
an ad
let's-
hominem?
Look
Yeah,
up,
go ahead,
please.
go ahead,
Let's
go
go.
ahead.
Let's go sidetrack. What's an ad hom, real quick? Then tell me.
An insult.
Let's sidetrack real quick. Tell me what
An
an ad hom
insult.
is. Let's go ahead and
An
make yourself
insult.
look stupider.
An insult has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. It's way off
An
topic.
ad hom is me insulting
Oh,
you
yeah.
as an answer to
Oh
the
yeah,
to the
Ben, you'll
question.
see
It's
a
not
lot.
me
This
just insulting you.
T Reason here does
Okay?
that a
So
lot.
let me go back to your question.
He sparks out.
You
Oh,
could have easily answered
I'm
the question
trying.
for a long time.
But
still
what you
haven't
see
answered
right
the
now,
question.
he's going to do that
So-
the whole
dude,
stream.
So yeah,
shut
let me
up.
let me go ahead and go.
That's
Seriously.
the only thing you know.
Shut
Hey,
up.
that's the only thing
I'm
you know how to
trying
do
to
is tell
answer your-
somebody
Yeah,
to shut up. Why don't you answer the question and
Dude.
stop?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because
go
you
ahead.
keep crying like a
ahead,
woman.
Wicked.
Holy
Nobody's
crap.
crying. Do you see any tears in my eyes? Nobody's
Are we-
crying.
are we
You
on-
seem like a little girl. Stop
Well, yeah, let's
crying.
go ahead. Let's go
Answer
ahead and
the
get
question.
Yeah, are we on stream just to hear folks argue back and forth the whole time, or are we
let's go
going to
and get-
actually have a discourse?
I don't even know what his
What's
question.
happening? What's happening?
Yeah, Will, what you got? What you got?
Oh man, I was still kind of stuck a little bit on that last question. I hadn't fully processed the information coming
Do you
back.
believe the investigation has been corrupted? That one?
Nah. I got the questions, just some of the dialogue from the answers when we was going,
Okay.
and the information didn't jive with my understanding. Like
Okay.
as far as the body being dissected from the first autopsy to the second one. From all the medical professionals that I listened to, that I heard,
Oh Lord.
that being standard procedure to withhold it and things like that, especially those body parts, and in a lot of instances, just out of courtesy, but it may be by law to notify the family that you're going to be shipping a body without all of the parts intact. Or if they had to hold something back, to further dissect and run tests, things like that would be in the paperwork. I mean, to really send his body, but not really give what's conclusive to say whether or not, this was a drowning or not. We would have to look that up to see if that's really accurate what y'all saying. I don't think, the stomach, the lungs, and, the inner throat and things like that, all of that for a second independent autopsy, I don't know if that's accurate on that part. And then one more. When we were saying, what is it that we know and not what we heard from hearsay on the internet? The sheriff himself was the one that came out initially and said, we see no signs of foul play before things even got initiated. Unless that was AI. I mean,
No.
was that piss digital?
No, that's
know
a.
what I'm saying?
Do you think?
Dane, you
you-
go ahead and come in. I'm gonna come back to Wicked and
That's
TV
a-
on this as well. But
I
go
under,
ahead, Dane.
I
And
understand.
also, oh my bad, not to cut you off, fam, but also the other kid's mom, Warren, I think his name is Warren, who happened to be, his stepmom is a judge or something like that. She coming out making statements on his behalf and his innocence, but at the same time, probably incriminating him by mixing up the timeline. She said 2 different timelines. So all of that to be involved, and then the body parts are not, I mean, I don't see how it doesn't smell.
We got you. Okay, Dan, yeah, go ahead.
As
and then I'm
far
gonna
as
go back to, Wicked
as
and
far
TV.
as far as Jackson County Sheriff Ledbetter over there is concerned, I've heard that said a lot. When he came out before there was an autopsy and investigation and said we don't see any foul play or whatever. And there's been a lot made out of that. However, if you think about it from his perspective, he's the sheriff. They found Nolan's body. There wasn't any signs of like exterior trauma to him. Okay, they found his body. What he was saying is based on what they saw, because this was just a few hours after his body was found. Based on what they saw and the information they had at that moment, they didn't see a reason to say that they suspected foul play. Now, that's been misconstrued into Sheriff Ledbetter saying, we don't see a reason to believe there's foul play, so we're closing the case and we're done and we're going home. And that part of it's been read into what Sheriff Ledbetter said. They asked him, you know, what do you think happened? I don't have the quote in front of me, but essentially what he said was we found his body. We don't suspect foul play because they didn't see evidence of foul play. But he did.
Feel free to interject, Will, if you
he
want,
wasn't saying we're closing the investigation.
I mean, I just feel like in any investigation, you know, unless there's signs of, you know, foul play just blatant, that's what the investigation is for. Let's see. You know
I agree.
I mean? Like I heard his body wasn't waterlogged to say, okay, he drowned. He could just be on the beach. Somebody could have gave him a jab with a needle and took him out of there. Like,
it could have been.
No, we don't even know if it's drowning.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing about how he wasn't waterlogged, but I don't know like that. But let me give you a comparative case. Ahmaud Arbery up in, I think it was South Carolina a year or two ago, where the McMichaels took it on themselves, the McMichaels and some other neighbor, that Ahmaud was supposedly, they thought, burglarizing a home that was under construction. They took it on themselves. I think it was vigilantism, and they grabbed their guns and they got in their pickup truck and they took off and they got in an altercation with Ahmaud Arbery, ended up shooting him at point blank range, laid him down dead right there in the street. And then months and months and months and months went by as the DA and all said, well, that's a stand your ground. That's self-defense. When I saw the video, I'm saying that don't look like self. You can't chase someone down and claim self-defense. Okay, so when social media got involved and there started being a lot of press coverage, they had to reopen the case. The McMichaels went to prison. That's not what's going on. What seems to be going on with Nolan. When the sheriff said just a few hours after finding the body, we don't see any. We don't suspect foul play. He wasn't saying that he was going to do like that DA and that sheriff in South Carolina did and say, we're done, we're out of here. That's something that's been read into what he said. Because if you went back and you looked, there was no time after that the investigation wasn't being conducted. All he was saying is basically, we just found the body. Nothing looks injured or out of the way other than he's dead, you know, so we don't suspect foul play. Maybe he should have at the end of that said at this time, but that's what he said, and it's been interpreted to mean that he was closing the case like in South Carolina, and that wasn't what was happening.
Yeah, let me bring Tiger and Coach Dre in here real quick, and then we can get back to T Reason and Wicked. So yeah, y'all got any thoughts on what's been said so far? You know, anything?
I just feel like, you know, for them to be so like you said, you wish more information was released to the public, and they were more forthright with what they found. So for them to be so mum at this point,
I appreciate
that was
you
doing a lot of statement early on. That was a lot of talking. Like he said a lot with that one sentence to not be saying so much right now. Like saying that and putting that out there, to me, it says a lot. And when you follow it up with what we're seeing as far as, like I said, the stepmom coming out, proclaiming her son's innocence, giving false times, but also, I don't know how true it is, but I was watching Willie D. Willie D was showing how the tip information line down there.
I don't even know who Willie D is. Maybe somebody in chat can tell me who that is.
Mom, the judge. The numbers were supposed to be reversed, but when they listed it, they listed her number. So he called them live on air and spoke to the lady, and she was talking about the mix-up. It sounded legitimate. So when you mix all
you're
that,
right, Ben, and like Officer Tatum has pointed out
really
that when he was an
like,
officer, that they did the same thing.
And
gotcha.
It's dog whistles and people trying to get you.
Appreciate you, Will.
To something early. I think
I got you, Will. I want to bring Coach and Uncle Tiger in real quick here. So yeah, y'all got any comments y'all want to make?
I mean, it seems like Will, at least for now, is debating in good faith to an extent. He's just not operating in logic very well.
There's a young lady in law enforcement.
But whereas this dude right
by the
here,
name
T
of
Reason,
Pamela
he's just wanting to
A.
spurg
Smith.
and squawk and squeal and oh,
Pamela
she
A.
brought me my
Smith is a
martini
young
and I
lady that
hadn't got
went
it off the
viral
table. I will be right back.
for a speech that she did
All
where
right,
she literally
here we go.
uncovered how law enforcement was doing a couple of things. Number one, they were covering up some of the criminal offenses of Caucasian males, and they were skewing numbers of Caucasian incidents and adding them to African Americans. She found evidence to
No idea
support
what
her
all this
claim.
means about Nolan
And
Wells.
after this happened, she was fired or forced to retire after 28 years in law enforcement. I have nothing else to say after that.
You know what I'm saying?
You can look into
Like,
it.
I don't know.
Her name is Pamela A. Smith. Look into it. It's there.
But
She
Wicked-
got
some of the guys on the
she-
panel that
she
would be
was forced
blind
to
and,
retire.
and act like they don't see it. And
Yeah,
They
so
don't-
Thank you.
hold
Thank
on,
you.
I wanna-
That's-
They don't
hold on.
want- they don't
I
want
want
any-
to give
what-
Wicked.
at
I
what
want to give
point-
Wicked a chance to respond to that, and then Dane.
Hold on a
So
second.
Dane,
At
so
what
Wicked
point
and
have
Dane,
any
like,
of
what y'all
us-
got to say on that?
At what point have any of us ever said that there are no bad cops that don't do anything? Never once have any of us said that. So
That's
for you to
my
even
point.
say that just shows how stupid
he
you are,
always
T.
missed the point. You spazzing out. The only person stupid is the one Wicked Dreams that's talking right now. You spazzing out. Nobody said that.
How?
You
You
just
see how he's
assumed-
doing it?
you just assumed-
You're the
you
one who
literally
keeps
just-
raising your voice
your first-
and getting
because
all
your first
freaky and
statement-
getting all loud.
Because your first statement was you arguing
See,
with yourself.
he
You
thinks
said
that this
anyone
makes
on
for
this
a
panel
sound
said
argument.
That
All this
that,
woman
top end
spurging.
cops don't do bad things. That's not what
When
we
did
were
we say
saying.
that?
You whatever you just said, you completely missed the point. Like you completely missed what we were trying to explain.
You just said that.
It
There's
doesn't
people
have
on this
anything to
panel
do with
who would
anything,
never see that. That would
being,
interpretate
but it's
as
like let's
we would
talk
never
about
see
history.
cops doing bad things.
Let's
which
let's
would
talk
mean
about
that
the
there
past. Let's
are
talk
no
about
bad cops. You
unrelated
know how to
What he
logically
said
do it?
situations.
What he just said was very specific, and it wasn't about cops in general. He said this woman discovered something and she got let go after she discovered something. That's the issue. It's not that cops are good or bad. What you're saying, what we're saying is this woman was working and she found something that needed to come out. The truth was coming
Okay,
to the light.
yeah, it's a bad thing.
And you missed that.
Okay, and how did I miss
You're
that?
trying to reduce
Yes, it's
it
a
to
bad thing.
ridiculous
What does that
talking
have to
about
do?
and. It is no and. It ain't no and to that. What do you mean and?
Yeah,
Like, you're
she did
trying to
something
reduce
good. She did something good. Something bad happened to her. And what does that have to do with what we're talking
She
about?
did something very specific. She did something very specific. She didn't do just something
She
good.
showed cops that are bad. But what does that have? And
You're
that's what
trying to
he's
generalize it.
that's what he
You're trying
did.
to
That's what he's
generalize
doing.
it and reduce to ridiculous what he just said. And I don't like the fact
And
that
you're
you were trying to do
generalizing
that.
as well, you dumbass.
Are we
You're
gonna
generalizing
argue?
as well?
No, I'm not. Not to.
Let me
I'm not
unmute
generalizing.
over
I'm
here.
literally being specific. I literally said what she did.
How
You're
late?
saying- you're saying,
Vulcan.
oh, she's
And what
good.
is-
Oh, she's a good cop.
and
Oh, she
how
did
does that
something
relate-
good.
Vulcan.
Who said? Who
How-
said she was a
Like,
how-
good cop and
you
did something?
completely
I
missed the
said
point.
what she did.
How
was
late are we
good.
gonna go,
What
Vulcan?
happened to her
Arguing
was
about
bad.
arguing.
So yeah, Dane, go and come in. What you got to say on this?
I mean,
Dane?
they arguing about arguing instead of arguing about the actual topic.
I tried to argue about the
I'm
point,
just
but
saying
he
he
just
missed the
can't
point
understand
as
it.
usual. All I'm saying is he
Okay,
missed the
I'm
point.
not here to
And I'm
argue.
tired of him missing the
I'm
point.
not here to argue
He
with
got
you
2
about
ears
the
and 1 mouth, but
argument.
he steady wanna talk.
Okay, now he's gonna just keep right on, just
Yeah, yeah,
arguing with me
yeah, so
about the
we got-
He
argument.
does every show. All he does is talk.
Oh, you crying.
Start
All you do
listening.
is
Yeah, yeah,
cry
let's,
and whine like a little girl.
Yeah, let's
Like,
focus on
grow
this
up.
show.
Cry like a little
fellas.
girl
Let's
by
focus on
pointing
this
out
show.
how
What
much
you
of a
got,
woman
Dane?
you are.
You started spazzing out.
See,
You
it's
started spazzing out. After he said what he said, you started.
see that's
You're
what
the
he
one
does. He's
raising
just
your
gonna keep
voice.
going.
We got your point,
I
T
can
Reason
raise
and
my
Wicked. We
voice.
got
I'm
your
a grown
point.
T,
man. I can
you're the
raise
one
my-
raising
Dang,
your
go ahead.
voice
I'm
and
a
getting
grown man.
upset.
I can raise my voice, especially when I'm talking to little boys like you. I'm a
Yeah,
raise
Oh,
my
you need a
voice.
little
we got your
tissue.
Everything I'm saying to you,
Oh,
I'll say it in your face.
poor little
You
lady.
safe over
And
there
I'll say
saying
it's your
that.
face too.
Let's get I gotta let's get Dane in on this one. T Reason and
talk to
Wicked.
me like this in person. I promise you that. I put everything I love on that.
Yeah, we got your point,
Listen.
T Reason. It's on Dane now.
Okay,
Go ahead.
okay. I've almost forgotten what the point was, but
Yeah,
if
we're on the corruption of the investigation.
yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna
Feel free to
respond.
cross-examine anybody. Anybody want to cross-examine anybody? You want to speak to what they said?
Well, I
talk
was
to anybody
gonna-
directly, feel free to
I
do
was
so.
gonna respond what Coach here said. I'm trying to remember exactly what he said after T Reason went off and all that kind of crap.
Got a bad memory. Step
At
up
any
in-
rate, I think the dude is like some insects. I think he breathes through his exoskeleton. He don't even have to inhale. He can just get going, and he can go for hours and never take a breath. I don't know how he does it, man. It must be some gift from God. At any rate, what I'm trying to do in this situation when I look at it, because anybody who doubts me can go back and look at some of my old channel, especially if you go over to my Facebook where old folks like me hang out at doing things like the Arbery case and even Carmelo Anthony. You can go to my YouTube channel and you can see where I still stand on the fact that Carmelo Anthony was defending himself. And I've had black people and white people come at me for that. But my position is, and I even said on this stream, I think when we did Carmelo Anthony's streams, I even said, when Metcalf put his hand on Carmelo Anthony, that's assault and battery. Now, people could argue, well, it was just a little shove. It was still a shove. That's still assault battery. So, and I know it turned out, and Carmelo's in prison and all of that. And then the other video came out and that changed a lot of people's minds. And I understand all of that. But ultimately, when Metcalf put his hand on Carmelo Anthony, that was assault and battery, and it seemed like nobody really wanted to own up to that. I argued on this stream back then, we could argue out whether or not Carmelo overreacted to it. That's a whole different argument. Okay, so I'm saying all that to preface that I'm not here just to defend the white boys and write off the black dude. So if you were to ask me if there were corrupt officials, every state has corrupt officials. If you would ask me if there were corrupt people in law enforcement, and that, and the third, well, sure they are. But it goes back to, we could bring in all of these different things from history. Like if you would ask me, do black people have a reason to be suspicious? Well, yeah, sure they do. But if we're bringing in all of these things and we're reading it into the Nolan Wells case, and we're saying, because these people over here were changing records to make black people look bad or to hurt black people in some way or to send black people to prison who are innocent, because of this, that means that those guys that went out on that boat with Nolan, that they did something nefarious and caused him to die. That just doesn't logically wash. And that's what I'm looking at. And that's why when someone tells me Carmelo Anthony was not defending himself, the logic don't logic. If assault and battery.
Let me ask this question real quick. Let me ask this: does anybody want to cross-examine Dane? Not make a different point, but anybody want to cross-examine anything he says? Okay, we don't. Then okay, we're gonna go to the next one here. That was good. We covered that one pretty well. So the next one we have right here, and because I heard it mentioned earlier, so we're gonna get to it. Who has been more of a force for good in this situation? If you don't have a strong opinion, because maybe you haven't seen everybody, all the commentary on it, feel free to bow out on this one. We'll get you on the next topic. The next question coming up. But who has been more of a force for good in this situation? Officer Tatum or Al Sharpton? And I want to say this: it's not just about those two gentlemen. So Officer Tatum and the like, and Al Sharpton and the like. So just to make it, you don't have to focus on just those guys in particular. So I want to give everybody a chance to give their perspective on it. Who do you pick has been more of a force for good in this situation? And then we'll get into the cross-examine afterwards. So we'll start off with you, Tiger. If you've seen, you can bow out if you haven't seen any of these guys' commentary. But what's your thoughts on that?
Ben, what you're saying is
Uncle Tiger, I think you're on mute.
It's correct, 100%.
No, yeah, I watched a little bit of
that's right here. They have no idea.
Interview with
they think that they're actually being like super sleuths. But then they end up, and it all ends up. I say all of it. 90% of it ends up being emotion.
Tatum, but I definitely trust his word over an Al Sharpton, no doubt. I mean, Al Sharpton, he makes his living off of these sorts of situations. So
does Officer Tatum.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, cool. I love how nobody's interrupting you, but anytime anybody else talks, you interrupt it. But you know what? That's fine. Go ahead. I'm done.
All right. Well, so next we'll go to Dre. Coach Dre. I don't know if you've been able to see any of this.
And the thing is, it's not just that T Reason just interrupts people with his little interjections.
I got nothing for you, brother. Go on to the next.
His interjections never add to the conversation.
Will, what you got?
Man, Al Sharpton on this one. I gotta say it, man. You know what I'm saying? But anytime I get a sense that you want transparency, you want answers, and you're championing due process, You know, that's what I really want to see. I think Officer Tatum is he's giving those kids an opportunity to speak, I guess, but the fact that they're doing it with a guy like an Officer Tatum, you know what I'm saying? That speaks to me, but I just feel like, you know, the people that want the transparency.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Bubba.
Why
I wasn't a big Tatum fan, even though we're all conservatives. I wasn't a big Tatum fan until he came to Ocean Springs, sat down with them boys. And if you've seen his streams he's done after he came to Ocean Springs, I'm like, okay.
Move like that.
I still ain't crazy about his content, but he's a good dude.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if we out here calling uncles and all that, like, why you ain't call his mama? You know what I'm saying? It'd be like, look, ma, we out here, we was wilding. Something wrong with Nolan. We finna, you know what I'm saying? And then to play with the phone and all that. Like, I can't really get down with that team. You know what I'm saying? So if Al is opposing that,
yeah, that's what my plan was to do anyway. I've already asked several people on different panels that same thing.
Here, let a couple people look at it. Let's lay all the chips on the table. I'm with that. Tatum ain't with that.
Got you. Appreciate that. Okay, so Dane, you go ahead. What you got on this?
Well, I think that a lot of people, some people, I mean, the people on both sides, okay? Because, I mean, I've heard a lot of white people, especially in this area, that they take on one side just because of what they heard. She said, the other said as well. I think a lot of people, they're reading a lot of their own personal feelings and such. But I would challenge anybody who said that Al Sharpton or Bill Crump has been any kind of a force for good. I would like to hear them tell me what it is that Ben Crump or Al Sharpton got for the Wansleys that they would not have already had to begin with. Other than that GoFundMe account that I don't know what's it up to now. The last time I heard it was like $850,000. Other than that GoFundMe account, what is it that, for instance, I think Will just said something about due process. Well, what is due process? Due process has been going on the whole time. You see, it's been going on the whole time, and
it has not. It has not. I'm sorry.
Okay, when was it not going on?
So you open it up to the cross. If you're okay with that, Dane,
I'm really not, but I'm really not.
Oh, my
but
bad, brother, my bad.
No, hang on, Will.
Y'all want to go?
Will,
y'all want to
Will.
time for that?
Let me say this, Will. I do it because I've already told my chat, man. You can go back and look at my stream. When you see me talking and you can't hear me because I'm talking to my chat because I'm streaming too. But I've already told them that I do. You do seem, at least thus far, to seem like you're here for a good faith discussion. Even though we probably, I can see we disagree on things. I do appreciate that. So no, I don't mind engaging with you if you let me get like two or three more words out. But
no, do your thing, bro. That was my bad.
Oh, that's no problem. But all I was gonna say is that to my knowledge at least, and I keep reiterating that we don't really know much. We know like 5% maybe right now, but due process has been going on. But I just want to point out that those friends that went out there with him, and according to those guys, there were 3 boatloads of them. It wasn't just 3 or 4 friends. Those friends that went out there with him, they too deserve due process. But the same source of information that a lot of the things that some people are saying on this panel right now tonight, that same source of information has come out almost from July 6th. Well, really before that, but July 6th, when Nolan was found, saying that these white guys were somehow or another involved in it.
So Dane, so for this, right? How is this connected to the Officer Tatum or Al Sharpton one, or if you can tie that in?
Well, no, I was responding. That part was a part where about what Will said about getting due process. Okay, that was my point. Just ask you, what is it that Al Sharpton or Ben Crump has gotten for the Wansleys that they were not already getting or would not have gotten without them? I'll
tell you.
So hold on, before you tell, Will, let's go and get Wicked in, then we got to reason after that. Then we can get into the exchange.
Well, I was excited to hear what Will had to say, but it's your show, Vulcan.
We're gonna get to it. Make sure you have your notes. Okay, Wicked, it's on you, big dog.
I mean, I would say Tatum because I believe that Al Sharpton is just a grifter. and only looks out for when it's a black-white case. I don't believe he has any interest if a white person is actually innocent. I do believe that he does want to see justice for black people and actually get down to the
yeah, Lee. He has at least so far hasn't seemed to be quite. When you're being contrasted with this dude here, you've been on this stream enough, Lee, to know how this dude right here is. When you're being contrasted against him, it's easy to look. But he does. He seems to be pretty reasonable. He seems to be committed to his position, but
he wants to find just benefits.
he's not coming out with all that vitriol.
Appreciate that. All right. Anything else you want to add to that?
No.
All right, T. Reason, it's on you, big dog.
All right. So to me, this question is multi-layered.
Leah, you ought to come on stream.
When you look at when you say who's been
I'll send you the link
of good in this situation, the only reason why I would say Officer Tatum is because he actually sat down with these boys and interviewed them and got to say their testimony. They got to speak to the situation. But when you look at the message behind it, you already know Officer Tatum has an angle. We already know Officer Tatum is
everybody has an angle
of what took place with Nolan Wells. He's gonna be on the defensive side of the guys he's interviewing to try to give them an out more than an in. Instead of
what does that even mean? See, he does that kind of woman poetry. It's going to give them an out more than an in.
So who's been
what the damn ish? That sounds like my dating life back in high school.
He put money up.
Yep, them guys gave me an out way more than an in. Get the hell out! What they told me
to speak to what happened. He put money up.
I found one pretty woman
to say who's been more
who sleep with me, and I said, "Let's get married."
It's got to be Al Sharpton, and I haven't even really heard what Al Sharpton is saying. I haven't heard him speak about it. The only thing I've seen is him actually be a proponent to try to come forward and help him, bring light to the case. Obviously, put some money up to find some more information about it. But then when you look at somebody like Officer Tatum, he always has an agenda, and everything they're saying about Al Sharpton is absolutely 100% true about Officer Tatum. And it's kind of puzzling to me that these guys take such offense to Al Sharpton, and maybe he only steps in.
See how he talks about offense?
It's a racial issue where black people should.
He's talking about take offense. Address the issue.
He's always going to see,
address the issue. It's got nothing to do with feelings. This guy's so feminine minded. He's so interested in feelings. These guys take offense. I'm not offended by Al Sharpton. He doesn't affect my life much at all.
But now it's okay for you to interrupt me though. But now it's okay.
Oh, but you don't. Oh, because I wanted to do it to see how you liked it.
Here they go again.
I will say this real quick.
But I'm just gonna.
Oh, you don't like it, do you? You don't like it, do you?
You don't do something that I've seen you consistently.
I never said I don't do it. I literally just said I'm doing it to you to see how you like it. Do you not hear me say that?
So T Reason, go ahead and finish your point, and then after that you can go start the cross-examination up. Go ahead.
I'm gonna have to.
You got anything more you wanted to add, T Reason?
I'm gonna have to unmute them so I can play my soundboard.
Like, when you look at this situation, there's some good to what Officer Tatum's doing, but there's a lot of bad to what he's doing. Because we already know we're not going to get the whole story from Officer Tatum. We might not even get the whole story from Al Sharpton. But I will say, as far as somebody being a force of good, right now, I would have to say it favors Al Sharpton. I got to look a little bit more into what he's saying. I haven't seen all of his, his takes on it. But I did see the boys come on Officer Tatum's show and say that what they seen and what they saw,
Bless his heart,
what took place. And I feel like we got a lot of information, so there was some good from that.
So let me say this real quick here. Anybody have a point they want to cross-examine somebody on? Anybody?
I got to cross-examine. There's a few points that I got to cross-examine for T Reason.
Oh Lord.
Okay, so I'm gonna give y'all 3 minutes. Go ahead.
So
3 minutes of hell.
Let's go back to let's say he offered up money.
T Reason is not going to answer his question. Trust me. He's not going to actually give an answer or defense or anything. He's just going to spurg out more about his feelings. And he's going to go on a diatribe.
Information all of a sudden
he's going to gish gallop.
Reasons, and that might not be true. Is that a possibility?
No, because if
I'm gonna highlight you, Bubba. Let me pull that up. There you go.
It's not a possibility.
People hit the lottery all the time. People jump out of airplanes and go skydiving because you're bringing up something relevant.
You can't answer my question. How about you answer the question?
No, I can't answer your question. Obviously, people lie, but obviously these kids can be lying too. So the same way you're saying Al Sharpton's probably doing
And
something
then
mischievous.
you
I'm
want to talk
saying the boys
about,
can't.
but then the funniest part of everything is you're like, Al Sharpton is the one who's better, even though I have not paid attention to a single thing he said or anything that is going on
I
with
just
what he
told you
says.
why. I just told you why. Because he
But
actually
you
put
s-
money up for people to come forward. That's a good
But
thing in this
putting
situation.
money, so it's a good thing to put up money. Is it a good thing to actually have? So putting up money can create people to create situations just to get the money. You don't think
Like
that
I said,
happens? You don't think that people are like, oh, I have a reward, let me just make up
you're
something and then
looking
try
to
to get
the
the money?
you're looking to the rarest thing that could happen. You're looking to like the odds of that happening being extremely low. You're trying to make it seem like that's what's going to happen when the odds of that
Minute and a
happening
half
is
left.
very
I got a
low.
minute
Did
and
I
a
say
half
that is
left.
what is going to happen? Did I say that is what is going to happen? Or did I say that putting up money could create an incentive for somebody to lie?
The officer who's in charge of the investigation could create a lie. It could be creating a lie right now. He's probably creating a lie right now.
You just can't answer a question, can you?
No, I'm answering the question. The same thing you're saying could happen, I'm saying can already be happening, and that's why we need someone to come forward with the right, correct information, which is what Al Sharpton is doing.
So I'm asking you a specific question, and I'm not getting an answer to the question that I'm asking you. I'm getting a random tangent, which
Okay,
yes,
well, let
what
me
you're
ask
saying
you
is there
this.
are
Him putting up money, can someone actually come forward with good information that actually leads to more information that needs to come to the light in regarding this case?
In
And
order
like I
to
said to
answer
you
that
before,
question, T-Reason, you would have to know what information had already been brought forward and what evidence, which goes back to my original opening statement.
Specifically said new information.
Can I finish what I'm saying? Okay. In order for you to know that new information had been brought forward, you would have to know what the old information was. And no one knows, because we're all working off of sources that either had their own agenda to advance, whether it be the friends that left them on the island or whoever, or whether it be Al Sharpton or whoever. That's all we're dealing with. We don't have any, human beings are not going to be unbiased. I don't care how good a person they are. We've all got our
and
biases.
I just had one more point as well.
And
Is
that's
you're
the
talking
whole
about
problem that we have with this whole case is people acting as if those biases don't come into play with this situation.
Nobody's
That's the
acting
problem.
like that.
so
That's
let's
why
go-
we have
Hold
a
on, I just
sheriff.
want to make sure everybody understands the cross-examine portion over. It's been 3 minutes now, so
I just had one
anybody
more.
else
I just had one more real quick. This is real quick. Is what he said. Yeah, for T. He just said that Al Sharpton is looking out for the betterment of his people, for the injustice of his people. Is that what you said? Correct?
That is what I said. Yeah.
Yeah. See.
Why has Al Sharpton never gone to any black-on-black crimes if he's concerned about his people?
How do you know what he's done and what he hasn't done?
The same way that you know what information's been brought forward.
You know why? Because he is a civil attorney. In civil cases that he takes on, it is a black and white crime, not criminal cases.
Wicked.
So his specific genre of being an attorney would be civil cases
Wicked.
versus black versus white.
Wicked.
Yeah.
Just a point of order or whatever, man. I think you're conflating the Reverend Al Sharpton with Ben Crump. He's the attorney. He's the civil attorney.
Okay, so they're both not.
They're both involved. They're both involved.
So those different people, and just so everybody knows, again, it could be people on either side. I kind of used Officer Tatum and Al Sharpton to kind of represent the two opposing sides. So yeah, you can speak to anybody, but Dane's right about those are different people right there. So real quickly, I gave time for y'all to do a cross examination. Tiger, Will, Dane, Coach, y'all got anybody y'all want to?
It's just a thought for the room, just a conversation. Not really
I mean, it's important that when we are dealing with
looking at it and how it's playing
when we're dealing
out,
with situations like this, it's just important that we are careful, because when we conflate, in this case, Sharpton and Crump, then the other side could come back and beat you in the head with that.
Like to abuse certain substances. You know what I'm saying? So off the back, the fact that we don't have some of those adults who are involved being brought in, question about the underage drinking, the kids who allegedly abused substances, like they haven't went and attacked or arrested or put charges on underage drinking out at sea. That's against maritime law, from what I understand. You out there doing all this. If the shoe was on the other foot, man, we might have, drug sniffing dogs at the house. We might have a bootlegging charge about something. just because liquor's involved, they're gonna get a whole RICO a bootleg charge. Like people would probably be arrested, charges, mamas, people would be brought down.
So he just made. I
station
was
right
with him
now,
until he started
probably.
just making that
You know
stuff
what I'm
up.
saying? But it's being real laissez-faire about how things are being handled. And like I said, even bringing in Officer Tatum for the questions, I watched the interviews he did. To me, I felt like some of those questions was kind of softball lobs. He asked a couple good questions, but I'm like, if you're gonna be doing this interview thing, you could dig a little better than that. Like
he giving them the answer to the question while he asking the question.
At first, sorry to interrupt real quick, but at first I was about to go to a different question because you brought up something else, but then you back to the Officer Tatum, Al Sharpton ones. Okay, yeah. So you're saying that he was giving them softball and
yeah, man, and kind of, you know, seeing certain contradictions, inaccuracies with things that was already going on out there.
Let me ask this. You brought up a really good point, Will. Anybody want to address that? Dane, Tiger, Coach, Wicked. Anybody got anything you want to say about what Will's saying there?
Well, yeah. I mean, you're dealing with these guys that went out there with Nolan. They're all adults, but they're barely adults. I know when it first started, people kept referring to them as kids or whatever, but they're barely adults. But I was telling my wife when it first came out that they were out there drinking. I told my wife, I said, whatever adult bought that alcohol for them boys, they're the ones that's probably going to end up going to jail. Now, that's if you just grant that Nolan had been drinking, got dehydrated, heat stressed, and somehow or another ended up in the water at a bad place and the undertow got him. If that is what happened, and it was just a matter of he was out there drinking and that would have contributed to that. Whatever adult bought that for him, that's the one that they're probably going to send to jail, as they probably should, because that's the thing. Like if you give your 14-year-old son's friend, 14-year-old friend, the keys to your car, and he goes down the road and dies in an accident, gets injured in an accident, or injures or kills somebody else, you're criminally liable for that. So that's the one I think. You're the first person, Will, I've heard bring that up. And I've been following this pretty closely because, like I said, I live down here in the midst of all of it. I think whoever it was that provided the alcohol, that's going to be the one who ends up, even if Nolan, it was a tragic accident and he drowned, which is not hard to do on that end of Horn Island. If that's the case, whoever gave them alcohol, 18 years old, that ain't even like, well, he's almost 21. He's 18, and it's the thing. So, yeah, I know if it was my child and you gave my 18-year-old son alcohol, and just period for me, because, I was a real involved father, but if you gave my 18-year-old son alcohol and he ended up, getting seriously injured or worse, deceased, oh, yeah, I'd be coming for you. If I had to hire Ben Crump and Al Sharpton because you gave him alcohol and that led to his divorce, I would hold my nose and I would sue the hell out of you and try to get you sent to jail even if I had to go use Crump and Sharpton. Because, that's my kid, and that's the one I think is going to end up. And that's the one, in a way, it should. It should.
So let me say this. Okay, so a lot of people have said a lot of different things. Anybody want to cross-examine or address that somebody said? Go ahead, Will.
I want to say one more thing, man. Earlier, man, Dane has said, what has Sharpton or Crump contributed or gave the Wansley that they couldn't get themselves?
What has it gotten them? Yeah, what has it gotten them that they weren't already going to receive or hadn't already received? What did they get for them?
They were not going to receive this type of coverage.
Oh yeah,
this type of exposure. Yeah. Like whenever you're dealing with a Crump and a Sharpton, just because their name can draw the attention and get eyes on what's happening with your particular son. It's so many cases that I come across that just sound suspect, just in the news feed or, I might see it on Facebook. I go look into it, be like, yo, is this real? This really happened? And it's so much suspicion. There's a mother right now, 5 years ago, she was kind of coming at content creators like, yo, and they had to kind of check her, but they still gonna share her story. You know, black lady and stuff. She was kind of coming out like, yo, this happened exactly to my son 5 years ago. Went out with his white friends, drowned or whatever, playing around with the phone, all this, it's almost identical. I forget her name, but you can look it up and check it out. But she didn't have, you know, people sharing it, retweeting, and exposing it the way that this case is getting with Sharpton and Crump, and just bringing those eyes and you know, they have a large following. So I think that's what they gained more than anything was
good point, Will.
The attention of a Tyler Perry and
the person who asked the question. What do you have to say about that? He answered the question. Do you find it sufficient? What do you think about that?
Oh, you asking me?
Whoever asked the question, whoever's one who asked that question.
Yeah, I was the one he was responding to. I think about when I asked, you know, what is it they got? Yeah, as far as raising the image in the media, public relations, and that sort of stuff, you know, I guess that would be a valid thing to point out. But as far as the actual process from Sheriff Ledbetter and District Attorney McElrath, and just so anybody else that might hear this stream, her last name is pronounced McElrath. Man, I've heard her name butchered so much, man. Some of the people pronounce her name, they ain't even that many letters in her name. But yeah, D.A. McElrath, she, to my knowledge, just from what I've seen from the outside, because unlike T-Reason, I'm not claiming no stuff that hadn't been released, but the best I can see from the outside is that the due process has been moving forward from the time his body was found. So in regards to that, the legal process was more about what I was focusing on. But yeah, as far as like the public image.
Let me ask that question then. Sorry, Dane. Like, I mean, Will, do you have anything for that? He's saying he was more talking about the legal process. You know, is anything on that?
Yeah. I think that exposure being out there and getting so many more people to talk about it is part of that benefit. You know, you get the internet detectives and the couch sleuths and all those people to come out and really look at this thing, so you have a counterbalance. You know, I don't see whether this benefit of doubt is you know so bold. I think not to come in biased, but to understand that you need these questions to be exposed. You need to understand why somebody would come out and make a statement like, yo, we haven't investigated, but, you know, it looks good. Or a judge to come out and basically, you know, make false statements for her son. There's a lot of power in people in positions that have a lot of pull, leverage, and connections that could make something like this go away for sons of prominent individuals in that community. So when you got somebody on the case, putting a microscope on it, that allows all these other people out there who's doing their research and you know, breaking down and doing sound engineering. Yeah,
appreciate you on that, Will. Hold on, I want to get Dane, because I know you initially asked the question.
Will, for real.
Yeah, so Dane, what about that? Does that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I would just point out that what Will's describing is pretty much exactly what happened in South Carolina with the McMichaels and Ahmaud Arbery. But social media picked it up and raised that awareness and got the case reopened. So, I mean, that's a valid angle to look at it as. But even in that case, it didn't take Sharpton and it didn't take Crump to do that. But I mean, that's a valid. I can concede easily that it did get a lot more press attention and stuff like that because of Al Sharpton and Ben Crump originally as well. But I'm just not sure that that getting the social media sleuths and that sort of stuff involved to the degree they've been involved at this point has really been a benefit, because there's been so much what ifs and so much second, third, fourth hand information. Some of the stuff I've heard people saying online about it, you can tell they've never been in this area. They don't know anybody in this area. They don't know what boating is like. They don't know what boating on salt water is like. They don't know anything about the Mississippi Sound or anything. They're just repeating what they've seen people say on social media who know as little or less than they do. So a lot of times that social media sleuth could be good. It was with the McMichaels and Ahmaud Arbery. But sometimes it can end up being more of a problem because they get it so muddled up, and the people will be convinced that they know what the truth is. When, like, even now, there's so many people that are convinced they know what the truth is, and when it comes to that investigation, we know very, very, very little. We just know very little.
Appreciate that, Dane. Let me go ahead and bring Tiger. You got anything you want to say on this topic? Okay, what about you, Wicked?
I mean, I would just go back to what he was saying about the alcohol part. I think that is a very big thing that needs to be looked
I don't know
into.
what's up with Uncle Tiger. I'm gonna have to
kids
text
out on
Tiger.
an island, they're drinking. I think that's like a given to how many kids go out to an island to hang out for 4th of July and not be drinking. I feel like the only issue is going to be trying to find the person who supplied that alcohol. I feel like that'll be the hardest part. I do believe that that person would be responsible to what Dane said. You're out there day drinking, you're on an island, you're in the sun, you can get very dehydrated. You know, there's a lot of things that could be a possibility. It doesn't automatically mean that it's foul play because there's too many possibilities that could happen. So I would agree with like I said, the alcohol part of needs to be looked into because that is a serious part that is, I think, a major effect into what happened.
Okay, appreciate that. So as far as the Al Sharpton and Officer Tatum, nobody got any cross-examinations they want to have. Everybody's pretty much satisfied with what they've said so far on that. Okay, so the next question we have right now is, and this goes to what Will had brought up a little bit earlier. Would the case be handled differently if the races were reversed? So I want to go ahead and start off with Tiger on this one. What's your honest thoughts on that? You got a minute.
You know, it's hard to say. I mean, perhaps, sure. Yeah, maybe.
Do you, if you had to lean one direction or the other, I get that you're saying it's pretty close, but if you lean more, would you lean more yes or lean more no?
Probably lean more no, but yeah, I mean, yeah, lean more no.
Okay. All right. Wicked, what about for yourself?
I mean, there's a strong possibility, a very strong possibility that it could be handled differently if it was the other way around. If you were to just go off of track record, you know what I mean? There is definitely a strong possibility that it could be handled the other way around if it was reversed.
Okay. T Reason, what about for yourself?
Absolutely, man. There's too many examples we could point to where things like this has happened, and there's a bit deeper investigation. You know, people are put in rooms where they gotta answer questions, and they don't have time to get their story straight. They don't have time to delete their social medias, and they don't have time to have such a great response, get lawyered up, and a lot of the things we're seeing take place with this case.
Got you. Okay. Coach, what about for yourself? What you got?
I think that's all he's got is yes.
Yeah. Just people on audio may not be hearing.
Yeah, he's just shaking his head. He's like, but yes, that's it.
So yeah, just for people on the audio right now, Coach is saying yeah.
My audio is here. I'm keeping it short. The answer is yes.
I think he's even shocked by the question, is to be honest. He looks like he's shocked by the question. He's like, you're really asking me this?
I think we should.
Yeah, Dane, it's on you, Dane. What you got?
I think we should all just go on a response strike. We should just stop responding until Coach steps up and shares whatever's in his head, man. We need to know something. Between Coach and Tiger, man, I'm not sure who's the quietest tonight. But I mean, you know, I've heard that question asked a lot. You know, well, if the races were reversed, would it be different? I mean, that's possible. I mean, that's possible. Depending on what all the other details were. A similar question I've been asking a lot of people though since it happened is if all four of these boys, or I say boys, these men, if all four of these friends, or seemed like as it turns out there was about 20 of them in 3 different boats, but whatever, if they were all the same race and all of the other details were identical, would we have as much going on about if they were all black or if they were all white? Mm-hmm. I'd be interested to know what people thought. Not that I'm trying to prescribe a prompt for it, but I'm just saying me personally.
I get it.
You know, like, would there be all of this other interest and suspicion and charges and stuff going on if they were all black or they were all white and all of the details that we know, which aren't very much, were still the same? you know. But that's kind of what I've been asking myself. But if the roles were reversed, I mean, to me, that almost borders on some like whataboutism. So I really hadn't really considered it, but I mean, possibly so.
Possibly so, like you say, possibly. Like you lean. Is 151%, 149%, or greater? Or
I'd say probably like 50 and a half, 49 and a half. You know, I mean, we close. I mean, like my father's grandmother, I never met her because she got shot and killed by her living boyfriend. And the gun was so close to it, the powder flash and everything burned her bra strap and everything. And my father's side of the family were not very high repute, just let you know. So, and Mama said that that when she was at the trial, and this was in Pascagoula, which is just about 15 miles east of Ocean Springs. This was back in like 69, 70, 71. Well, it was before I was born, I think, so it would have been like 70, somewhere in there. Said that at the trial that they convicted the boyfriend of some thin causing her to die charge, accidental whatever, and he spent like a week or so in jail, long enough for the funeral to be over with, and then went on. But Mama said that if my grandmother was still alive, they'd have probably told her to let him go anyway and everything. But Mama told the story, said right before his trial came up, because it was just, you know how it works. Well, she said there was a black man that got caught with a little bit of marijuana in his pocket, and this was back when that was like having heroin, and they sent him to Parchman, Mississippi, to the state penitentiary up there for God knows how long. And, you know, Mama always talked about how cock-sided that seemed, that the black man that came up before, his name was Henry, okay? Before Henry came up, you know, he got sent to Parchman. We ain't even talking about
high earning, not rich yet.
Do what now?
He was high earning, not rich yet. That's what they call the Henrys.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. But loosen that button and your jokes will get a little funnier. But no, I'm saying they sent a black man ahead of Henry to Parchman Penitentiary, which is the state penitentiary. They call it a farm, is what they call it. They call it the state prison farm back then. It was a miserable place and everything. But then Henry actually took a human life, and he was held in jail for a week or two and let go. So, and this was in the 70s, which was, what would that be, almost 60 years ago. So, I mean, that was in the past, but you can't make the argument that there hasn't been disparate results like that, and and that it wouldn't still be happening. So yeah, possible.
Gotcha.
But I'm just more interested in if they were all the same race.
50.5 and 49.5. Okay.
Yeah.
It's reasonable about for yourself.
Yeah. If the roles were reversed, we man, it would be completely handled differently. A lot of the stuff we seeing happen wouldn't happen, and nobody would be making.
I enjoy talking on the stream when I engage with them, but then I get behind on my live chat.
A lot of things I'm seeing I don't like, because that's what's causing me to really pay attention, is because things that typically happen when the shoe is on the other foot is not happening. And I think it's always important to look at things from both sides. Like
I can't believe it to be a race issue either, but they are.
The other way around, would it be the same way? That way we can start getting we can start seeing fairness in our court systems and our judicial systems, and also with how people are handled.
Yeah, Bubba, what it is, he's just very, very feminine in his thinking.
Typically, we would have.
He just thinks like a woman, and he doesn't really assemble an argument. And then when you try to address his claims, and he sees that his claim's dying, then he'll shift and he'll change his claim a little bit.
Let me ask this question to the panel. Who wants to speak to it, because
let's see what Vulcan's saying.
T-Reason's saying it's a good question to ask because it has to do with how we're able to see if there's a difference in things that are being handled. Do y'all think it's an important question to reverse the situation in your head to see if to see anything? Do y'all think that that's important or that's necessary? Or is it helpful?
I think it muddles the water myself.
Levels the water?
I think it muddles it. I think it muddies it, muddles it, mixes it up, because within our justice system, it's supposed to work off of logic, evidence, and reason. That's why Lady Justice is standing there with scales in his hand, and I think she has a sword in his hand and a blindfold on. Is she's just supposed to measure the truth and the false without looking at any of the other stuff. And if it's guilty, she got that sword and everything to issue justice. I think that when you get into the off into that personal experience realm where you're going, well, what if it was reversed? What if it was a man instead of a woman? What if it was an American citizen and not a undocumented immigrant? And what if it was a Baptist and not a Muslim? When you're getting all that, I think you're opening the door to add in a whole bunch of personal grievance, and it could end up missing the truth.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, go ahead. Everybody's gonna be able to respond to that question. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So my thing is we should be trying to get to fairness. We should be trying to get to when something like this happens. This is the protocol. This is how we handle it. So if we don't look at it in reverse and say, if these kids were black and Nolan was white, what would the outcome be? Then we don't get to fairness. We gonna always have a two-tier justice system where you have white kids that are getting off on the same crimes that black kids are committing, and if we're not getting no fairness in the court system. I think the outcome of the court system to strive for fairness across the board, not, well, they got more money or they have more political backing or they have more this or they have more that, so we're going to excuse them and exonerate them.
He's just making that up, making it completely up.
Should be ever the case.
How is it fairness?
Hold on, quick, Dane. Hold on, sorry. I want to get Will in real quick to answer that first question because we got you in T Reason's perspective. Will, do you think it's a good question to ask this question?
I'm gonna roast
the case
him.
be handled differently if the race is reversed? You think it's
And
a good
you watch,
question?
when I get on him, he's going to start going into some more of that emotional girl spurging. Think about it, Bubba.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad question.
Think about how many times you might have been in an argument with Miss Martha, and just because she's a woman, she's going to, you get that woman's position, her argument, you start moving it back, what's she going to do? She's going to shift on you. And that's what he does in the argument.
Something to ponder. I mean, for me, like it's so just.
That's what I'm gonna ask him,
the experience of understanding that's just what it is. Like from my vantage point,
he's not even a debater, but he's on here every week.
I guess that.
And for weeks, just up until the last month or so, I used to joust with him a lot. But then he got to where all he wanted to do was just do what he was doing with Wicked. And I love blood sport debate, so I love going back and forth, duking it out. But when it gets to where he just here a few weeks ago, he went on this monologue about my shit.
So you think it's
my literal shit, like my turds.
Yeah.
Hold on, we'll get back to you. I just want to get Tiger in there.
He thought that was some kind of an insult to talk about how big and hard my turds were. And I'm like, dude, you're claiming to know about my shit? What are you talking about? But and I'm just, at that point, I'm like, nah. I want to have a logical engagement, even if we're blood sporting it out. And a little bit of jabbing and insult. Oh, that's cool. But when it gets to where you're just going on and on and on and on and on, especially when it's stuff you're just making up, you're literally pulling out of your ass.
So you think playing with the races in the hypothetical scenarios is helpful, but as far as like just switching Nolan to white and the other people to black, you're saying that you don't think that will really help in the conversation?
No, because I think both sides. I mean, everybody, the white people are all up in arms about Austin Metcalf, and now the black people are all up in arms about Nolan Wells. I mean, I think that, like, when we bring race into it, that's what's we could say, okay, what I'll say is this: if both Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony were the same race, it wouldn't be a story. If Nolan Wells and the white people involved were the same race, it wouldn't be a story. It's only because there's different racial groups involved. That's why it's a story.
Got you. Okay. Coach, you got anything on this?
I think on small scales like this, where it's just people that have no influence on the situation are talking about it and asking that question that matters to us. But on a grand scheme of things, in terms of the actual system, it's irrelevant. Because the system is going to be what the system is. The system will not protect those it was meant to enslave. So that's just where it is. When you understand that the KKK was never left, they just transitioned from being in the force to being in law enforcement and being judges. You understand what the system is. Once you understand that, it doesn't really matter.
What do we do? What do we do then with black officers?
Hold on, quick, Dane. Real quick, I was want to say, Wicked, did you already answer the question already about, like, you think it was muddling it up?
You talking about the Officer Tatum's, Dane? Sound like you talking about the Officer Tatum.
Right, yeah, hold on, T. Reason. I just want to get Wicked, and then we're gonna go to you next, Dane, on what you got to say, because I know you already had something to say earlier.
He thought
Wicked,
he had
you think it's helpful? You think it muddles it up? What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, in my opinion, I think if you ask that question, you're going to get the same results as that are happening now, just in reverse. So I don't think
that's true, Bubba,
anymore, because it's like
it's Marxist, which are leftist. Marxism, Karl Marx, socialism, communism, Marxism.
Examples of
they have to separate groups into small little sections of society. They have to get people to identify with something that doesn't have anything to do with their character in order to be able to control them and manipulate them and wage them against one another. That's Marxism.
Black people voting more black person. The white person's going to lean towards the white person. It's just literally going to be the same exact thing, just reversed, in my opinion.
All right, Dane, it's on you, big dog.
Well, I got a couple things. T. Reason says something about you would need to do the inverse race thing to make sure things are fair. The law is not the job of the law is not to necessarily be fair. That's when you get off into that personal, relational, personality engagement. The law's job is to say, the law says ABC. Did this person violate ABC or not? And then it's almost mathematical. And whatever that comes out to be, they're either guilty or they're innocent. When you started, the law, for instance, has been said to be the truth devoid from emotion. It's like whatever is actually true. So the question of fairness, if the law was expected to come down to whatever was fair, well, there'd be this endless argument about what fair actually meant and whether or not, because whoever comes out on the short end is going to say it's not fair, you see, and whoever comes out on the good end is going to say it is fair. There's no absolute level, standard, straight edge of what is or is not fair, because we're all humans, and everybody's going to say that they were treated badly if they came out on the short end of it. So coming up with fair, and if you think about it, to say that switching the races around would make a difference, it should be done so that you could be fair or somehow another. I don't know, that fair doesn't work in the due process, but I'm entertaining the idea that would actually measure up to what racism actually is. When you're saying we're going to use the consideration of these people's race in the process of defining their guilt or innocence, that's actually what racism is. You see, so
okay. Well, let me go ahead and bring T. Reason in real quick. T. Reason, did you want to address that or no?
Yeah. So I think it's what's agreed upon is what is determined to be fair. I think.
What if we don't agree?
Exactly, but the rules are already established before we start. The parameters are already in place. It's like a card game. Let's say we both playing, and I beat the snot out of you.
That's where he going off base. Here he goes.
Unfair because you lost.
He's talking about
but everybody watching, everybody witnessing already knew the rules of the game before you and I started.
What's
playing,
already agreed upon. Yeah.
Parameters. So what I'm saying is the consistency is what I'm talking. I'm speaking to the consistency of how our justice system processes everything. If we already agreed on what the rules are, it doesn't matter what you feel or what I feel.
The rules are that race is not considered.
Hold on, you're interrupting me. Everybody can already say, this is what we determine how this is going to go. Because every time something like this happens, Black people are told, well, we need to allow the investigators to do their investigation before anything. And we already know we got to follow their rules. But obviously, they're not being held to that same standard right now, and they able to still sit at home and play tiddlywinks and cover their tracks.
How are they not? Okay, how are they not held to the same standard?
Hold on now. The rules to the card game are favoring the people who are trying to rig it, instead of let's saying this is how it goes every single time, because we already know how it's supposed to go.
Appreciate that, T.
We already have agreed upon the parameters.
He's just
appreciate that. So I want to give Dane. Dane, I'm gonna go to Will after you. Dane, what you got?
Okay. Thank you. The gish galloping was galloping away on me.
That's all you do, man. That's why you speak to that word so much.
Are you finished? I'll be glad to give you the floor. Go ahead. I'll be glad to give you the floor.
Just getting cranked up.
Go ahead.
No, you started. Go ahead.
Are you sure this time?
Yeah, I'm positive.
Okay.
100%. Go ahead.
We've already then, within your paradigm, agreed to how due process is supposed to work. And under those laws right now, race is not supposed to be considered. It's like Joe Friday. Just the facts, ma'am. Race is not legally supposed to be considered, especially since the civil rights era. Okay? So that's what I'm in favor of. That's what I'm actually arguing for, is that the courtroom should be devoid of race, religion, gender, ethnicity, wealth, social class, all of that sort of stuff. And Lady Liberty is supposed to have that blindfold on. And what you're arguing for is Lady Liberty needs to take that blindfold off and ask herself, wonder what had happened if the races were reversed. Wonder what had happened if the genders were reversed. Wonder what would happen if religion was reversed. That's not justice, that's vigilantism. That's mob rule. Now, you said that it was about going by what we already pre-agreed before the crime or suspicion of a crime ever occurred. I agree with you 4,000 bajillion% T-Reason. And that law that we agree to live under says race is not supposed to be considered. Hey, I'm with you. But then you're turning around and what you're saying should be considered is actually against the law. So you've defeated your own argument.
You just put a whole bunch of words in my mouth.
Y'all get in. I just want to say, everybody out there in the audience, like, subscribe, share. Also,
and that's the way that's done.
We appreciate y'all watching the show. And I want to go ahead and let Will get in here. Will, you got anything you want to say?
I wanted to respond to all that.
He gets his logic from the Dollar Tree.
Thing, man. Go ahead.
Oh, he giving you the floor back. Go ahead, T-Reason.
Hey, Jam, I got to tap out on you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so basically what I'm asking for is consistency. And what you're saying is that there should be no race shouldn't be brought into the case. Well, how do you know if it is race if you can't ever compare? If you can't ever compare, then how can you know if race is playing a factor or not? And
that wasn't the question.
No, it's no. This is what my point has been, and you're trying to say, no, well, we got to get away from race. We all want to get away from race.
See, this is what I was telling you a minute ago. He'll move his argument. That's what he's doing right now.
Which is what you're saying. You're basically saying ignore the root of the problem and pretend like it doesn't exist.
Well, let me say this real quick. Hold on, quick, Dane. Let me say this real quick, because I know y'all want to have an exchange back. I know people don't want to interrupt, so y'all go ahead and interrupt. I mean, try to keep it peaceable to get the thoughts and ideas out there. But Dane and T-Reason, if y'all want to take 2 or 3 minutes and figure this out, feel free to do so.
I'm just saying make sure we need to have consistency. And when we look at our justice system, we see a lot of inconsistencies. And when you say something like, oh, race shouldn't be involved, but then we see a lot of situations where it's involved and to who it favors, that's how it plays out consistently. Then we start saying, well, how can we measure that? How can we determine that race is coming into a factor? Now we have to look at it from both sides and say, well, if it was a white person, this is the outcome. If it was a black person, this is the outcome. You cannot look at something objectively. And
that wasn't the question.
Feel free to get in there, Dan.
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question, T-Reason. That was not the question. Now, you can go on this damn diatribe you're going on to just rant and rave about how bad white people have been and how oppressed black people have been. And some of your diatribe may be valid complaints, but that was not the question. So I'm not going on a diatribe to just sermonize about this sort of thing. I'm responding to the question that he asked. He asked whether or not that the two races should be switched to consider in this investigation and the understanding of what happened. And my response.
We didn't say anything about investigation.
My response, you can pick up one little word to try to hang on the argument if you want to. My response is that no, it should not be considered. Then no, it should not be considered. And I explained why, because justice is supposed to be blind. Now, you're wanting to go off on some rabbit trail about being able to measure whether or not blacks or whites are being treated equally. That data is already being collected by the Department of Justice with the FBI. You can Google it up with that computer in front of you. You can Google all those stats up. What he was asking about is in the situation of deciding, in this case, whether or not Nolan Wells was killed or whether he died of an accident or whatever, should the races be considered? And that's what I'm speaking to. You're responding to an argument I'm not making.
I feel
So real
like
quick,
that's
I
what
just want to
should
read
be.
this comment right here. It says, "You mean Lady Justice, not Lady Liberty?"
Yeah,
Who is not aware?
I probably said Lady Liberty because I mixed the two words up some. Earlier in the stream, I said Lady Justice, but you don't talk about Lady Justice very often. So yeah. But yeah, you're right. Look, I'm old, man. I'm old, all right, and I'm a public school
Very.
graduate. And I've had a martini, so stick with, I think, Lady Liberty for Lady Justice, man. All them white women look alike to me, man. What I know.
And Wrestler, if you want to come up, let us know, man. You can come up, you can join the panel. All right, so appreciate that, T Reason and Dane. Wicked, Tiger, Will. You gave your floor to T Reason. So Will, what you got anything you want to say on this?
Oh yeah, man. I mean, I agree with pretty much both of them. What I heard them saying, I agree with Dame and saying, on paper, that's the way it should be. You know what I'm saying? It should be colorblind the way it's written up on paper, and it should be based on the facts. And the sentencing should be fair and impartial and things like that. But like T Reason said, also in actual practice and application, that's far from what the reality is, and it shows not just from experience, but statistically as well, and all of these things. And like the guy Coach was saying before he stepped off, that's kind of the design of it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, when does anything else really?
Yeah, Bubba, I don't know that
much of a
he's
difference
technically a red bone, but yeah, I get what you're
paper and
saying.
promise, like what's happening in practice and in
What up,
action
Tony?
and
You ought to come
in
on
real
stream,
world,
Tony. Well, you said you don't debate a whole
actuality and
bunch, though.
practicality.
I think you told me that a
paper
while
really
back
doesn't
that you
go
don't
as far
debate a
as
whole
many
bunch, but
broken treaties, and so yeah, I think people understanding if the case was handled differently for people that have to ask that question, this is good on them. They'll learn something, and yeah, man. I mean, but yeah, I mean, they both right
Appreciate
on
you,
what I
Will.
heard them saying. It's just
Yeah,
what it
got you.
is, man. And I think it will be until something
Got you. Yeah.
dramatic takes place. A real overhaul over here. I don't think this. It's been a while. I ain't gonna say it hasn't happened, but it's been a while since.
yeah, you're a nicer person to me in that
World
regard,
News
Tony.
on BBC.
Me
Really
arguing with
uprising
folk,
and not marching,
man.
really
Look,
body slamming people out
there's
here and getting
sometimes I
shot
pick an argument with
by
Miss
tanks
Deidre just
like
so
you
we can
see in
make
other
up.
countries,
I
man.
love the arguing. I love the
it
making
might
up,
take
man.
something like that for this to really be an overhaul of.
Mama used to talk about her
this
daddy.
is
She'd say, that
systematically
daddy, my
set up
grandfather, that
to
daddy,
be.
he'd argue with a light pole if it's
Got you.
standing
Okay,
long
yeah.
enough.
Uncle Tiger, what about for yourself?
Yeah, I think I inherited
You got
that
anything you want to say
gene.
based off what you've been hearing from anybody?
I'm not even sure what we're talking about anymore. So
Yeah, anything you might want to address from what T Reason, Dane, Wicked, or Will has said, anything you agree with, disagree with?
Come on, fight me, Tiger.
I'm honestly, I'm genuinely just confused. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore.
What about you, Wicked? You got anything anybody you agree with, disagree with, anything you want to cover that's been said so far?
I mean, so far everybody has made pretty much valid points. I mean, like I said, there's too many examples of one happening one way in the exact same cases to one race and not another case for this not to be a valid question. So it's just kind of hard to disagree with, is it valid? Because like I said, there's one case that I know of which blows my mind. It's I don't know what school he went to, but I believe the dude's name was like Brock something, and he raped some girl, and because he's a white dude, they got him with he was in school, and I think it's grapes. And I think they charged him with affluenza, I believe is the name of it.
Yeah.
Where it's like he didn't know any better or something like that.
No. Said that he stood to lose too much because he was getting ready to go to school on a scholarship, and they said it would just mess up his future too much. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was affluenza because he came from a really rich white family and didn't know any better or something like that, and that just blew my mind because. I mean, if there's been times where it's the other way around and it's literally the opposite, and so many other examples of that. So it's hard to say it's not a good question.
Yeah. So I think we pretty much covered that one pretty well, fellas. Anybody got anything they want to say on this before we go to the next one?
I'd just like to say partly in response to something Will said. I'll concede that there's problems with the justice system, but I think that's in large part because you have human beings running it. But I can see that there's problems in it. I just don't think that that the direction we should move in with the justice system, or even in society in general, is to go back to a time when it was sectarian, where people were separated according to race, creed, color, religion, that sort of stuff. And I got some friends of mine, some of them are in my chat now and such, that would disagree with me staunchly on that. But, you know, I just think that at least with the justice system and the administration of law as far as being equal under the law, that we need to focus more on fixing those disparate situations more so than moving back towards entering in emotions and entering in more biases that we bring to it. I just think that would be going backwards and not forwards, and will make it much worse, because we've already been there. We've already been there. You know, when my grandmother and grandfather got married, my grandmother had to convert to Methodism because Methodists and Baptists couldn't get married back then. You know, and you go back one step forward to like England, and your Protestants and Catholics were killing each other, you know, that kind of stuff. And I just don't think it's a good move to move back to that sort of a paradigm.
Got you. So yeah, real quickly. So we got another question coming up right here, and this one we haven't talked about
you do,
a whole
Tony.
lot yet, but
I'm talking in general.
Do you think that the boys that are involved are being treated
Tiger
unfairly?
Too. Tiger, the little dude with the white cap on.
Just go around and say yes or no, then we'll get into the conversation. You know, Will, do you think that the boys, the friends of the guys that are left that are talking about it, you think they're being treated fairly or unfairly? What's your thoughts on that? I mean, well, not your thoughts, just you think unfairly or not unfairly?
Tiger that's on there, he's
I believe.
I don't know if I'd say he was a white nationalist, but he's a white nationalist leaning.
Or what? Is this a trick
like, we're gonna get into the conversation, but just
white leaning, way leaning.
I've heard a lot of different
he's a white
nationalist,
nationalist, basically.
A lot of different opinions about it. Just for your perspective, you know, you think that the boys that are involved with this are being treated fairly or unfairly?
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I like jambalaya. What you talking about? I'm right here by New Orleans.
Process had a question hitting me. Because
I wish Tiger would come out of his. I think Tiger's had a few beers or something. I wish he'd come on out of his. Come on out of the closet. He knows that Vulcan, this dude right here. This is Vulcan. He knows that this dude Vulcan right here.
We'll come back
because if I say
he knows that Vulcan knows that he's a white nationalist. It's not like he's actually in the closet.
Oh, I see what he's saying. I'm with him on that one too. Now.
You see what I'm saying? It's messing my mind up like it's a double meaning for both questions. You know what I'm saying?
It's
like, unfairly by who?
I mean, it's not like Vulcan knows. Vulcan sent me a video.
So yeah, if you
a
want
week
to,
or so ago, that somebody sent him of Tiger on some other platform, Omegle or something. Tony, I'm too old to know what that stuff is.
Would
but
you say, like, you know,
where he was talking to somebody, some black dude, telling him something about going back and picking cotton or something.
They're not being treated.
James sent me the video, but you see he's on here. I mean, James looking for an assorted worldviews and assorted arguments.
I want to make sure I can find a way to make your
because what he's trying to do is parse out the logic.
For you, it's
the logic and the reason, the evidence.
Treated fairly or unfairly. Is that accurate?
Yeah, something like that. Because depending on whose vantage point, I guess I'm answering from.
Got you.
You know what I mean? Because
what about from your vantage point? Like, are you able to answer from yours, or?
That's what Vulcan here wants is more of an assorted. That's why I was saying earlier, you know, he doesn't have this podcast as
because it's like
as a black platform. It's just that most of his chat is going to be black because he just got monetized. I don't think they have but about less than 2,000 subscriptions. They just got monetized. So most of his chat's going to be his friends
what he just said,
and friends of his friends.
I will say,
I ran into him on
Tiger,
No
for
Fugazi.
you, do you think Uncle
David
Tiger,
Cooley
the boys are being treated fairly
one day? But he's trying to build a more assorted
it is kind of a loaded question.
set of worldviews to deal with.
What does fair mean, and you know, from what side of things are we examining this through? Right? I mean, it could go either way. And no, I'm not leaning more one way or the other. I'm on
this one. Yeah, this one's more 50-50 for you. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Now, Wicked, what about for you?
I would say unfairly.
Okay. Dane, what about for yourself?
Well.
You're on mute.
I know. I didn't expect you to come to me that quick, man. I was getting over to my other monitor. I think that all of the boys, people keep throwing out this word "for." There was a bunch of them. I think all of them are being treated unfairly, including Nolan. That's what I think.
Got you. Okay, cool. So let's have
because
people who had the strongest
Nolan
stances on
was
it.
just trying to
figure it out, man. I think I figured it out.
Just trying to have a good July the 4th. And I believe that there was a tragic accident. And people hijacked that.
That's a good one. I think I'll change mine to unfairly too then.
Yeah, but then, you know what I'm saying? But then it's like, yeah.
No, they're being treated unfairly.
Let's get
so because then it's like, they are being my bad, because then it's like, they're being treated unfairly for what they're getting. But then they're being treated unfairly.
Tiger, for you, like you still standing on the 50-50 because you got two guys who was like goes either way. Now they're switching to one side. How about for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on what we mean by fair. If we're talking about, like, if we were to like tie this into the previous conversation, like we're bringing race into it. No, I think if the races were reversed, it would probably be. It could very well be the same thing, but
Okay.
Now, as far as like, I see what Dane means. And I would perhaps lean more towards that too, but like it sort of all depends on what we mean by fair, and
Got you. So let me get Wicked in. Wicked. So what about for yourself? You can go ahead and explain. What do you got?
So I say unfairly for a few reasons. One, because a lot of people are already making assumptions about them, and it seems like most Black people say that when they're in a court case, they're getting all these assumptions made about them just because they're Black and this and that, and they're being treated unfairly. But yet, when we see the same thing
the truth,
in the reverse right now,
I don't know what to tell
people saying that it's fair. So it's just kind of funny how when you reverse the roles last time, it's okay, but when you reverse the roles this time, it's the opposite. Now, are they being treated fairly by some people? Yes. Are they being unfairly treated by some other people? Yes. So there is a line depending on who you're talking about. But I would say overall, it is unfairly being treated.
Got you. Okay. Now, Dane, you had opened it up and got everybody thinking about it deeper. So go ahead and share your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at that. It's been tough for 55 years being, amongst the smartest people in the room. No offense, guys. No, I think
I just hang out with the smartest guy in the room. Virtually. I hang out virtually with the smartest guy.
Don't you ever say you're high IQ like that.
Honestly, I don't ever want to be the smartest guy in the room.
Well, there's no danger in that.
It's not hard. You ain't got to worry about that.
No danger. Anyway.
Yeah, that's until you enter. That's until you see. That just shows.
Boy, ain't right.
That just shows how stupid you are. Being that you want to be the smartest guy in the room means you are. That means that you can.
Stupid tells me your IQ. Yeah, I mean, you answer your own question.
You just keep prattling. All you do is keep prattling. It's so funny.
That's your favorite.
Boy, ain't right.
Somebody else's IQ is rich.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like me to use words that you can actually understand?
People aren't going to understand intelligent people. So
see how I did that?
Would you like me to use words that you can understand, like crayon and the and
I would like you to stop using these low IQ words that you like to use from time to time. That's what I would like you to
low
stop
IQ
using.
words.
Well, hold on. So yeah, we got that in a little bit. Everybody got that. So Dane, you was gonna go. Go ahead, Dane.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, as I said,
hold on. I'm gonna read this comment real quick.
See that? See that?
Because you hadn't started yet, I was like, I slide this one in there real quick. Thanks, Wrestler, for getting in there. Yeah, being the smartest guy in a room is a detriment to themselves. So I go ahead, Dane.
All right. See, now I'm fixing my camera because I lost focus there. What I was going to say is that everything that I've heard about Nolan Wells seems to paint him as a picture perfect guy. I hadn't heard anything bad about him. He seemed to be he was athletic. He was a good student.
He was a stud.
Excuse me, can I talk?
No.
Well, I mean, you had your. Okay, go ahead then.
Another man a stud.
Go ahead then.
He was.
Go ahead.
I mean, he was.
You just called another man a stud. Can somebody clip that for me, please, and thank you?
Yeah, from what I seen.
Yeah, he was just saying he's a stud.
He was
I think he was added to your point.
He had a lot of women.
Let me know when they get finished, Vulcan. I'll finish.
He was a role model student, and he was very charismatic. He carried himself very well. He was.
Appreciate that.
Real recognize real. Something you don't know nothing about, Wicked.
Okay, yeah. Let's let Dane finish his comment here, fellas, and we get back into that. Go
Thanks. Because I didn't come here to hear folks just try to outjank one another.
Yeah, you came here to hear yourself talk. We know. Go ahead.
Okay. He seemed to be a fantastic young man. The guys that went out there with him had nothing but good to say about him. People I know in the community who knew him had nothing good to say about him. And honestly, I know it's always easy to make people into some sort of a saint once they're dead. Like the worst person in the world, once they're dead, people talk about what a great person they were. I know that that's the dynamic. However, I've known probably dozen or more Wellses in this area. And all of the Wellses I've ever known were just good people. They were hardworking people. They were intelligent people, moral people. So the description that people make of Nolan Wells in the news and that sort of stuff really fits in line with the experience I've had with every Wells I've ever come across. I've gone to church with Wellses. I've worked jobs with Wellses. I've served in community organizations with people whose last name was Wells. Heck, back in the early 2000s, there was a family we went to church with. It was 3 daughters, a son, and then another son. That's a long story. And then the mom and the daddy. And they babysat our kids a few times. We didn't use babysitters very much because Deidre and I just taught our kids how to behave so we could pretty much take all of them everywhere. And that was a chore because they were all Snyders. And we kind of got a reputation for being hard to handle. But, they babysat our kids 2 or 3 times when we needed them. They were just good people. So I think, at least from my perspective, that how this has been massaged into this social media campaign and it's been moved over into some sort of civil rights thing and everything. And I think that it ends up mischaracterizing Nolan. I think that it's unconscionable the way Ben Crump stood in front of the NAACP and read out that autopsy report in all of its brutality and all of its gruesomeness to where in my mind, it was like he wasn't talking about a young man who had just died, an actual person. It was like he was talking about some science project. So I think that this whole situation has treated Nolan unfairly, posthumously, and then the way that the court of public opinion has lined up. I know that T-Reason keeps talking about what we know here and has the investigation. We just want the investigation to be complete. All of that hangs on information that no one knows because none of it's been released. So it's had to have been conjured up in people's minds. How many people have been interviewed? What's been done with that information? What medical tests have been done? This investigation could come from the grand jury and they could end up indicting 14 different people for homicide. We don't know. But right now, all of this other stuff is being done based on what people don't know. The lack of knowledge is being used as grounds for all this other stuff. These people are getting hate mail. They're getting stuff mailed to their house in boxes that are suspicious. They're getting death threats online, these sorts of things. And it's all based on, we don't know, but based on history, it could be. And since they're not telling us differently, it's probably true. So we're going to go forward with this based on what might be that we don't even know. And I just don't think that's what intelligent, law-abiding, peace-loving people do. I think that we should wait until the investigation is made public. And then if we look at it, because none of us are stupid, whether it's T-Reason, but the rest of us are not stupid. We could look at the outcome then, and we have solid information in front of us, and we say, "Oh, wait a minute! Right here, they're saying 1 + 1 = 2.365. That don't add up." No, we need to look more into it. Now, everybody would have some solid information to go on, and dare some joker to try to argue that it wasn't solid information because right here it is, right here. And this is your information. Answer your question. Answer your own question. Then you got something to go forward with. Right now, you got all this hate and discontent being sown online, and nobody really knows anything except Nolan is tragically dead. Mom and daddy are upset. and he went to Horn Island and didn't come back. And his some of the guys he was with left, you know, and he stayed behind for whatever reason. That's all we really know that we could
Dane,
even say is a fact.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up. You know, Will, you want to get in there? You got anything you want to say on this?
Oh yeah, man. I'm just gonna, you know, land on the side of unfairly, just from the unfair use of, you know, the resources and the power that seem to me to have some type of influence on the way things are proceeding on that side. The fact that some of those charges haven't been brought forth and more thoroughly investigated. I feel like by this point it should be somebody.
He doesn't know if it's more
down.
thoroughly investigated. That's what I'm pointing out to the dude. He doesn't have any idea how thoroughly it's been investigated or not investigated.
Media coverage, I feel like, has kind of used the more sanitized and scrubbed analysis of what I've been seeing going on. You know, just some media outlets, not all of them, but the more, you know, mainstream. Like, you know, I see TMZ is kind of light. They're not really leaning into some of these things. You know, ABC. I seen Nancy Grace. Now she going in. You know what I'm saying? I can appreciate, you know, what she's doing. You know, she's really digging deep and analyzing. But yeah, just some of the unfair coverage.
That's the point I'm trying to make out to him, Leah, right there. What you're saying,
you know, kind of handled
these
is
people,
based on what we do know.
They're making all of these definitive claims and all of these conclusions to the claims that they conjure up in their own mind as if they know the information. Like he just said something about
said himself out his own words. There's no adults on this boat. And I'm operating it out here, and we know you've been drinking. You sound drunk on the phone. We coming to get you, man. That's drink. That's
right, Bubba. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and put that charge on you real
I'm gonna
quick.
tell him that. I was thinking that earlier today. I was thinking if these boys are killers, they're terrible at it.
And then,
terrible at it.
We're gonna go from there. Put a little pressure and apply some pressure. So,
but
yeah,
that's what they're doing. Like this guy's talking about, you know, the investigation and the investigation hadn't been thorough enough. He has no idea how thorough it's been.
Oh, you muted, Vulcan.
Appreciate it. So yeah, anybody else got anything they want to say on this topic before we go to the next one?
If I could just explore that.
Yeah, I want to speak to it.
Well, I know T Reason got. Well, yeah, let's let T Reason go. But first, before you, Tiger, you had anything you wanted to add? Okay, yeah. So go ahead, T Reason.
Yeah, I think that, you know, they are being treated unfairly.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and talk to you because T Reason ain't got nothing to say no way.
Protection that doesn't typically exist in these types of situations. We're seeing them be afforded certain things that typically when we see something like this happen, they're not afforded these types of things. You know, obviously, you know, there was liquor involved. Nobody's been arrested for the crimes that have been committed. So we're going to give them even more time, even with the crimes we see be committed, before we take somebody into custody and start a true, genuine investigation.
A genuine investigation.
Where they've been set down and been interrogated and investigated. I haven't heard of any of those things. So I think we do need eyes on this situation. A lot of times people try to say, well, it's only getting media coverage because of XYZ. I think either way it would have got media coverage. I think it's just getting a lot more because it does appear to be a racially charged incident. And we're seeing a lot of things that should be happening not happen. You know, we're seeing a lot of covering up that's happening that shouldn't be happening. We're seeing a lot of people involved that have a job to do. And all we're asking for is consistency. We want to see it be consistent. If this is how we're going to do it, then we want to see it the same on both sides. That's where the unfairness comes into play, because you have examples of this is how it happens when it's these people, but then this is how it happens when it's these people who have a certain layer of protection that they're being afforded that most people won't be afforded.
Whitman says, was there an intoxicology report?
They got them, put them in that cell,
waiting on that to come back.
Bail, let one of them wild Mississippi dudes, you know, look at his booty for about 12 hours to a day, because you know it take a minute to post bail. They got to see that young tender meat in that cell and make him feel that pressure. Okay, boom.
Okay,
post
so
out, because we already got the charge, we got the evidence. We're gonna charge you, put you in here. put you in that interrogation room, you know what I'm saying, apply some pressure and try to get you to rat, see if you want some chicken, you know what I'm saying, to tell on somebody, and then we're going to put you in that cell for 12 hours and, you know, let them boys talk to you a little bit. Let you hear that crazy dude
No idea
that be
what all
yelling
that's
in that
supposed to mean.
cell over there, you know what I'm saying, that they got to go in there and beat up in the county. Like, yeah, man, we got to do all that to you. You know what I'm saying? Right now, like right now, because we already got the evidence. We doing that tonight.
So real quickly, I want to get these comments in, and Dane has something to share. He wants to share.
Oh, I got all kinds of
stuff. Did y'all
stuff.
all hear the 911 call?
Yes, indeed.
I heard it.
Okay, cool.
I don't think Dane or Tiger or Wicked heard it, but I heard it.
You have absolutely no idea of knowing what I've heard or haven't heard. You're just talking out of your ass because your mouth know better. You just talking about your out of your ass, man. You talking about your ass. You got no way of knowing what I have or have not heard. You got absolutely no way of knowing it. You just acting like a stupid kid, just talking shit because your mouth know better. You got nothing to say. You got no fucking. You got nothing to say, man.
So yeah, I'm gonna read these comments real quick. I think y'all covered that part real well on who knows what and stuff like that. Real quickly, Restless says, round them all up, distributors and all. Someone will cave and make a deal. That kind of goes to what Will was saying a moment ago. We got Leah Bobia. She's saying, what kind of word salad was that? Yeah, the investigation not good enough. We see things not happening. We see corruption and cover-ups. We see shady behavior. Like what? Name it then.
They
then
can't,
we got
Leah.
Also, Leah Bobia is saying
they can't name it.
They're
just making it the fuck up.
Based on what? Your feelings and nonsensical bias musings.
I see you there.
Can we get some evidence?
So Leah, what do you think about my smiley faces that are floating around when you send them? You said you liked them last time, so I turned them up.
You know, tell me you've never done time without telling me. Have my ass off. What the helly?
Are you confessing something right now?
Nah, it's not over murder. It's along with. You're facing multiple charges. We're going to get you on the charges we getting on while the investigation is pending. We got evidence for a charge against. Yeah. We got evidence.
You know, I'm glad you mentioned that, Ben. You helped me out because.
So we're going to use that.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Ben, because I was thinking about that earlier.
What's the pause
Because I asked a fellow, somebody's in the same kind of business I'm in, a black friend here locally. I asked him that a couple of days ago. You know, I asked him what the threshold of proof was that he would accept that this was a tragic. I'm asking him that. Sure am. I'm going to claim it as my own, though, Ben. I'm going to claim it as my own, but
hold on, we got another comment coming in right here. Restless says, they didn't know the recording was taking place when they said, OMG, he's dead.
Facts.
Okay, so right now we got the last question we have on the show. We got other questions, but this is the last one as far as specifically the Nolan Wells specific situation. Then we're going to get to other things that happen on the panel here. So let's go to this one right here. Is this a racial hate crime in your opinion? Now, obviously, we've already discussed the facts. We don't know all the information that's still coming out, all that stuff going on, but just kind of going around. Is this a racial hate crime in your opinion? Whether the actual loss of life or the cover-up.
Ain't no such a thing.
You think that's racially motivated, anything like that?
No such a thing as a hate crime.
We'll start with you, Wicked.
There's just crimes, y'all. It's just crimes.
So honestly, until the case is settled and all of the facts came out, I can't determine whether it's a racial hate crime or not as a actual like definitive answer. But I do believe that it is being portrayed to be a racial hate crime, and they want it to be so bad just to pursue a narrative, because I do believe that the media wants to divide us as much as possible, because it seems like the
Leah, you're so funny.
I'm sorry, I want to sharing that real quick, but just in your opinion, just for your opinion, like obviously nobody knows, but just in your opinion, do you think it is? You think it's probably not?
Yeah, in my opinion,
I'm gonna if you'll notice right up here, Leah, when I go to feature your chat, I can feature it up here too.
Okay, so for you said
so I'm gonna re-highlight that just so they can see it.
Until the whole case, because
watch out,
the case isn't done.
Your chat will pop up right here.
No, I mean something else could come out tomorrow that
see that
for sure
that makes everything that we're saying, because we don't know because it's not done. So how can I give you an answer to a conclusion?
We'll get back to you.
Ain't that funny? You know,
Will,
you know why I can do that? Because I'm a pretty fart smeller, Leah.
Obviously, you don't know. Facts haven't come in yet, but just based off what you heard so far, what's your thoughts on that?
I mean, I can't pinpoint with you know, a definitive charge to say that it was an actual racial hate crime with them intentionally unaliving him in that manner. But kind of what you see, like, after that, the investigation, some of these things that look a little shady, and the power structure using that type of leverage, especially in the state of Mississippi, it definitely brings to question that some of those aspects, you know, may be tied and attributed to, you know, the race dynamic or some power. But what they actually may or may not have done to their friend, I can't say fully yet, but in my mind, it comes into play. This is Mississippi. We know there are certain involvements and certain entities and societies that's secretive that require a sacrifice, a body for the initiation.
Oh my God! Now we're going off into Harry Potter land.
I got you.
Oh my goodness, Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, bubble, toil and trouble, something wicked this way comes. Holy crap, they have left.
No, you good. I just want.
They have left the stadium.
T Reason and Dane next, but I'm gonna say this real quick, just so everybody in the audience can understand the question real well. Is this a racial hate crime in your opinion? That can include what the police forces doing, the coroner, the actual death itself, anything that you might think is a crime taking place based off race or cover up based off race, whatever it is. You know, on any side like that, feel free to chime in on that. So I'm gonna read these comments. And we're gonna get to Dane and T Reason next. So. You know, Restless says it's a rough question. A racial crime, maybe. A hate crime, we don't know yet. Leah Bobea says,
it's Illuminati.
Am I hearing correctly? Did this man just endorse prison rape for people he deems guilty? Man, that's wild.
That is true. That is true. He did do that. He did do that. He did do that.
Yes, he said it is racial because if my white self
look at you over there cutting up the whole panel, Leah.
Then we got right here. Leah Bobes also says, "Cancel me with a quickness," but of course, since it's the whites on the other side, who cares, right? So crazy and hateful. And then we got the Common Cold saying, "T Reason got those Felicia from Friday braids done modeling for Wonder Bread with that short. Wicked needs to fix that door on the refrigerator finally." That's coming from the Common Cold. All right, so
man, I'm not endorsing prison rape. Where they get that from?
Great.
No, listen,
prison rape.
You did in a little bit when you said that.
Great.
You got to be careful, Will, with that R word you just used, because you'll get him demonetized.
Man, I promise I do not condone that. I'm saying he got to sit in that cell and feel that pressure and go through that process, like what people are willing to do and say, huh?
It's when you use the words, when he's sitting there and he's that fresh meat for them to get. I think that's the part where it kind of could be misconstrued. Not saying that you meant it in that way, but when you use those two words, it's kind of like, yeah, let him feel that fresh meat, that little, you know what I mean?
Okay. I used a bad example, but let him feel that door close. Like, feel that door close and feel that initial
that's what he meant.
Feeling
it's
being in here with guys
this
that
is
you
real.
don't know.
Oh, yeah, that's what he meant, Leah. That's what he meant. We're trying to play now.
For, Wonder Bread, he meant. And then also, he says right here, the Common Cold says, Vulcan put that boy on Salt and Pepper commercial.
I'm gonna need you. I don't know who Common Cold.
I definitely got this. I could be on a Salt and Pepper commercial. That's no lie.
He was talking about you then. I didn't know.
I think he was talking about me. Yeah.
I thought maybe that was some of that slang that, I don't know nothing about. I thought I was losing translation.
He's gonna be the new face for Just for Men.
Yeah. So we covered a lot of these comments right here. Is this a so we got on there, is this a racial hate crime in your opinion? Anybody have anything? We still got Dane, you go ahead and go into reason. We'll hit you last on this one right here. So is this a racial hate crime and any element of it racial, any improprieties going on with this whole thing, or what's your thoughts on that, Dane?
Whether it's this incident or any other one, I honestly don't believe hate crimes per se even exist. I don't believe that race played a part in it, just basically based on the history of the people that Nolan went out to the island with, the history between them, as far as the information that we know at the moment. I don't believe. I believe that if they got out there in these friends, if they did something nefarious that resulted in his demise, I don't believe that would be race based. I mean, I know that if I got angry enough, or maybe I acted irrationally and injured some white guy and he ended up dying, no one would say that was race based. They just say Dane got mad and hit some dude in the head and it killed him, or it pushed him and he fell and hit his head and he died or something. I'd still be guilty of homicide, some degree of it, but nobody would say that was race-based. I think that even if it comes out that these guys he went out there with are responsible for his death, and I reiterate, I don't believe they are, but if they are, I still wouldn't say that just the fact they were two different races would make it any kind of a race-motivated crime. That's just, I mean, I think if these friends, these young men, if they are murderers, then they have got to be the absolute worst killers I've ever heard of. I mean, they've got to be terrible because they're calling Cito. I mean, I've heard of this supposed audio recording that some engineer has been cleaning up. Well, we don't know if she's cleaning it up and putting out the actual audio or not. We just know what she says, and we don't know who this woman is. We don't know her history, nothing. But I've heard about this. It's supposedly there's people in the background talking about Nolan being injured and on the boat calling Cito and everything. Like, why would they call witnesses to the boat? That doesn't understand. Why would they get back and turn the phone over? They're terrible killers. I mean, if they are killers, they're terrible. But I would like to pose a quick question. I'm just curious. I asked a friend of mine here in Mobile. He's in the same kind of business I am in my real life. A black guy. It looks like Gary Coleman. Funny guy. But I asked him the other day, because he would agree with Will and T Reason at this point. I asked him what the threshold was of evidence that he would have to have reached to accept that this was a tragic accident. You know, because I'm just curious, what threshold does the investigation and all of that have to rise to for the people who think that there was some homicide or something going on here to say, oh, see, that makes sense. You know, I believe the investigation. Or is it the case?
Yeah, we got you, Dane. So real quickly, we're gonna give everybody a chance to answer that. We're gonna go to T Reason next, but I'm gonna first read these comments real quick.
Man, I smell Miss Deidre out there cooking something.
The common code saying, better to ask what's your natural predisposition.
I don't know what she's out there cooking.
Limited release info.
It's smelling good though. I might have to hurry up and get off stream here pretty quick. Go get something. Hey, what you cooking, woman?
Based off the limited release info. I like that question too. I mean, you know, it's not, you know, a very sexy question. People are gonna be like, what? But that would be a little bit better worded, I think. So Leo Bobia says, one question though, why is it racial? Because Nolan is black? Is that seriously the only reason? I mean, what the hell am I missing here? This is so ridiculous. It would be funny if it wasn't so sad.
You ought to already be in bed, woman.
Yeah.
Until it's not.
Yeah, then Leo Bobia says, we just decided that a young black man was taken out by his friends of years and years because he's black, because Mississippi. Not only is that illogical, it's dumb as heck. The common code says people make irrational mistakes all the time. Dane wore that shirt. T Reason still rocking the Felicia braids. Just kidding. Love the panel on top of guys.
Why you hating on
Man, look, look, common code.
Just kidding. Top. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm 6'3".
About me, boy.
I'm 6'3", and I weigh in at like 309 right now. I've been as big as 400 pounds. Look, by the time I pay for a shirt with this many square yardage of material on it, man, I can't buy that many. So once I get them, I got to keep them. I got to keep them till they're like threads.
The bigger the size, the more they cost.
When my man nippies start showing through, that's when I get a new one, man.
Grown man nippies.
I don't care if it came from 1987. I'm wearing it. And it's my business.
That's right. It's a good year, too. So, yeah.
I'm still just trying to figure out what's wrong with my refrigerator door. It's literally only half of a door you see.
So, yeah, T Reason, it's on you, man. What you got?
We can't rule it out. I mean, we should absolutely look into it. This is definitely something we need to figure out. I mean, we should do everything we can to find out if that's the case. And I think that's why a lot of people are watching this case, is because the things we know that should have happened that would have already nipped that in the butt didn't take place. Then we could move on. You see what I'm saying? So it became a racially charged issue when you see.
I'm interested to know what that is that should have happened.
And then when
see, he just talks about mythological stuff that he just conjures up in his head. Things that should have happened. What the hell was that?
Starts to happen. Those red flags start happening. Then you start wondering, is this a racial hate crime? Because it very well could be. And you can't rule it out from the information that we have right now. We don't have enough information to rule it out. So I think we got to keep it on the table. And I think we got to put pressure on these people. Like my man was saying, as far as with them going through the whole process, that's when that type of stuff will come to the light. But because there is no pressure, because there is protection, we're seeing something that looks like a cover-up. This looks like one of the biggest cover-ups that we've seen in a long time. That could be a racial issue. That very well could be a racial crime. That very well could be a hate crime. And we can't take it off the table. And I think it's foolish for people to keep trying to take it off the table and try to give them an out.
Because that's how investigations work.
You're interrupting. Close your big fat lips and listen to me and let me finish speaking first. Okay?
Is that time ever going to come?
I mean, it must be your time of the month because you're spazzing out in the middle of me talking right now.
I've been waiting for you to shut up for 2 months.
You went on your long rant and nobody interrupted you. As long-winded as you are, you went on that whole diatribe and rant, and nobody got involved. We let you finish.
I'm waiting.
You gave every excuse other than the facts. What I'm giving you right now is the cold hard
They're not facts. They're fantasies.
You're not used to.
They're myths and fantasies.
That's what I live in.
They're not facts.
World. I'm in your fantasies. You go to sleep dreaming about me. You wake up thinking about me.
Right.
Get over it. The same way these kids felt about
You're just making it up. You're making it up.
You're just upset because you're starting.
I'm not upset.
Uncovering the truth.
I'm not upset. I'm explaining to you that that's not how the justice system works.
Some innocent kid died, and you tried to throw.
He wasn't a kid.
He
wasn't a kid. Calm down, lady.
Was he?
Calm down, lady.
Still in school?
No.
Was he still in school?
No. Calm down, lady. He was 18 years old. He was an adult.
Me while I'm talking.
He was an adult.
And then you can open up your.
He was an adult. He wasn't a kid.
Let me finish my point. I never got to finish my point.
All right, so yeah, T-Reason, go ahead and finish your point, and then Dane's going to respond to you.
What we're seeing right now is we're seeing a lot of big names get involved on both sides, and I think this is
there
good
are no big names on both sides. There's Al Sharpton being
we're
Crump.
Going to get the full story. And he's saying, people saying, oh, there shouldn't be people on the Instagram or social media, detectives. I think there should be more of that because it actually puts pressure on the people who aren't doing their job to actually step up to the plate and do their job, because we're getting more information from the people who aren't getting paid to be involved in the investigation. They're the ones who are actually getting to the bottom of this and decoding the 9/11 call so that way we can actually hear the audio, so we can actually hear what's said. And I don't understand how either
and this
one
is why women and T-Reason should not vote.
Still argued, oh, well, he was drinking. He could have been dehydrated. If you heard the same call that I had, how are we not coming to the same logical conclusion of it's a good possibility that he was murdered and he didn't just disappear? I don't know too many people that will leave their phone behind anywhere, and they expect us to.
How long was this Gish Gallop going to go?
On a boat. Have you ever been on a boat on an island?
Your next response.
Have you ever been on a boat on an island?
Hold on, T-Reason. Hold on, T. I'm gonna read this comment real quick.
T-Reason.
Hold on, T-Reason.
Get your panties in a bunch.
Yeah.
Because you're over here on this rant.
Says the man who's been interrupting everybody all night.
Calm your tits.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, we go. Hold on.
That's all he does. He does all of that.
I'm gonna get Leo Babi in real quick.
And talk for the longest amount of time, and now I'm spitting facts, and he can't handle it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm still waiting for the fact.
Everybody all night. There's only been one person you haven't interrupted.
Okay, hold on real quick, Wiki. I'm gonna get this. So Leo Bobia says facts. T, you can't even answer one simple question. I've asked 3 times what is happening. All you have are thinly veiled whataboutisms. Why did this become racial? Because it could be. She also says, if I'm going to be praying for everyone wanting to make this about race hard tonight, that they can find peace and self-love instead of seeing their entire race as perpetual victims for making friends. So real quickly, before we do that, I want to give Will, you have anything you want to say to these comments?
Man, Yeah, but I don't want to go off too long or whatever on a tangent, man. But kind of like T Reason was saying, you know, when it's a situation like this, how do you take it off of the table in
I'm telling you, you ought to come on stream, Leah.
or
you ought to come on stream.
In your own analysis of how these things play out. You know, this is not anywhere near close. A situation like this has happened just strictly based on the water. I'm talking about a black kid in the water. You know, we just had a case. These two kids had a kid. They was jumping off the bridge, or they was jumping in the water doing something. He drowned. They took his clothes, threw it in the tree. I don't know if y'all heard about that case. Threw it in the tree, took his phone. I think they broke it, threw it out the car a little bit down the road, and then they later had to confess to it. Like, so many cases of these type of things going on. That's not even talking about these random lynchings that keep popping up. Or I can't say lynchings, but people found hung under suspicious circumstances. Even one kid legs was broken and hung himself. You know what I mean? Like, you're a bad dude, you could do that, you know, but it's been popping up. I mean, we still live in societies where, you know, there are definitely still sundown towns. I still
Miss Deidre just brought me some dinner.
Confederate flags.
If they don't wrap this up pretty quick here, I'm gonna have to get off stream and eat me some supper. I gotta support my fat.
I know situations where, you know, suspected Klan members, I'll say that, you know, have put in work. And she talks about Bob because it's in Mississippi. Yes. Exactly, because it's in Mississippi, you can't rule it out and take it off the table. I mean, that's Emmett Till. My father was born the same year Emmett Till was born in Greenville, Mississippi. I lived in Mississippi as well, in Greenville for a few years. So I can go into that a little bit. But yeah, you talking, you know, Medgar Evers, that was Mississippi. Civil rights. My father was alive when Medgar got killed. He was about 10 years old, and he speaks to
yeah,
me
that's all he does. He just spurgs out because he's so emotional. He just starts spitting out. He spits out a whole bunch of things that he just makes up.
Situations like this,
he just makes it up as he goes along, and he spits out these claims that he can't support. He makes claims that he has no way of knowing whether they're true or false. But I mean, he says them with the confidence of someone who actually knows what they're talking about.
Somebody that looks like me is this: the UN has said that the transatlantic slave trade was the greatest crime and atrocity in the history of mankind on this planet. So people
that was
like
great,
to throw that out and say, okay,
if you're still in chat, Ben, that
we
was
were
great.
Slaves as well, or the Holocaust.
He's the smartest guy in the room when he's the only guy in the room.
When you say the greatest
he's even dumber than himself.
You're talking even on
oh my God, that was good. I'm stealing that.
Thousands of years, not just here in America.
He says it with the confidence of someone who actually knows what they're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
I'm using that.
The what still endures to this day, but not that recently ago. I mean, we come from.
Let me get these comments in real quick, Will, and then we'll get back to. But you make some really good points here. So we got, you know, what Ben said, when T Reason is the smartest person in the room, T Reason is the only person in the room. And then we got the Common Code says, I need the Amazon link for that Kango, Dane. Question for Felicia: why is the memorial being done by a man who neither knows the family nor the deceased? Why Al Sharpton doing this besides exploitation?
That's your opinion. It's not a fact. Just because you state an opinion.
There we go. And then
it seems like all your opinions are facts.
So we got
facts.
So we got Common Code says YouTube limits the character count, so excuse the grammar to make question fit. Common Code also is wicked. I'll post an Amazon link to fix that fridge. I think Wicked's still trying to figure out what you mean by the fridge.
What are you even talking about?
Yeah.
I think what he's talking about. I think what he's talking about is the angle of your phone makes it look like it's leaning at a weird angle.
Probably. You realize it's like there ain't nothing wrong with the fridge. There ain't even nothing on it. He's just retarded.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Like a lot of his comments.
So yeah, like a lot of his comments. Okay, yeah, they're coming at you, Common Code, man. You got get these boys the flu. So yeah, Leo Bobia, holy wow. You're a fool, sir. When you got to try this hard to make things racial, it shows me one thing. You lived a nice, safe, privileged life and I'm glad for that. Maybe you should be too.
Is that aimed toward me?
I think that's aimed towards you. If I had to give a guess, hold on. Before you respond, let me just read this comment. Then you respond to both of them.
At all.
Leah Bobia says, our realities are the same, man. The only difference is my reality is reality. You want to talk about atrocity? How many abortions have we had just in America since 1960? 70 million.
That's off topic.
What does that have to do with what we were talking about, this case in Mississippi being racial? She got to understand, Mississippi, like I just said, 1960s, Medgar Evers, civil rights leader, murdered by a Klan member. You got Fannie Lou Hamer, who put it out there that was a part of the Mississippi, what did they call it? The Mississippi, anyway, that's where they were performing hysterectomies and sterilizing thousands of Black women for years. In her community, she underwent the process unknowingly. 60% of the women in her community had underwent, sterilizations and hysterectomies and things like that they had no clue that these medical professionals were performing on them in order to stop the birth of more Black babies and race control. She got to understand, I come from a place where they had Negro cookbooks, how to cook a nigga.
Oh, Lord.
Eat them. You know what I'm saying? Like, the hair
Here we go.
was used for stuffing in pillowcases. The skin
Here we go.
was used for chairs and things like that. You got to understand, when you living under attack, there's nothing privileged about this right here.
But who is? But none of that's happening right now.
This owl, man, or whoever that is.
Hold on, Will Dane brought up a point. Go ahead, Dane. So
I was just saying, I get what you're saying, but none of that is going on now, and none of that's been going on.
Man, stop, man. Come on, fam.
Okay,
Don't do that.
Give me an example of somebody who has published a cookbook for cooking Black people. I'll wait.
I'm saying that same energy.
I know, but what I no, okay, it's not going on now. It's not going on now. See, that's what I've been talking about the whole stream.
I'll tell y'all, look at the chef. No,
this is what I've been talking about the whole stream.
Bad time to bring this up. Sorry, Dave.
Too soon, right? This is what I've been talking about the whole stream. Is people are digging up stuff like that and they're reading it into the Nolan Wells death.
No.
Now, this isn't a panel, but do we want to discuss the racial atrocities that's happened in the history of mankind? We can go on all night about that. But if we're gonna talk about the Nolan Wells killing, none of that's happening. Ain't nobody stuffing pillows with hair. Ain't nobody cooking Black people. So none of that applies at all. It's completely irrelevant.
Hold on, quick. Before you respond, Will, everybody out there in the audience, all my folks out there that appreciate critical thinking and good conversation, like, subscribe, share.
Completely irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. And all they can do to support that is, come on, man. Are you for real?
Let's read this comment real quick. So yeah, we got some comments. Hold on, before you respond. We got some comments here.
The other one was a new comment too.
Yeah, so we got this one says right here, the common cold says T Reason didn't answer the exploitation question.
I can answer that. He's saying that Al Sharpton was exploited. So then you could say the same thing about Officer Tatum interviewing those kids. You could say the same thing about Candace Owens' whole entire platform. You could say the same thing.
So he's just gonna go on and on. He never actually answers a question or defends a point. All he says is, "Well, you could ask something else."
Says the
you could say something else.
Structure where the
not everybody thinks that. Not everybody believes that.
Cartilages. I don't know what that first word. Thyroid horn.
It's your throat.
Yeah, and then hyoid bone. I'm sure I missed this missing letter somewhere. Were removed from the original examiner in Mississippi. Why not send them as well with the body? So that's the question we got right there.
Because
anybody want to answer that one?
Because that's not normal operating procedure. People assume without any knowledge or even sound research into a subject, they assume that they know how something works because someone with an agenda feeds that information to them, or they just think they're that smart. Anybody who has a second autopsy done on anybody, on any human being at all, the same thing is going to happen. People assume that, I'll get a second autopsy, and then my guy, since he works for me, he's going to tell me the truth. You can't unring a bell So once you cut this organ or you cut that organ or you pour stomach juices out and such, once you do all of that, you can't send and get a second autopsy from the second medical examiner and him have the same body, the same material to examine that the first guy. You can't ring a bell. When it comes to these things like the throat, the thyroid horn and that kind of stuff, that's stuff that was likely sent off to other labs and such to be examined. Plus, if there has been foul play, I'm sure that everybody on the panel would agree, we want the most solid case to convict the foul player that we can have. So I would want, if it was, well, I do want the state of Mississippi to have the best case they can. And if that means, well, we need to make sure we keep this material for evidence for when we have a trial, so we can't send it off to Washington, D.C. for some dog and pony show for Al Sharpton and Ben Crump. From my perspective, having the strongest case possible to convict whoever killed Nolan, if there is a killer, is a lot more important than making sure that Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, and the people that he has misled feel good like, oh, well, we know everything now. The case against the killer, if he exists, it's so weak that he's going to walk free. But at least I've been told all the information, so I'm happy. But that's why it wasn't sent.
So sorry, real quick, Dane. Like, does anybody disagree with Dane that wants to speak to the comment? To reason, Will, do you disagree with him at all? If not, we can go to the next.
I couldn't
comment.
really understand the rant he was going on, to be honest.
Okay,
I didn't understand his point.
So now we got Leo Bobia saying, you mentioned atrocities, sir.
Yeah,
brought up the Holocaust.
He couldn't understand my rant because he couldn't respond to it.
Compared to the
That's
pile
what
of
it is.
babies
He could understand my rant, as he
murdered.
called it.
So that's what she was saying.
But he just doesn't have a response.
Well, I mean, I didn't label it personally the greatest atrocity. I guess these were people more educated than me came to this consensus that that's what it was. But I mean, I would say this about it, is since she's talking about abortions and things like that, yeah. But
I don't know why my camera keeps moving around.
A large fraction of those, maybe, I don't know how many, but a lot of the ones that I personally saw understanding coming up was the person walking themselves into the clinic to maybe get it done. I'm talking about forcefully babies being taken from you, ripped out, killed, sold, not somebody who maybe had something consensual or didn't. I don't know. But a lot of them I seen was something consensual. They wanted to, not have a kid at their time, and they took advantage of those services. But we can also talk about how and why, Planned Parenthood and abortion clinics was created and by who, and who the purpose was to stop the birth of more day babies.
So hold on, hold on real quick, Will. That's a good point. We're gonna go to the next comment real quick here. So we got next one. The common code says, Buddy with silky sound like a 1950s history book. No applications for today. So I guess they're saying that the examples were old. And we got Scully from Common Code. And then Leo Bobia says, okay, tell you what, you win. You're the biggest victim. Your people have had it the worst in all of human history. Now what? What does that give you? How does that help you? You want a trophy?
That's not the point.
Hold on. Let me read the next comment she has here. It says, maybe if we can teach the next few generations that people of all colors and creeds are equal and made in the image of God, racism will disappear in their lifetime. It's not the whites. And then let me see here. Keeping it. It's not the whites keeping it alive. And then I'm gonna read the rest of these, and then we get. It's a question, not an assumption, sir. I see. You have something against them, not really about the road to truth. Asking about all the wrestler says asking about all the organs sent to the second examiner versus this talk about Ben Crump and Sharpen are not the same.
And that's
interesting how that came up though. That's for Dane, I guess, right there. And then with Ben says, does Will know what per capita means? Does he really want to have an abortion conversation? Okay, so yeah, you go ahead, Will. You're on mute, Will. Go ahead. You're on mute, Will.
You gotta Will, unmute yourself. You muted.
You muted.
There you go.
Hello. Oh yeah, nah. I wasn't speaking about abortion. Abortion was brought.
Abortion up.
Yeah, abortion was brought to the table. But I said if we're going to speak on, I guess, babies being ripped from their mother and lead that on up into the establishment of these facilities and Planned Parenthood and things like that, Margaret Sanger and all of those things about how this was constructed and who it was for, then we can definitely get into that. You know what I'm saying? That also plays into the systematic supremacist racial construct that we see. It's not about being a victim. It's not about wanting a cookie or any of that. It's just about keeping it real with reality and laying things out for what they are. I'm speaking historically. She's acting like what I'm saying is not recorded, documented, and something factual. That's the problem we're having today with the government, the presidency, and all that. We see every few generations, they love to erase, rewrite, but I like rewrite. I like that. I'm gonna use that. Rewrite and mother whitewash and rewrite history. We know this. So the fact that somebody is saying, if you just forget about it, it'll go away. The fact that it's always getting erased and it goes nowhere is the bigger problem. Because nobody can learn if you keep trying to hide the truth about everyone and what's been taking place and been going on for so long. That, so, I mean, what do you mean the truth? Like, I want people to be honest. That's what I want.
Got you. Appreciate that. I'm gonna read this comment. We're gonna get into this next one. So with Ben says, yes, so let's speak on it. That was my point. Can't continue to blame whites for black decisions. And it says,
here's the thing.
Ben also says, stop aborting, stop going to Planned Parenthood. Just stop. A choice. What? And then Leo Babia says, sir, you realize that Margaret Sanger was a eugenicist? Yes. Eugenicist, yes. Every black woman's abortion is literally fulfilling her dream.
Bubba, what
black
they've
people
done
are in the most danger in their mother's womb.
I think it's because I challenged them on the whole what threshold,
accountability.
And I challenged them on their claims about history.
Will you a chance?
They're just going down that rabbit hole of this was done bad to blacks and that was done bad to blacks and the other was done bad to blacks.
It's hilarious a little bit, but it's really
they can't talk about the facts of the Nolan Wells case because they want to talk about this,
right? You know what I'm saying? And just like I said, there has been a concerted effort to stop the birth rates and babies being took and things like that. Like, this is what we know. And it seems like everybody has a sense of academia until it comes to dealing with us, dealing with black people. Everybody be like, oh yeah, mental health.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
And you therapy. People need therapy and to unpack the traumas and things like that. Oh, that's
a lot of female talk now. Old people need therapy, mental health, bloody bullshit.
For centuries. You don't think there's some trauma to unpack?
That's all he's talking about now.
We thrive and continue to do so in the face.
Hey, look, I'm throwing this one up y'all too. Now, Big Daddy got bills to pay. You can scan this QR code. I'll tell you what I'll do.
But abroad,
I'll give y'all
the fact that we continue to do
so
and thrive.
Because if y'all are on your phones right now,
is that sounding like
it'd be hard for y'all to scan that QR code.
That's sounding like people who continue.
Let me pull that up. I'm gonna make it a little bit easier.
Choose to forget and choose to daily fight against.
I know some of y'all broke as me,
so system that's been in place before you or anybody on this panel has been born. You know what I'm saying? This is what this is about.
Man, yeah, he don't have a clue. He don't have a clue, Bubba. Okay, he's just continuing talking and rattling off history books.
I mean, there's a lot to what he's saying about the Planned Parenthood. He's absolutely right. It was actually targeted to create less black babies. That was literally the whole purpose of it, was to have less black women having babies. There's no doubt about that at all. But I think what Leah's speaking to the fact of is that I believe it's 28% of the black women abort their babies. And the most reason is just because of like, oh, I don't want the baby, or I can't afford it, or something. It doesn't have to do with the life or the health of the mother or the child. In most cases, there are cases where it does. So I could see where they're both coming from. But I also believe that if a group of people continue to live into the past, things that happened, yes, things that happened in the past were fucked up. Should they have happened? Absolutely not. But if you continue to live in the past, you're never going to be able to build a future, no matter what situation you're in.
Why does everybody call it the past?
You still got 20
That's my
seconds.
question. Why is everybody?
Is it happening? I call it the past. Is it happening today? In today's world,
Yes,
slavery,
just like I was going to tell.
slavery.
Just like I was,
Show me where slavery is happening in the U.S. today, please.
Just like we were going to speak, or I was going to say today earlier.
Hold on, quick, Will, because I want to. We got to get Dane in. We don't forget that question right there. That's a good question. So I think we got to cover. I'm gonna write that down so we can make sure we cover this about comparing the past to the day. And I think people are taking an issue with that, and some people agree with it. So, but real quick, going to Dane real quick. Dane, in a minute and 30, what you got?
Man, look, between T-Reason and then Will and everything they've had to say.
Too much facts coming your way.
Hold on, T-Reason. Go ahead.
I mean, I've just got to the point where I'm just going to let children just rattle till they get it out. So what I'm saying is I've kind of lost track of where the conversation was going, but I would like to ask, like, all of the things that Will's bringing up about history, I say all of them. A lot of them I know are true. I'm going to grant that all of them's true. You know, I got no argument against whether or not blacks were mistreated. But my question is, what that I asked earlier, what level of evidence in the Nolan Wells investigation? Because my understanding is we were here to debate out or to talk about and discuss the Nolan Wells death and the investigation and stuff surrounding it, and not to rehash whether or not black people were mistreated historically speaking. I think everybody could agree, unless they're just stone cold ignorant, that yes, black people were given a disservice historically in this country. So from my perspective, that's not even an argument to have. But I'm not sure how that has to do with the stuff that we know with the Nolan Wells case. So I'm curious as to what the threshold is of evidence when the grand jury sees the evidence. If the grand jury says this looks like there was no foul play, it was just a terrible accident, will that be enough? And if not, then what will be enough? To address something that T-Reason I know said, Will may have said this as well, but I know T-Reason did, the question of that should not be taken off of the table. My position is that within the justice system, within investigating something that could be a crime especially, but any incident like this where it's an unexpected death like this, I don't understand why that would have to be put on the table to begin with without there being other evidence to indicate that it might be a race crime. Because the only evidence that I've heard anybody say on this panel, as well as social media since July the 4th when he came up missing to begin with, is, well, he was with white people. And so he was with white people, so we should automatically consider that it's a race issue with no other evidence that it would be a race issue. Because part of my fear in having that mindset is this. There are a lot of people, yes, even in the state of Mississippi, there are a lot of people who are white people like me who spend time with black people. And sometimes the black people will only be 1 or 2 or 3 in the group, just like Nolan was. And one of my concerns is with this situation with Nolan Wells is that it's going to set back race relations because there's going to be loads of white people who are going to start acting towards blacks the same way that a lot of men act towards women when they say, I'm not going to be on the elevator alone with a woman. I'm not going to ride in the car alone with a woman. I'm only going to have discussions with a woman at work that's strictly business because believe all women. All she has to do is make an allegation, and I have to hire lawyers and defend myself. And even if I defend myself successfully, my reputation is still toast. What I see coming out of how this has been handled in the community, in the public opinion, is it's going to make people like me, who has zero shred of hate, hard feelings, desire for harm against blacks or any other non-white, non-Christian, whatever, non-American person, but they're going to stop and think, man, if we include these couple of guys in the neighborhood or these couple of guys I work with to go on our hunting trip, And if they fool around, get seriously injured or killed, because getting killed on a hunting trip is not unusual. You know, it's hunting accidents happen. We need to be concerned that their family and the black community and these butt-kissing white liberals are going to get in the news and think we committed a hate crime, regardless of the fact that we clearly love these guys. We have a history of it. There's no explicit evidence for it other than we're white. So
let me go and get
we need to step back.
Yeah, good point. First, what you said reminded me of the movie Life, one of my top 5 favorite movies right there.
I love that movie.
That's literally an entire
Y'all so
scene based
young.
off of that point right there.
Y'all so young. I got no idea.
State of Mississippi.
State of Mississippi. It's literally what we're talking about right now.
I got no. I never. I don't watch that many movies, man. But I find that people y'all's age must watch a lot more movies than I do, because I hear that a lot.
That's Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence.
Man,
you gotta check that one out. You'll love that one.
You lucky, because I ain't nice like Boss here is.
Yeah, there you go.
So all right, y'all. So to reason, you got 2 minutes, because I gave Dane more time. So yeah, go ahead. You got 2 minutes right here. You know, you could address what Dane said, plus other comments, whatever the case may be. Go ahead.
Man, it was so much I wanted to address that I don't even have everything top of mind. I mean, like I said, you can't rule it out. And the fact that anybody's trying to rule it out, it means they're aiding to a cover-up.
No, Leah, you need to come on. You need to come on stream. I posted the.
And we don't have.
I thought I posted the link a minute ago. Here, I'll get it for you again. Let me get it.
The elephant in the room. If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, goddamn it, it's a duck.
Well, it ain't no duck.
Like
don't do none of that. He makes it up. He makes it up.
And talk like a beach ball.
That dude,
damn it, that's Dane.
That dude trying to eat like that dude is eating a seagull or something. It don't look like a duck or nothing. He just want to eat something.
To be the ones to get to the bottom of this get lax. That's why we have to put more eyes on it, so they don't take their eye off the ball, so they don't overlook evidence, so they don't leave a stone unturned. And until we can get to the bottom of this and we can have some dialogue where we can have the interviews that need to be had with the girl that they keep saying was the last person he was with, where's her testimony? You know what I'm saying? Certain things that are obvious to anybody looking at this case that stone still hasn't been turned, because it looks more and more like what we're seeing, which is a cover-up. And for anybody to say they don't believe in a hate crime, that's like saying that people don't commit crimes out of hate. People to say there's no such thing as a racial crime, that's like saying we're going to ignore the entire history of this country. And when you have people getting upset and saying, well, you want to always make this a racial issue, you think that's what we want to do? You think we want to always have to pay attention to this? We want to live our normal lives just like everybody else. But to be persecuted because of the color of your skin in America is crazy, and to still have to deal with the same problems that people say don't exist anymore is
this
crazy.
Dude, he just goes on his diatribe, and he doesn't get to have to defend any of this.
People that get involved in certain issues, because if we don't have those pillars in place, now we don't have a person that has enough expertise to make sure that the investigators, the police that's involved aren't doing the things that they need to be doing, because they've seen them not do it in other cases. You see what I'm saying? So it's never a bad thing when we have eyes on an innocent person dying and people trying to get to the bottom and figure out what happened and figure out what took place. We're not saying that's what happened, but it damn sure looked like it. And for anybody to say, oh, well, that's not the case, and you're a fool to think that, and why do you always assume that? Well, how many times has it been the case in the past? And history repeats itself.
How many?
And then what? And that's when it's a number I can't count to.
Well, yeah. So hold on.
So 4.
So what's that, like 3?
Hold on, before we get
way more than that.
Real quick.
I didn't say a number you couldn't count to. I said a number I can't count to.
Yeah, let's get to these comments real quick, and then
you can only speak for yourself. You can't speak for me.
Well, you just seem to always want to speak just to hear yourself talk. So
that's what you're doing right now. You're interrupting me while I'm talking.
Oh, you don't like what's being done to you,
no,
poor baby.
Be listening more, man. You'll learn something. You should.
All right, so here we got
poor baby.
So all right, we got with Ben saying this right here. They want to bring up so many other points to obfuscate, but they will get demolished on all the other points they bring up anyway. And then with Ben says these are just bad arguments. Leah Bobia says, so why are black women still aborting black babies? Are you missing the point? Nobody denied that was the case, but black people are supporting it. Then we got the next one right here. It says, "Oh, we already covered that one."
Yeah, I mean, Ben does have.
What Ben says, Will, what about the trauma from being slaves in Africa over thousands of years? Stop blaming the white man.
First of all,
last comments. You want me to comment? Let me get to this right here. It says, Restless says Black/African American 38% to 40%, white, non-Hispanic 30%, 33% Hispanic, Latin 21% to 22%, Asian and other multiracial groups 6 to 8%. Gave us to break down the percentages. Leo Babia says, right, your people overcame. Then today you use your struggle as your aesthetic. I think that's aesthetic. And that's a whole new level of diabolical.
Horrible way to reframe that in your mind. Your reality is warped. That is a horrible way to reframe that in your mind. That is not happening.
Anytime somebody says something about
and Vulcan, you killing it. Amazing
reframe that your reality. Your reality is something. Your reality is that. Anybody who says that, especially a man, they're speaking like a woman.
That one was my fault. Sorry. True enough. Back on topic. We get here.
Triggered. Leah and the other guy was getting triggered. They got off topic.
So right here is let me go up. I'm missing one. I gotta start giving Freshly and Enos more credit for doing these comments. See exactly, Dane. There's one I mentioned exactly, Dane. Yeah, there's one right here I'm trying to get to, but I can't scroll up. Oh, there we go. Exactly, Dane. There we go. And then Restless says, we already do it in some places, especially with white women and children. And then the Common Cold says, Felicia cooking. And then the Common Cold says, what would Dane and Wicked's fridge have to see to say that was racial? Leo Bobia says, sir, I don't want to hear a word about being persecuted. You are protected legally from such, societally from such, socially from such. The Hawaiians are literally the only unprotected people.
Wow.
And then last two comments we got.
And I'm deranged and delusional.
Yeah. Last two comments we heard. Leo B says, "Sir, it's not redrawing. It's showing you your own behavior. If you can't handle it, be better."
Oh, I thought she wrote red line, and I thought she said red line.
Yeah, red line.
What I thought you wrote was what red? Is that red line?
Oh, yeah. It's probably red line. It's probably red line. Yeah.
No. I'm just joking because
the red drawing.
People.
It's all. I'm not triggered, not even slightly. One of these days, I'll come up and give you a few of my thoughts. Get ready, though. You think Dane is so mean? She's warning everybody.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Says, I meant reframing. Okay, so reframing.
Oh, yeah, that's true about Leah. She is mean.
So we covered a lot right there. So real quickly, we covered the topics as far as the Nolan stuff that I had question. I want to give everybody a chance to kind of anybody have anything that's left on the table they want to cover?
I do. It's not nothing new, but I do have something I'd like to say.
Common Cold says, Buddy missing his front tooth and wearing the Scully reading straight off of 1950s textbooks. I'm not sure who he's referring to on that one. But yeah, so yeah, go ahead, Dane.
No, I would just like to point out.
Niggas say what front tooth? Niggas talking about me.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Niggas talking about me,
man.
I really am missing.
I'm like, nigga, I got all my teeth, nigga, and they beautiful. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I smile better than whoever wrote that.
Yeah, I actually am.
What are you talking about?
I actually am missing a front tooth, but I got a crown, but I actually am missing a front tooth. There for a minute, I thought you were talking about me.
My teeth, nigga, no cavities either, buddy. What are you talking about?
He got
so you get long in the tooth. It's a good thing.
I don't know.
Not missing a tooth. I'm getting long in the tooth. Tell him.
That part.
If I could say though, first of all, that common cold dude, whatever he is, said something about my Kango. This ain't no Kango. I can't afford Kango, man. These are Boston Scallies, man. I got a whole stack of them, man. See, look at here. See how the inside. This is the Grateful Dead. You see that inside? Yeah. See here's my. See, this is the baseball, the beach ball. When I think that T. Reason talked about earlier, it's actually a slush puppy. But anyway, that's what it is. But I do appreciate you for recognizing, appreciating my not.
Keep cooking, brother. Just speed it up.
Yeah, so but no. Sure. What I'd like to ask though. T Reason.
Yeah, Dan, you had a question. For I guess for T Reason, Will, and Wicked. Go ahead.
Yeah. Like I've heard say several times tonight in almost 3 hours we've been on stream things like more eyes on it. More, they need to have more interviews. They need to have more this, that, and the other. I just want to point out, and I'd love for someone to like actually logically, not just make these claims like they're talking about Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter or something, but actually concrete explain to me how it is that they have any idea how many eyes have been on it or how many interviews have been done. Like the question of, well, these boys need to be interviewed more, or what about this girl Katie? That's something T-Reese just said. What about this girl Katie, or whatever, supposedly with him? What has she had to say? And this, that, and the other. Why hadn't she been interviewed? Again, I keep reiterating this. Nobody on this panel, nobody outside of the DA and the sheriff department and the people involved in that in Mississippi have any idea about that. That's exactly what I'm pointing out when I say people are taking their lack of information and then they're filling in that gap with all sorts of things, whether it's stuff from way back at Emmett Till, it's farther on back into slavery, whatever the case may be. We don't know, and they're filling that in. So I'm interested. Like, we'll just take, for instance, how we need more eyes on the evidence or more eyes on the situation. T-Reason, how many eyes have been on it thus far that's not enough to suit you?
I'm saying anytime you have a murder and there's information.
I'm asking you a direct question. Please answer it. How many? No, you're not. No, you're not. How many eyes? How many eyes? You made the claim. Defend your claim. How many eyes, T-Reason? How many? It's a simple question, dipshit. How many eyes have been on it? How many eyes, T-Reason? How many eyes have been on it? How many? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You started going off on another gish gallop. How many eyes? How many eyes? How many eyes? It's a simple question, man. It's a simple question. It's a simple question, Felicia. It's a simple question. It's how many eyes have been on the case? How many eyes have been on the case? You see, he does not know. He does not know, but he's making a claim to know something that he doesn't know. And that's the bottom line. He cannot defend his position.
I was trying to share a screen or something, but I can't find it.
You pulled it out of your fucking ass, man, because you don't know. You made it the fuck up.
No, y'all, let's reset. Let's reset. I'm trying to share my screen and it didn't work.
I know you want me to be quiet. I know you want me to be quiet because I just proved that you don't have a clue what you claim to know. You don't have a clue to know what you claim to know.
I want to change.
How many eyes? Simple as that. How many eyes?
Everybody, real quick to do this real quick. Hold on, because I just want to do a change of tabs real quick right here. We stay on the topic, so everybody hear this out real quick. We're still staying on the topic. You can still say everything you want to say. But I'm going to add another question to it while we're having this conversation right here, because this is the Vulcan Soapbox. It's not just about the topic. It's also about how we're handling the topic. And as Dane pointed out earlier, we were having a conversation about the conversation, a meta conversation, as some might call it earlier, which was at a place where we're still staying on the topic. But now that we've kind of covered most of the questions, we can add a little bit of the meta to it. So I want to do that. But before I do that, I'm going to go cover these questions real quick, and then we're going to get into it. So we got Leo Bobia says, and you use the words of your oppressor. Ooh, that is cognitive dissonance. Like, is it loud all at once or like a constant low hum? And then so Common Code says, Dane cooking this point as a sponsor of Strawberry Smokers Jelly. Keep going, brother. And then the Common Code says Strawberry Smokers Jelly.
I'm going to be right back, y'all. I got to go refill my water cup. Miss Deidre went to bed. So I'm going to be right back in just a second, y'all. I'm going to swap y'all. Now, I'll tell you what I'll do. In case y'all want to keep listening to their stream there. I'm just gonna turn my camera off so y'all don't see my big fat ass stand up. There's plenty more man from here down. There's plenty more man. So I'm just gonna turn my camera off real quick, and I will be back directly. If you leave while I'm gone,
go to this right here. It says
you're probably gay.
So we're going to go right this one right here. So give a pro and a con about the other panelists' debate style. Just on this show, try not to factor in other shows right here. You know, actually, we'll wait till Dane gets back for this one right here, so we can make you catch it. So yeah, go ahead. Y'all go ahead and finish discussing what y'all want to discuss. Oh, I got a question for y'all while we're waiting on this right here. So, y'all know TMZ just released the conversation that's been had, the audio that was released. They've been doing their engineering enhancements to be able to get us the audio a little bit. We got stuff like, can we from a TMZ release, from what I'm seeing that they release, if this is correct, it says, can we cover it up? Yeah, I thought all about that. Oh, you killed him. He's already dead. Is he dead? Yeah. Yells Nolan. Oh my God. Nolan, wake up. Inaudible but clear. Wyatt, wake up. Get up. Damn it, Bart. Nolan's really, deceased now. So that's kind of sad thing to hear. But anybody got any comments on this recent information that's coming as far as the audio? While waiting on Dane to get back.
Which audio are you referring to?
That's the newly released audio of the one of the call that was had, the recording of the people as they were talking about. I guess what it seems to be people were there. Maybe I'm not sure.
To the dispatch of the CETO.
Okay, there we go.
So when I heard that recording, I didn't hear any of that. And then it's also, like I said to you before, when they're on the recording with the CETO, they are less than 100 yards out from the shoreline, surrounded by hundreds of boats. And if there was a body on that boat, people would have seen it.
You can see what happens inside of
if you go, what I want you to do is there is a video of the boat being towed. If you look at the boat itself, you can see by looking at the boat that if there was a body or it's an open boat, it's not like it's a boat.
I'm going to try to cover that.
It's just like there's a boat, there's a place to drive the boat, and everything is open. You can see everybody on the boat. You can see on the boat. You can see everything. It's not like you can hide something on that boat. There's no covers. There's no covers. There's no little room where you can go down into, where some boats have that little room by.
Yeah, let me. I see, I got 7 of y'all left. So
if you look at the boat,
y'all are so not gay.
Clearly see everything that's on the boat. If there was people on the boat, and when they made that call, they were less than 100 yards off of the. Less than 100 yards. They were pretty much at the shoreline. When you give out the coordinates, when they gave out the coordinates, they were close to the shoreline. People could see them.
You would think, right?
What do you mean? I would think. Well, when you're surrounded on an island,
people don't make mistakes. People are infallible.
Yes, you make plenty of mistakes. That is true.
Okay. So if someone actually did some foul play, you think they're not going to do everything they can to cover it up? You don't think that the people involved could have been involved to the level that they were?
Well, yes, if people do foul play, they might cover it up. But if you actually look at the boat, where are they going to hide it? Where are they going to hide a body on that specific boat?
You're saying where? Saying where?
So what I'm telling you.
If they did it and they got away with it, it doesn't matter where they were able to do it. It doesn't matter. They got away with it. They're surrounded by hundreds of people.
They're
surrounded by hundreds of people.
Hold on,
not 10 people.
I'm gonna read these comments. Mean that something didn't happen.
Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna read these comments.
Hey, yo, Wiki. I'm curious about Wiki. What he was saying. Like, you ever seen Weekend at Bernie's?
Sorry. Hold on, quick, Will. We can be the answer.
You see how they
a movie?
I've had black people. I've had black people do that to me before.
You're talking about.
I've had black people do that to me before in the past, where they'll want to try to set some sort of evidence in real life based on a movie. I'm not saying they do that because they're black. I'm just saying that the people I've had say to me before, what I'm saying is true because of this movie.
Right now,
it's been like 3 or 4 of them in my life. Were black.
You're saying that nobody saw. No. I'm saying if you're saying nobody saw this, what were they to see that would really be super abnormal with a guy that's dead propped up with his arm around you or your arm around him?
Like they don't see drunk people on these boats all the time.
Yeah, like he don't gotta appear dead to somebody that's 50 yards away or 100 yards away.
Like
I'm just keeping it real. Like that's not a possibility.
Have you? Not a laughing matter, and you're laughing though. Like
I'm laughing at the comparison to See, listen here, princess. Get out your feelings for a second. Listen here, lady. Get out your feelings for a second. You're the one who's getting. I'm trying to talk to him, and I'm not talking to you. So shut your mouth and let me talk to him. Because you just don't know how to shut up. Because I want to show you who I'm talking to is the man who's under me, not you. You just want to talk like all the time.
I can see it. I got 2
Oh,
eyes.
but it's so
You don't
funny
use
how
your
you're.
eyes. You don't use it.
Yeah. So let's
I use your eyes. It's just so funny how you compare. Oh, why are you cutting me off every stream? But yet you seem to cut everybody off all the time, and it's just so funny how you cry and cry and cry.
A reasonable comparison, and it's going straight over your head.
Weekend at Bernie's. You're gonna say weekend at Bernie's,
and you couldn't even.
Weekend at Bernie's is a logical comparison.
This is what I'm saying.
Hold on a second. When I give you logical, actual factual, logical.
See, there has been an occasional time
what I'm saying is
when
this.
T-Reason actually came out with something that was worth hearing. But it's been so few and far between. But if he would just calm the hell down and actually have a discussion,
what would you think that you would see?
It'd be a lot more enjoyable for everybody on panel.
Hey, that's a dead body right there on their boat.
Well, one would be there would be a body laying there. Have you ever tried to pick up a dead body, like an actual pick up a dead body, just dead weight of a person?
What is that?
Why would he be? Why can't he be sitting there? In the pictures, the photos, they were sitting there hugged up. In all the photos, they sitting there hugging each other.
If you look at all those photos of them after that part, when they're towing the boat, he's not even on the boat. When they were in the boat and making that phone call, they were literally almost on the shoreline, surrounded by people. So if something was to happen, it would happen on the island, surrounded by people. Or if it happens and you're saying that it happened on the boat where he wasn't even there.
That's exactly what it is.
And neither do you, but yet you want to see
what it is. It's almost like if you ask him.
No, I never said it has to.
You said it has to have happened on the island or on the boat. You're saying where it
No, I'm telling you where they were when that phone call was being
I don't know how loud that panel is to y'all, but it was really loud in my earphones here. Jesus.
Body, what do you mean?
They was killing me. But that's exactly what it is. It's like if you ask him, is today Monday, and it's Monday, he was right about that.
No,
listen, I'm just talking about actually, what I'm talking about is if you're
chilling, they be looking like they sleep.
What I'm talking about is actually lifting up a dead body.
Who's lifting him? You adding on. Like who's lifting him? Why are we lifting him? He's sitting there.
So you just said he would be propped up.
Vulcan.
He would be propped up.
No.
Take that means you're lifting
Vulcan, can I ask a question?
Take that photo where the 4 of them are sitting there together, where they all hugged up with the beers and the seltzers, and one of them died. And he's just there like, yo, head leaning to the side. Nobody from a distance, 50 yards, 100 yards away can be like, yo, that kid is dead. You can't.
See, I want to get in on this. Vulcan must not be able to hear me or something. He's doing some other work.
Nobody on the island saw them dragging a dead body from point A to the boat.
Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't.
No.
See, this is the kind of stuff.
The picture that I saw, I don't know if the boat actually got towed. I'm not sure it did.
The boat did get towed. I watched the video of the boat being towed. I literally watched the video of the boat being towed. That's how I know that it's a small boat. It's not really a small boat because you can fit a bunch of people on it, but it's not a boat where there's like brooms and like big yachts and stuff like that. It's just like a little charter, like a little small boat where, 10 people can fit on with an open area. It's just an open boat. There's no little rooms. There's no
Vulcan.
There's a boat and a seat.
So hold on.
I thought the grandpa called off the tow.
So hold on real quick, Will. Dane has something he wants to say. What you said there, Dane?
Yeah, man, Lord, I need to give me one of them little red flags like they use on the Jubilee podcast, so I can just wave the red flag. Good God Almighty! I just want to point this out. The rest of the panel, well, except for you, because you're probably looking over your checkbook or something, counting all your money. You was deeply concentrating on something, but the rest of the panel is going down that rabbit hole of what if. I don't know if anybody on this panel has ever heard of a man named Calvin Parker and another man named Charles Hickson. Y'all can look them up, look both of them up. Back in the mid-'70s, they were supposedly had a close encounter of the third kind there in Pascagoula, which is just a city just north of Horn Island, so it's the same area. Supposedly they was abducted and probed and everything, and they both stood by their stories till they died like 50 years later. One of the guys, Calvin Parker, ended up in a mental hospital because of supposedly the trauma being probed by these extraterrestrials. I tend to think they're CIA, but that's a whole different conversation. So based on that, I'm just saying that what y'all are doing here there's no end to it. Because we could go to say, what if that flying saucer came and sucked Nolan up into the air and the aliens up there were his white friends and they did this, that, and the third. Everything y'all are arguing about right now, is coming out of three imaginations of what if, this, that, and the other could have happened, should have happened, would have happened. What we should be concentrating on is what actually happened and what we can prove actually happened. And if we find out that there was actually foul play, go to the courtroom and serve justice for that foul player. All of this stuff, we could go on for years and years and years coming up with new ideas about what coulda, shoulda, woulda. Our imaginations get to kicking. None of that has any effect on what was true or what happened. I would think that if people were as interested in finding justice for Nolan, that they would want to stick to what we actually know. And like I asked T-Reason, how many eyes have been on the investigation or on the evidence? Because he said we need to have more eyes on it. And we need to have, what about that girl? Why hadn't she been interviewed? I've asked him how he knows whether she's been interviewed or not. The answer to that question is he does not know. But the more we dig into that, there's a never-ending cascade of whatabouts. And I'm still anxious to know what threshold of evidence in this situation will be sufficient for people on the other side of the issue from me to say, you know what? It was an accidental drowning. It was an accidental drowning because they've met my threshold of it. What's that threshold? And if there's no threshold, then why are we even arguing about it? Let's just decide, okay, we're just going to stop talking to each other and we're just going to hate each other and blame each other for our problems. If we don't have a threshold of reconciliation.
That's for, I'm assuming, Will.
He's making a lot of assumptions and saying we should make assumptions. That's crazy to me.
I ain't make no assumption.
You did.
What assumption did I make?
The last thing you said. What was the last thing you just said?
I asked what your threshold of evidence was for you to finally, if the evidence comes out that it was an accidental drowning, what threshold does that evidence have to show for you to accept it versus coming out with another what about?
No, when you're looking at evidence, what you're basically saying is there's too much evidence. There's no such thing as.
I didn't say that. You're straw man in my argument. Could you answer the question I asked instead of sermonizing about what you wish I would have asked?
We don't need to get all the information.
So you're just not going to answer my question. That's cool. If you don't answer my question, I accept your concession, T-Reason. I accept your concession. Thank you. There's no sense to continue talking. You've conceded the point. I appreciate that.
So real quickly, I want to say this real quick. Will, did you want to take a shot at Dane's question? You're on mute. You're on mute.
You muted, Will.
You muted, Will.
Will, you muted.
You know he's sitting right now.
I don't know.
Oh, my bad. I was still stuck because I'm under the impression that the boat never got towed. Can somebody look that up real quick?
Well, hold on.
I don't think it did either.
So we're disputing whether the boat got towed.
Yeah, I haven't seen everything. But I thought that the boat belonged to the granddaddy. He lives over in Biloxi, which is just across. Right. It's just across Biloxi Bay from Ocean Springs. Ocean Springs is on the eastern bank of Biloxi Bay, and then Biloxi is on the western bank. So it would be real easy for them to just go up Biloxi Bay to dock it. Yeah, that was what I heard, was that the grandfather told the towboat captain that no, they don't really need it. I don't know, maybe the guys were panicking and the grandfather was like, oh, they just panicking over nothing. I don't know why he did that, but yeah, that's what my understanding was that Cito did not tow it. But I mean, Wicked says he saw the video. I don't know.
They crept slower than a walking pace for 53 minutes around the time of this call. They just crept away, and then all of a sudden, they hit the jets and made it there quickly. So I think that was enough time for them to do whatever they had to do. You know what I'm saying? Devise a plot and plan to get it done. I don't think they got told, Wiki. Honestly, I don't think they did. Nobody came. They handled that. It was never a bilge pump issue like that.
How do you know it wasn't a bilge pump, though? Have you ever dealt with a boat in salt water?
That's what I'm asking. Did they get told?
Whether they got told or not.
Does anybody know T reasons? Look that up. Vote. Did they get told? I really need to know that.
There was a video on Officer Tatum's stream today of them getting towed.
Officer Tatum got the stream.
On today's stream. There was a video of them getting towed.
That may be the case. I've been busy all day getting my stream stuff set up. I've been expanding some software here in my studio, so I hadn't looked at it today. So I don't know.
Let me say this real quick. So we don't know the toad thing. People check out to see the toad thing real quick. I wanted to do a slight change of pace, but still on a similar topic. But there's been a lot of conversations about, again, and I think Dane, you had taken a break real quick when I was saying this earlier, but about not just the topic and people, their opinion on the topic, but also their debate or conversation style. So I wanted to add this right here to the conversation and just kind of go around the room. First, say everybody's perspective on it, and then we'll see if the person agrees or disagrees. But I just want to start with Will. If you can just kind of go around the room and give a pro and a con on each person. A pro that you have about the con about the person you have about their debate or discussion style, and then they'll be the agree to disagree after we go around the room and have a conversation about a little bit about how we do it, and maybe for the audience can learn from the conversation about what we think is good, what we think is bad, and why. So I just want to get Will. You can start it off. You could just T-Reason and Hickett Wicked, then Dane. Give a pro and a con from your perspective, your opinion, about their debate or conversation style.
I don't even know who Les Twigs is, Ben, but if you could tell me, I'll be happy to laugh at it.
If you don't have one, that's cool too. We can pass if you don't have one.
Yeah, it was just cool, speaking.
But what you got to do is you got to say T-Reason. You got to give a pro and a con for him, a pro and a con for Wicked, and a pro and a con for Dane.
Oh, for each person. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you talking about going around each one?
Yeah, we can go around each one, and then after that, people can say whether they disagree and why. And hopefully the audience can benefit from it a little bit.
All right. Shit, T-Reason, a pro. I like that he's open. To me, it appears. You know what I mean? I think putting everything on the table is something that I can identify with.
I hate these kind of things when people do this. Give a pro and a con for this person or that person when you want to be like, there ain't no pro for that crazy son of a bitch like that. But
we're a part of, you know what I'm saying?
I have grown in my age. I am ready.
In the utopia, the settings were a little different, but I appreciate that he can recognize, and not just because he's a black dude or nothing like that, but that he could be honest with the fact that, these are the default settings that we deal with. Same like I see certain white people on TikTok say the same thing. They're not shying away from.
What about the con? Sorry, can we get through? What's your con? I mean, if you don't have one, you don't have one. But what's your con about his debate or conversation?
See, I mean, I think sometimes he be going at it with the cats. I like it and shit, going back and forth, but. I think probably the strongest strength is letting them get it off and then putting that energy into, using, like his name is T-Reason, using that reason to go ahead and, dissect.
I hadn't seen any reason come out of it. None.
It's just, it's funny and shit like that.
What about above you, Wicked, right there? What's your pro and con, just based off the conversation you've had today?
Oh, Tyler Robinson's boyfriend. Oh, I got you. Yeah, the dude that was one of them transmissions,
like that,
transistors, transformers.
He's a willing listener. You know what I'm saying? He said T-Reason to cut you off or so, but I don't think Wicked really, from what I observed, cut, it off too much when I was trying to express something like that.
Okay.
So yeah, that's
pro.
definitely
what about a con? You got a con?
I guess it would have to be,
Will. He's Italian. He's Italian. He's Italian. That's enough.
I'm white. You could say it.
That's enough. He's Italian.
You're an Italian?
He's Italian. That's enough.
Nah, man, it ain't. Nah. It's not because you white. I think that
Yes, it
maybe
is.
it's just
It's okay. I'll give you the white pass.
man.
I'll
It's
give
just
you the
we
white
walk
pass. You can
life
just
in a
tell him that.
different experience to a degree. You know what I'm saying? But that, like I said, it's people on TikTok that of all complexions that are not afraid to just recognize what it is and what we doing. So I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit, more openness or leaning into that, to saying, yo, that's just what it is. The slight pushback. I can't say it's a bad thing because he has his position, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? But
yeah, I got you, Ben.
I mean, just
yeah, man, I just didn't. I kind of checked out from the Charlie Kirk stuff not long after it got started when Erica Kirk became the CEO and went on a media tour.
Oh man, I like
I'm gonna hear this.
The way Dane can kind of analyze and bring an anecdote and a storytelling aspect to it. You know what I'm saying? He'll bring in, I don't know, it's almost kind of grandfatherly. You know what I'm saying? The way he'll break down and then recite something from it. Nah, for real. Something from his personal life, or something from people that he knew, a while back in, 72, 73, it was this guy by the name, or he'll use something from his personal life with his wife as an experience to help shape the point of view and the way my mind works. That helps me.
My mama always just called that bullshit.
A human type of element
to it, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that helps the way my mind works. So
just if I could respond to that real quick,
giving me some color commentary along with his position, not just keeping it so staunch to the, but also throwing in kind of like a parable to, you know what I mean? To kind of.
Mama always called that bullshit, Will. Mama used to.
I do it too.
I'm 6'3". I'm not a midget like Wicked. I'm 6'3", and Mama used to look up at me and she'd say, it's amazing that they could pile bullshit that high. That's what Mama used to say to me. So.
Wicked look tall on camera. I mean, Wicked look tall on camera.
It's the angle.
It's the angles. He know how to work the camera angles, man. Look at the refrigerator.
He stand 5 foot nothing.
Yeah. So Will, what's your con, man?
Listen, I'm only 5'7". I ain't that. I'm not short, but I ain't tall.
So what's your con? We try to get through you, man. What's up?
Oh shit! Oh yeah, man. I'm taking a long time. My bad, man.
Take your time as long as you're complimenting me, man. Just keep going. I got all night.
Wax long or
Nah, man. I mean, shit. You good? I think that maybe the same thing that I find pleasurable and endearing when he breaking his thing down is, you got to make sure to stay with him and follow him, until the end to really try to get what he's saying. I mean, I get it. I think like that, but I don't know if everybody, who might listen, because some people get upset with me with being long-winded for trying to break things down and show an analysis with it and things like that. So, I mean, it's not a con necessarily to me, but I can see how some people might get at him like sometimes they'll get at me for expounding and maybe straying away, but I'm trying to bring it back to a greater point of emphasis at the end. You know what I mean?
Is this your first time on stream, Will? Is this your first time on the channel?
Nah.
Okay.
I've been on here before, man.
Okay.
A few times back.
I just don't think I've seen you.
It's been a while though.
But Vulcan and Freshly and Enos can tell you. I told them when I first started coming on the channel, I said, man, you just got to mute me and interrupt me. You can't if you wait for me to land the plane. You just got to break in. That's just my personality. But anyway, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
No problem, man.
So yeah, Wicked pros and cons going around. Hopefully a little bit more quicker than.
So let's see. Well, we'll start with Dane. Pros would be that he actually tries to stick to the point of whatever is being talked about instead of trying to go off on a tangent. The con would be, see, you just can't ever just stop. We're gonna get to you. Don't worry. Okay. For the con, Dane just don't shut up. Sometimes that'd really be the only con. But now, as far as Will, I would say a pro, being that he does seem to be genuine in the conversation. He might have his opinions, but he's at least open to hearing your opinion. It feels like a con. This is my first show with him, so I really not too sure. He was pretty well intact tonight. Didn't really interrupt, unlike some people. He didn't really
get you some
try
tissue.
See, look at you. Look at you. As I'm talking about the person interrupting, here you go. Here he goes. Keep going. He just can't help himself.
You brought me up. Stop being a baby. Stay on topic. Talk about
don't worry. Listen, Princess, we're getting to you. Don't worry, Princess. Listen,
talk about me. Talk about Will right now.
Listen, I am talking to Will, but you're the one who wants to keep interrupting because you're just like a woman. Just like a woman. God always say make it about herself.
I was hoping the air horn would be like turning a fire hose on some dogs, but I guess not.
Now let's go over to your reason. He whines, he complains, he just keeps talking and talking, doesn't make any point, thinks he knows everything that he's talking about. I'm being very honest. I'm being very honest right now. We've even had many comments actually agreeing with what I'm saying right now. He just wants to talk to hear himself. He keeps going on tangents, doesn't even talk about what's the point is, thinks that he's always right. And for pros, I really don't have any.
Come on, that's got to be a pro in there. Come on, man. There's got to be a pro.
Pro. Listen, okay, there is one pro about T Reason. He does that gay ass thing right there. Come on.
Pause. Yeah, pause.
I will give one comment to T Reason, is that he does at least want to have the conversation and hear what you have to say. He might not listen to what you're saying, but he's at least going to hear it.
Okay, that's legitimate pro right there. That's rare nowadays. Sorry, so yeah, Dane.
Well, which one you want me to start with?
Whoever you feel comfortable starting with.
All right. Well, I've already told Will. I mean, I've enjoyed the back and forth with Will. And everything. I know that he and I come down on the opposite sides of this issue, and probably just based on a lot of the other stuff that he said in this stream, I think that he and I probably come down on opposite sides of other issues. But what I do appreciate about Will is he doesn't seem to have a personal vendetta. He doesn't seem to be here to defend his manhood or anything like that. So, I mean, I do appreciate that. I think that's good, because I think anybody who's going to engage in logical debate, rhetoric, and that sort of stuff, they need to do it devoid of their emotions as much as possible. Now, sometimes I get pissed off too, or something like that, especially over on other streams that are more blood sport. But I do appreciate that. You know, I do think that Will's a good faith debater so far. So far with my experience with him. So I do think that's positive. I think that a con for Will, I'd have to stop and really think about that, because just in this little interchange, I don't know, a con for him. I don't know, man. He hadn't mailed me that Red Fox shirt, man. I like me some Red Fox. He was funny. Especially if you get into his comedy before Sanford and Son. Oh, yeah, he was funny. Mm-hmm. He was funny. You saw Harlem Nights? Yeah, I saw it in the theater.
That the other night.
I saw that in the theater when it came out. That's how old I am. And shut off my pinky toe. That kind of stuff. For Wicked, I think a pro for Wicked is that I think Wicked really is interested in wanting to parse arguments and defend his positions logically. And I think Wicked has a good foundation for that, going back and forth. A con for Wicked, well, let me go back to the pro. You know, he lives one state over from me, but he lives down there where all the Yankees moved, down there in Florida and everything. And the dude mailed me, for y'all who don't know, the dude's like a gourmet chef, actually. That's what he does for a living. The dude shipped me and my wife some Italian amaretto cookies the other day. They were made out of almond paste, not flour, and they was in the shape of a S, which is my last name, my initial. So yeah, I got to add that in on the pro, and I want to know when's my next bid. And I know that's hard to do when you're dealing with somebody like our buddy right over here, this dude. But if he slowed down in his responses, if he would slow that down a little bit and go like, more one point at a time, because sometimes when you get in a hurry like that, it's like if you're physically fighting with somebody and you just slinging hands versus you're a lot more tactical, tag and move, jab and move versus just slinging. I think sometimes he gets so caught up in but he and I both come from more blood sport debating where you kind of have to do that. It's more like a street fight.
He's not lying about that.
Yeah.
That is a fact.
Yeah, so I think that's good. For T reason over here, a pro for T reason, he does not let, let me see how I can word this without sounding like I'm being a smart aleck. Like, he
Doesn't
states.
let facts get in the way of his feelings.
No. But I'll be glad to finish this. Man, them damn Italians, they just want to talk over everything. Man, look, you don't have your turn, man. Shut up. He does not let facts get in the way of his confidence. And I think that's a great thing. He is confident in his position regardless of whether or not the facts support it. And that's a good thing for people. And the con for T reason is that he does not let the fact, he delivers his ideas with the confidence of someone that the facts agree with him. So yeah, he's bold, he's confident. He doesn't let logic and facts get in the way of his position. Do I get to give a pro and a con for you, Vulcan?
You can. I wasn't on the panel, so I'm not gonna, because after this, y'all gotta say whether y'all agree or disagree. I won't participate in that, but you can still give one.
The pro for Vulcan. There was a guy over here in my stream chat that is another streamer, and I'm not gonna name him because I don't want to. He probably wouldn't care, but I'm not gonna name him. But he has some serious white nationalist leanings. Okay. But it's like I was telling him, I've been in situations on this panel going back and forth with different guests that looked a lot more like you than me. And a situation where, and I'm sure Wicked's been in this position before, where you be in the right, but because the supervisor or the leader or whatever was black and the guy you were in the right against was black, then the supervisor would at least shunt the truth or kind of dull that down a little bit to at least protect the other black guy a little bit or whatever. And it's like I was telling this guy in my stream, in my chat on my stream, that I've been in positions where you could have done that. You could have stepped up in the name of blackness and at least moved the conversation on, if nothing else. Been like, okay, Dane, we're going to move on. And like I was telling him, I've never had that happen. So I'm committed to the idea that you and Freshly and Enos are really interested in parsing out these questions based on solid, logical reasoning. And that's been a foundational philosophy of my life since at least my 20s, was that I wanted to know what was true, regardless of who it connected me with or separated me from and everything. And I think that I found a kindred spirit in you. So, and I do appreciate that. And I told this guy that, because like I said, he's a friend, like a parasocial friend, online friend, but he does hold a low view of black people. So that's why I was telling him that case. So I would say that, and I tell everybody how you look like, serious business, Will. Vulcan looks like my youngest son, but black. It's wild, man. If I had your email or something, I'd send you a picture of my youngest son. His name Jude. And it was weird, man. The first time Vulcan popped up on a panel, it was over on David Cooley's No Fugazi podcast. Wicked was there. He popped up. I was like, Black Jude. Because he does. He looks like my son Jude, but he's black. So that's a positive, too.
I told you to get a DNA test.
Yeah. Oh, I done asked my father-in-law. I done asked my father-in-law where he was at, if he been out over there where he's from or not. I'm like, come on now.
But their names start with a J.
I appreciate that. Yes. So shout out.
Great granddaddy.
It's on you, big dog.
Yeah.
Go ahead and cover it.
So I get to give pros and cons to the panel.
Yes.
It was a good panel tonight. starting with Will, I think this is my first time really being on for a whole show with him. But his debate style, I like the way he brings his points up. I think he does a good job of bringing his argument into the conversation, and I think he has a lot of good points that make you think about things probably in a way you hadn't thought about it before. So I think he does a good job with positioning his argument. He's very consistent with what he's saying, and so far everything he's saying has brought value to the conversation that we had for every single topic. So I think his debate style is really good. Now the con that I have is that a lot of times when he's actually making his points, he don't get to finish, or we move on before.
See that?
Only problem I have is
that ain't no con about.
So much,
that ain't no con about Will. That's a con about Vulcan.
So
See, he's so stupid.
Answer the question. I think a lot of what he said brought a lot of value, and I like his debate style. That's all I got to say about Will. And now for Wicked, I think Wicked, his debating is very principled in debate structure. I think he understands the structure of how debate should take place, the form, how to form an argument, how to counter an argument, how to propose, how to define terms. I think he's good at understanding how a logical debate is supposed to take place. Now, the con is, I don't think.
Did that fool just say he knew something about how a logical debate's supposed to take place?
He struggles.
Good Lord. You got to be shitting me.
What the original debate topic was, and he'll restructure what you're saying to fit an argument he can win. Maybe that might be considered a pro, but to me, that's a con, because now I look at that as you're off topic and you're not actually sticking to what we actually are trying to prove the point on. You're kind of taking it left field. And that's pretty.
See, I'm finna pop this picture of Jude up here.
Dane, woo, you want the long list or the short list for the pros and the cons? Okay. I've been debating with this guy for a while, and he's a good debater. I will say he's one of the better debaters I've debated with. I do like to hear what he has to say sometimes. The pro is that Dane can talk forever. Okay. He got a lot to say. If you pass Dane the mic, it don't matter.
I ain't even listening to that fool. I don't give a damn. I wanted to hear what Will had to say about me. I don't give a damn what this dude thinks about me.
He's not going to change his standpoint. He going to ride his standpoint out till the wheels fall off.
That's not true.
Pappy pod you to death.
You can definitely change my perspective, but you got to come with the goods.
He don't stop talking. Okay? He'll make point after point, irrelevant point after irrelevant point. And then he done made so many bad points, you can't even counter him because you don't know where you want to start your argument, because he done went on this long diatribe about everything. He went on this long-winded rant, and he like, man, I wanted to say something about that, but by the time he got to the end of what he's saying, he done said so many other things, he might actually say something you agree with, so you let him make it. You don't really have that real debate that you could have had. That's why I got to use my damn notepad.
That's my son Jude. This is an old picture of him too. Don't he look like Vulcan? Don't he look like Vulcan? And look, this picture.
Jude's nose is blacker than mine.
This dude, he in this picture right here is probably 10 years old, man. Probably 10 years old. So he got some age on him since then.
You ever seen on a white
now look, I don't want to get into too many details and be inappropriate, but my wife and both her sisters are bottom heavy, right? And everything. And my wife got big nostrils. And I told her when we was dating, I said, there got to be a black woman in y'all background somewhere. Y'all got them heavy bottoms and them big nostrils. And my father-in-law, my future father-in-law at the time, he didn't think I was too funny, but I counted that as a positive myself, man. I'm telling you, but yeah.
All I know is you and Vulcan got the same great uncle.
Somewhere. Because the South's always been integrated at night. That's what we say. It's always been integrated at night.
Oh man, so Tariq, did you finish what you were saying? You got anything else you want to add?
I mean, that goes back to another con. I mean, he interrupted me before I finally got to my final point.
My apologies, T. Reason. I will apologize to you on that because I didn't realize that y'all's tab was unmuted. I was talking to my chat when I was first talking about him. When I first talked about you, I didn't realize I was unmuted till y'all stopped talking. But I will apologize to you about that because I am a man of honor. Take note.
And that's probably the last one. He be having a lot of technical difficulties where he be muting his mic and then he'll talk and his lips will be moving, but we don't hear nothing he's saying.
That's what I'm talking to my real friends.
He'll do a stream and then sometimes it'll glitch out. So
that's true. That is true.
So yeah, let me say this right here. So now this is a chance to cross-examine anybody on anything they said, as well right now. I'm gonna take a little baño break real quick.
I got
El baño.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me what an ad hom is?
Obviously, it's insult that goes against the original. That has nothing to do with the original argument. It's like
actually, it's using an insult as the excuse as your argument. So me calling you stupid is not an ad hom. Me saying you're stupid because of this and that the reason that would be the ad hom.
So that goes back to a pro that you have is you understand how to logically have a debate. You have the tools. The problem is you don't know how to use them.
No, the problem is you don't know how to understand a hypothetical.
When it comes to having a great debate, but then you don't.
Here they go.
The biggest problem is
Bubba may already gone to bed, but like Bubba was saying, I think it was Bubba that was saying it in chat earlier that these guys need marriage counseling.
Well, no, because you don't
marriage counseling.
You don't know how to use a hypothetical, and you don't know what an ad hom is.
When you use the hypothetical, it didn't matter because it had to be something that could actually take place to be used in that debate for a hypothetical.
And that is why you don't know why.
Yeah, Ben, that's what I'm saying when I saw that. Say that he has the confidence.
So again.
Of someone who is truly competent.
Come back to me and you'll be like, you know what? I was wrong.
No, I see you, Bubba. Yeah, here they go. The married couple here. The married couple going at it again. Let me scroll up here, see if that's in there where you said it before. Let me scroll up, see if I can find it.
Argument, and you don't know how to understand the hypothetical.
I think it'll do you some justice.
Don't like it's going up. Put that in chat again, Bubba. I'm gonna display it for him because you'll see how it pops up right here too.
Times when a hypothetical can be talking about a unicorn or talking about traveling light years away, but in the situation we were talking about, the hypothetical becomes irrelevant if it doesn't actually happen in reality. That's the thing that we were talking about. We were talking about an actual situation that does happen on a consistent basis, and then you brought up a hypothetical as if it was going to discredit something that's actually happening.
Right, because a hypothetical is used to test your logic to see if you're consistent.
Reality overrides a hypothetical when you're talking
about real world scenarios. What is the purpose of a hypothetical?
Just to show you something that could potentially take place.
Wicked. Real quick. If you look right here, you see this chat from my chat right here this is about you and T Reason, and I'm just glad that you got that slot.
What does that say?
It says they need marriage counseling.
Nah, he just need to shut up when I'm talking, and that's what he needs.
That's what most wives say about their husband.
Show together, man. Y'all like Stephen A. and Skip, man.
Then you've never hold on. If that's what you think, then you've never seen Dane and T Reason go at it.
We've been divorced. We've been divorced. T Reason.
This is
no. T Reason was my side chick. And I done repented and I done found Jesus and got my world together. I'm working on my marriage. I'm trying to work out my marriage.
Who is the common cold, man? He got jokes, whoever that is, man. Who is that?
Oh, yeah, he been clowning all night.
Yeah, that motherfucker got jokes, like for real.
I like it though. But now seriously, Will, if you get over into these streams like Speakeasy and the Indian Jesus and them, you'll see a whole bunch of that stuff where the chat will be just roasting the panelists, man. It's bad. It's fun, but it's bad.
I'm not gonna lie. Listen, the chat is always a fun place to hang out.
One of them is called Speakeasy, and that's spelled with a Z, not a S. Speakeasy, one word. David Cooley, though, we'll roast him a lot too on No Fugazi, Fugazee, No Fugazi. That's where I found Black Jude over here. He popped up on a panel one time. And I was like, at first I wanted to get on to him because I thought it was my son wearing blackface. And I was like, you wasn't raised like that, boy. And I thought, no, that ain't him.
Like that.
And another one, let's see, the Indian Jesus. And it's because that dude is half Indian, half Japanese. And his little mantra, he says, is resurrecting the second coming of common sense.
Common sense.
So he calls himself the Indian Jesus. And that dude's really entertaining. He's been on stream here a couple times. But yeah, you get into those debate streams, you'll see a lot of that chat, man. You think they hate the panelists, they hate the host, but it's all in good fun.
Him and T Reason have went at it, you know, some good times. Wicked has too with them, but yeah.
The gloves came off a few times.
I had to check it out, man. I'm definitely glad to check it out.
He'll be both of them are actually going to be live tomorrow on Tuesdays. They go live.
And what Speakeasy will do too, he has a thing he called Verbal Combat. His whole stream is themed with like video game kind of stuff. And he has Verbal Combat where it's like a tournament set up for debaters. And if you survive Verbal Combat, you actually win dinero. I've seen like Leah Bobia, who keeps popping up on text comments. She's over here on my stream too, while I'm highlighting her comments. She won Verbal Combat here, I don't know, about a month or so ago. I think she got something like $700.
I think it's like $1,000 he does. Oh wow! I think he does $1,000. I think
but
it's like $1,000.
Even if you don't think your skills are as sharp as they should be, you ought to go check out Verbal Combat and sharpen those skills just for the fun of it, and you might win money.
We'll be giving out
$1,000. I need
that. Food stamps and TANF will be giving out next time.
That's racist. I'm gonna warn you though, Speakeasy looks like gonorrhea. He looked like gonorrhea. Am I lying, Wicked?
He looks like Post Malone.
Oh no. He looked way more like an STD than Post Malone.
No, like not like updated Post Malone, like when Post Malone first came out, Post Malone.
No, he looked like Post Malone after the crack epidemic and the meth addiction. That might be. But no, I'm just playing with Speakeasy. He's a good dude. I enjoy his stream. I'm making fun of him and everything. But when you go to Speakeasy stream and you first see him, it could be a little jarring.
But yeah, so y'all, before I close this out, anybody got any more comments they want to make on any of the pros and cons they heard? They want to dispute anything? They agree with it all? Anybody got anything? Are we good?
I got something to say.
And just for the audience, y'all, that's a good peer review right there. I mean, whether you respect it, you don't respect it, you agree, you disagree, you care, you don't care, getting that peer review at least to hear from somebody else's mouth. There's two verses that come to my mind. One that says a rebuking tongue will receive more honor than a flattering tongue. Another one says, "As open rebuke is better than hidden love." You know, and then I could throw a third one in there. The person who presents their case first seems right until somebody else comes and cross-examines them. So that's what it's about. That's the spirit of it, man. We're going to be open to criticism, open to cross-examination, because you may be wrong and you just haven't had anybody challenge you enough yet to see it. So, yeah, this is the Vulcan Soapbox, and we appreciate everybody that tuned in. Like, subscribe, share. Make sure you join the Big Daddy Podcast. I know T Reason's got something cooking up. Anything you want to say, T Reason, on that? Is it ready yet?
Coming soon. Yeah, we're going to get the channel popping. We definitely going to talk about a lot of stuff. We're going to talk about boxing, sports, current events, all that.
Y'all going to discuss do boxers fight with passion or not? Y'all going to finish that debate? No.
Oh, yeah, we had that talk, too. Maybe
Vulcan.
On Wicked, because obviously Wicked probably watches a little bit boxing, too, so we could talk about it. Absolutely.
Yeah, and then Wicked. I mean, Will, go ahead, and then I know Dane. I'm bringing you in next. I know you said something. Will, anything we look out for you on, or any?
Oh man, just been a pleasure, fellas. I enjoyed the conversation. Look forward to doing it again sometime, man.
Likewise. Yeah, we definitely got to have you back on, man. You had some good insight, man.
Will has been on at least 5 shows at least, right? Maybe
T Reason say we definitely have to have you back on like it's his stream.
Usually it's just me and these oofs up here.
That's that feminine mind.
It's nice to have somebody that have a similar thought on a lot of the topics.
Wrong.
Align with a lot of things I believe too. So
yeah, for sure. Wicked, you got anything you want to share before we get to Dane?
Cookies.
I mean, I'd just say, you guys, I mean, I could always share that. You could just look out for me leaving your girlfriend's room, and that's really about it.
Player. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
He ain't climbing out the window though, because them little legs are too short to get out the window.
What do you mean? I'm already halfway there.
At any rate.
What you got, Dane?
Yeah. I just want to say, man, I know that because if I could just let a little bit of back office stuff public, and I know T Reason, you said T Reason was telling you the same thing about this issue with Nolan Wells. I think it was really like dare I use a very feminine descriptor and say courageous and brave for you to venture off into this particular situation with your podcast, as young as it is, recently monetized. You see, I appreciate that, man. If for those of you who I know weren't privy to our phone conversation between me and James, I told him, I said, man, look, I would really like for you to like address this, but you're gonna have to be careful and you got to be quick in moderation because it could go left real easily because it's such a hot button topic. But I don't know what process you used to choose the panelist. It may have been a very judicious process. Or it may have been you brought on whoever the hell had the time and was willing to come on if there was a warm body, and it just worked out well. But I do appreciate you providing a platform for it. Because, you brought in 3 white guys and 3 black guys, and that you knew at least the 3 white guys and Felicia was going to be at odds with one another staunchly, and probably that the other 2 black guys, that there could have been some bad shit said, and there could have been some hard feelings and some hate. And I'm glad there wasn't. I think it was a great stream. I enjoyed it, man, but I think credit goes to you. And I am not kissing up your little Italian, so don't be talking about I'm sucking up to Vulcan. I'm just calling it like it is, man. I think credit goes to you, man, because I think it really takes a lot. And honestly, I think this kind of stuff is really what we need to have more of, to be able to get there from here. So that's just what I'm saying and everything. So it's been a great stream.
Big Daddy Pod, what you got on that?
The Big Daddy Pod, man, I just got enough subscriptions about 200 subs ago to get monetized. I'm trying to get my watch hours up. You know how they do, man. You got to have at least 300 watch hours for the first step, 3,000, 4,000 watch hours to get fully monetized. So I could show y'all kind of here. Man, I got a whole bunch of like stuff I done spent money on, equipment and stuff. Golly, man. Miss Deidre, she keeps making me do sexual favors to pay for it and everything. And I didn't mind that when we first started. I didn't mind when we first started, but I'm 55 years old, man. I'm killing my liver with all this Viagra.
That's misandry, right?
Yeah, I'm killing my liver with all this Viagra. So I need folks, even if you don't like me, come watch my streams, get my watch hours up so I can start getting paid, man, so I can get some sleep at night.
At the same time.
Man, I can't hardly get no sleep, man. I got insomnia. But anyway.
Yeah, appreciate that. Well, hey, fellas, thanks for coming on the show. We had a great time in the Vulcan Soapbox. See y'all next Monday. We out.
Yeah.
That's cool, though. We stay on stream a little bit sometimes to talk in the back room. Right. So I'm going to keep streaming. Some folks going to leave.
Debate that since it became a hot button topic, man. At least we still captured it while it was still ongoing.
Yeah, I did it because I was getting stuff from you and from Dane. So I was like, man, these guys want to talk about it. Let's go ahead and do it. Let's get into it.
That was one I'm glad we got done tonight, man, because I need that. That one was a good one. We had a lot.
I feel like it could have went a lot worse.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And I think some people.
I ain't gonna lie.
Y'all lucky I didn't show up.
Started rolling out,
yeah.
I was like, oh, shit.
I think some people.
Can of worms finna get opened up.
I think that some people could have been on panel and it would have been a lot worse. If it had been, some people could have been on panel and it could have been a lot worse. But I think it did well.
He was supposed to be on panel, so
yeah. He's not even the worst one. He won. He can get a little bad, but he's not the worst one. It's some that once they get triggered, we can't even have a logical conversation at that point. You know what I mean? But it's a hot button topic. But I'm glad the people who was on came on. I think everything happened for a reason. So the people who needed to be here tonight was here tonight. But who was Black Vulcan? That had popped up, but they never.
Oh yeah, I was gonna share my screen to show the things, but it didn't.
I was like Black Vulcan.
Yeah, it didn't pop up the right way.
That was you.
I thought that was the second character we didn't unlock.
Oh, I didn't see that. I must have missed that.
I was doing it from my phone.
Like, who is Black Vulcan?
I must have missed that. What did it say?
That's on my TikTok. My TikTok, I think it's Black Vulcan on my TikTok.
No shit. It was just so weird, man. It's something about the way y'all's brow does, right? The shape of your eyes, man. I don't know. Like you said, the shape of his nose. It was, man, it's weird.
Oh, yeah. We both got those little eye slits.
And the picture I put up, probably 10 years old. So he wouldn't have been but about 15, 16 years old in that picture.
Yeah, for sure. If you see, because definitely, I was like, that nose right, that's a black nose, bro.
Yeah, that little baseball shaped head both of y'all got. Oh yeah. My
Dang, your head kind of baseball shaped too. While you talking,
man, I got a watermelon. I got a watermelon on this head, man.
Tennis ball, golf ball.
No, I got it, man. My head's more like a gourd. What the hell are you talking about? Is James gone for good, or he just left for now?
I gotta get me something to eat, man. I'm gonna holler at y'all later. I gotta put something.
Yeah, man, I got this cold food in front of me. My wife brought me earlier, so I'm out too.
Yeah, I'm out of here too. I gotta wake up at 5:30. So
till next time.
I'll see y'all next week, man.
Later.
All right. So we can, let me get all this closed down. Close that little stream off. Eventually, I'll have my stream deck all set up where I can do all this automatic. But I'm good now. I think tonight's stream went a lot better. There we go. Get rid of that. I think it went a lot better as far as the tech side. The way I've separated some of my software between my different computers. I think it went a lot better on the tech side. I don't think. Now, I hadn't gone back and reviewed my stream yet, but I don't think that it's gone, that I've ended up with video glitching or audio breaking up, cutting out, anything like that. So I think that I may be on to something as far as I have my tech set up. As far as having my tech set up here. Because I have two different computers here, and like all of their stream that you saw behind me, the actual plugged into it was on my MacBook. But the software that I have that creates all of this stuff that you see in the stream, that's on my iMac in front of me. So my MacBook over here was carrying all of that, work to have me on their stream, and then I just had to bring in a browser here to compile it for my YouTube stream. So I was on my MacBook on their stream, and I was on my iMac, which is a desktop Mac computer. I was on my iMac to do my stream to YouTube, and I don't think I had any glitches. I've been watching my graphics processing unit, my GPUs on both of them the whole time, and they never got slammed out, and that is good news for Big Daddy, because Big Daddy is big broke. Well, I'm not broke, but I don't have the money to be sinking into, like my iMac right here is a I think it's a 2021. It's let me pull that up. I think it's a 2021 iMac. Let me pull it up. 2021, yeah. And so it has the M1 processor in it. And I know some of y'all, you're going to glaze out when I say this, but Apple started making their own processors in 2021 instead of using Intel like Windows does. And so my M1 is a pretty good processor, but it's 5 generations old. And with Mac now, when you buy their computers, all of your memory is built into the processor chipset. And then your graphics card, which is not even a graphics card, it's a graphics processor built into your motherboard, it shares that. So if you get a computer and then you find out down the road you need more memory, you have to go buy a new computer. You can't go to Best Buy or go online and just order more RAM cards to snap into your motherboard like you can with Windows. You have to go buy a new computer. And so if you buy an 8 meg computer or a 16 meg computer or whatever, which my iMac 16, then that's what you're stuck with. If you need more than 16, you got to buy a new computer. So Big Daddy don't have that money because for a new iMac, right now you can only go up to M4. The M5 is available in the MacBook Pro, like this thing I have over here, but you can't get an M5 in the iMac. So for me to step up to if I were to buy a brand new M4, I'd be looking at $3,000. And until I get monetized as much as I want to, Big Daddy ain't doing that. Ain't doing that. Dane, I really enjoy watching you. I never get bored with it, but I'm going to bounce. I'll hit you up later. All right, yeah, holler at me, Bubba. I don't know when you go out on the road next. For people that don't realize, that don't know it, my boy George Stewart here, we call him Bubba. Bubba. He stands about 6 foot, about 6'15". That's about how tall he is, about 6'15". And he's actually a commercial truck driver. Oh, hell. Deidre just sent me a text that says she turned the water hose in the pool off. Whoops. Damn, I've been on stream for 5 hours, and I turned that water hose on to put water in the pool about 20 minutes before I went on stream. So that water hose has been running into the pool about 5.5 hours. And I guarantee doggone to you, the overflow has been running right out of the overflow into my backyard. Damn it, boy. At any rate, what was I saying before I got so rudely interrupted by that woman? Anyway, Bubba over here, he's a CDL driver, so I guess he's going on to bed. And I'm going to need to go to bed soon, too, but I can't tell y'all how thrilled, because this has been one thing that I have been holding out on with streaming more regularly, trying to get this hardware and this software set up to where, because like I said, I'm not spending $3,000 on an iMac right now because I would love to, but, and I know, you Windows people. Well, dang, you could buy a competent Windows computer for just $1,000 or less. I know that, but there's just something about it, man. I'm an Apple Mac man, so if there's some way I can get my Apple Macs to work, I'm Apple Macing it. So leave me alone. Stop trying to run my life. Let me live my life. So I'm not gonna spend that $2,000 or $3,000 or $4,000 to get the iMac right now until I'm making money doing this, you know. So I thought I had this, figured out where I could separate up the workloads. Like, I'll show y'all what I'm talking about. Let me pull this out and I'll turn this around. Y'all see that MacBook right here? See, that's what I'm talking about. And then this over here, that's my iMac. You see how that, see, that's the software right there that I run my stream on. And that so that right there, what you're seeing, that's the scene that y'all are seeing in YouTube. But this right here, this is the same piece of software, but it's on another computer. And you see how I'm using that just for my camera? Well, that camera right there is what was going to their panel that was up here on this big monitor. You see this big monitor up here? God dog, that's tall. That monitor as long as a piece of rope, ain't it? But this right here was where a minute ago, their StreamYard's panel was right there. And then I was importing it into this right here. I know for some of y'all like, Dane, I don't give a damn about none of that technology shit. And I know some of y'all out there thinking, Dane, we're going to confiscate your redneck card. I know. I'm outing myself. I'm out of the closet now. But yeah, I am happy because this will make it easier for me to come in here like in the mornings with my cup of coffee. And I'll be able to sit here and drink my cup of coffee, maybe pop online and stream for an hour or two while I drink my coffee and catch up on the current events and the latest news and that sort of stuff. I'll be able to just sit down and click, and be streaming. And then stream for an hour or two, get offline, go do real life stuff that actually makes me money. And then come back maybe later on that afternoon or so and just sit down and click, and be back streaming without worrying about, is my internet going to handle the load? Is my CPU and my GPU and my two computers, are they going to handle the load and all that kind of stuff, to be confident to sit down? Because what I don't want to do, ultimately, at the end of the day, what I don't want to do is I don't want to end up where I'm providing y'all with substandard entertainment, a substandard stream, where my video's glitchy, my audio's cutting in and out, my lighting, and all that sort of stuff. My lighting, my background, my stage, my studio and stuff. I am not some kind of audio-visual sort of, I am not some sort of audio-visual kind of a guru. A lot of this stuff I'm learning as I go. But at the end of the day, even if what I'm putting out is not the highest creme de la creme of quality. I want it to be the highest creme de la creme of what I can possibly provide to you. So that's why, I've been kind of hesitant with streaming every week or several times a week, because I wanted to get to the point that it seems like I'm at now, where my software and my hardware is combobulated enough to where I can do it without it being something that causes y'all aggravation and irritation. Ben, every current event you read, press record and turn it into a video. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. If you go look at my stream over in the video thing, I've done several of those lately, even, connected to this Nolan Wells situation that we've been talking about all night. I've created several videos, and then I just end up on YouTube. You can just upload a video, or you can upload it as what they call a premiere. And then if you do it as a premiere, you can schedule it, or you can do an instant premiere. But when you do a premiere, YouTube sends that premiere, that video that you uploaded and then published as a premiere. YouTube does it just like a live stream like this thing. So I can send out a premiere, a video, upload a video, and then publish it as a live premiere. And YouTube would do all of the live chat stuff. Everything is just like a live chat, except I'm not live. And that really gives me an opportunity to be in the chat, to be able to interact with the chat. Okay, Ben. Now you're telling me it hurts in the algorithm. Now you're telling me something I don't know, man. So you need to hit me up, man. You can find me over on Facebook, same name, Dane, like Great Dane, D-A-N-E, Snyder, like the potato chips, S-Z-Y-D-E-R. You can hit me up over there. You can find me on Twitter, X, whatever. On Twitter, X, I am Big Pappy, Big P-A-P-P-Y, Big Pappy Al, A-L, like Alabama. Big Pappy Al. I'm on Twitter. You can find me over there, baby. We can get in Messenger. If you know some stuff about the algorithm, I need to know it, man, because I'm figuring this stuff out just a few minutes before I'm doing it. So, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, I usually do schedule the premiere, but I usually do schedule it. But I have done a couple of them with instant premieres, but I usually do schedule it. But what kind of irritates me about the premiere is that YouTube seems to insist on using their timers, their little beginning stream and everything. They want to use their timers, and then and it's like these goofy graphics, and then the music is like some dumb tune, and that irritates me. That irritates me, but let me see here. Do I have I got a microphone over here. Okay, like this right here. This screen right here is what I want my timer to be when I do a premiere, and then have like a timer over in front of it. This screen right here that you're looking at right now. But YouTube won't let me do that. YouTube wants to use their own intro. So what I really want to do is use this one right over here. I want to use this one, and then I want to come down here and I want to turn this on right here. See, I want to do that. I want to do this right here with my little theme song. Yeah, like that. Y'all know that's jamming. Everybody holler, make way, make way. That's right, y'all know that's what I'm wanting to do. But like that's what I wish YouTube would let me do when I do the YouTube premieres. But they want to use their own timer in their own music, and it's like sounds like something off a child's little carousel, little dinky dink dink dunk dunk dunk. And I don't like that. But right now I'm just kind of going with it, you know. Yeah, well, YouTube, they give you some increments, like 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that. They have like several increments that you could choose as to how, and I've got mine set down to like 2 minutes or something, because I want to get rid of that mess. I want my timer to be all of this different branding. I want it to be all cohesive. That all goes back to I'm trying to put together the best quality stream that I can possibly do, considering my lack of skill and experience and my lack of budget. But I'm wanting to do the best I can do here. So, yeah, there's a little bit of customization you could do, Ben. Like you can change some of the fonts and, I think there's several different backgrounds that you can do. Like the instant premiere, it just hits you with what they hit you. But if you schedule the premiere, then they do give you an option to choose different backgrounds. But it's all like weird, looks like 1980s kind of, I don't know. It's completely possible being that I'm just being too neurotic about it. It could be that it's no big deal and I'm making a big deal out of it. But yeah, I can adjust the timer length, and I think that I can adjust the increments, the timer length, and I'm pretty sure I could go back and adjust the fonts. But that's just about all you can adjust on it. It's very out of the box. And as you can see, all of this stuff, most streamers that I see in the debate space, they're just using StreamYards or Restream. Some of them Streamlabs, but Restream or StreamYards. Like David Cooley over on No Fugazi, he's on Restream. Whereas like Speakeasy and them are on StreamYards. Like we were just on StreamYards when I had Vulcan Soapbox behind me. But most people, and I'm talking about people who are Rob Noor. I'm pretty doggone sure Rob Noor is using StreamYards. And they have highly successful streams just going through StreamYards. Well, something in my genes. I didn't want to do it like that. Because like with StreamYards, all of these different overlays that you see here, and the way I had that stream behind me like a newscaster, you can't do that in StreamYards and Restream. You end up with the host over to the side and then a separate little square over here, and it kind of overlaps, and nothing wrong with that. I'm not criticizing those guys. Those guys are a lot more successful than I am. They got much bigger channels than I am, but just the aesthetic that I wanted was more of what you see here. That's more of what I was looking for. But see, when you can adjust the timer with their increments, and I think the shortest increment is like 2 minutes. And then I think it goes to like 5 and then like 10 and something like that. So you can't get down to like 1 second. That would have been cool. Yeah. What's the name of your channel, Ben? Maybe I don't know who I'm talking to. What's the name of your channel, man? Trying to figure out who I'm talking to. If you got a channel, you use OBS. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Andrew uses OBS too, and Speakeasy may use OBS. I'm not sure if Speakeasy uses OBS or if he's just really good at StreamYards. I'm not completely sure about that. What's your channel, man? I'm going to be eating my dinner that Miss Deidre brought to me about 2 hours ago. Ben, what channel do you use with your OBS, Ben? Ben. What channel do you use, Ben? I don't really have a date for my next stream, Ben, but I hadn't really thought that far ahead, man. But as good as my software and everything ran tonight, if you wanna come check it out tomorrow night, then let's plan on doing a stream tomorrow. Maybe starting about 5 o'clock, and we'll stream till we get tired of streaming. Maybe I need to get my watch hours up. I need to get my muscle memory up. As far as because I don't have a producer. I don't have a Mr. Enigmatic. I don't have a Mr. E running my stuff. This is all Big Daddy all the time, up front and in living color. See, like this right here, if I can get my camera down there to show it. Where is it at? See my stream deck right here. See, I need to get to...
Run, Forrest, run!
Yeah, run, Forrest, run. See my stream deck here. I'm needing to get to where I'm a lot more, got my muscle memory up, where I can run my stream deck a little bit more fluidly, where it seems like I have a producer when I don't. And I'm getting better with the stream deck, but I'm to the point with all the rest of this stuff to where I don't think there's any way that I'm going to improve any better on my stream without just getting in here and streaming and just developing that muscle memory just from usage. So, yeah, I need to get online anyway. So you got a game to cover tomorrow. Well, look, man, I got stuff I need to do tomorrow, too. I mean, I may stream tomorrow even in the middle of the day. Yeah, man, that's a good deal. What I've been wanting to do, too, there's another stream that I get on sometimes called Chaotic Truth Live. And it's a black guy that hosts it. Chaotic Truth is a black guy, but it's, in a way, it's kind of like Vulcan Soapbox. It's not a black stream. And sometimes you can't tell one stream to the next whether he's going to be doing what he calls kicking the back end of black people or white people. But it's a fun stream to go on. But he streams a lot during the middle of the day. So I may do that tomorrow, kind of a middle of the day stream. And then will you be available day after tomorrow? Will you be available Thursday? I mean, Wednesday. Will you be available Wednesday? I'll put something together for Wednesday. And tell me what your channel is, man. I'll go sub, man. Return the favor. I'm not a sports guy, to be honest with you. I was raised by a single mother, and then when my mother married my stepfather, he wasn't into sports either. All he knew how to do was keep mama happy, which is perfectly fine, but I just didn't grow up in it. And man, by the time I was 19 years old, I was a father, so I was just never was into sports, but I'll certainly go sub. What's the name of your channel, man? Ben Daniel Podcast. All right. Let me pull that up right now while I'm thinking of it. Let me pull it up while I got you here, because I am old and forgetful. was your video from yesterday. It says a day ago. Angel Reese embarrasses herself, can't make layups at all. Star game, this is so sad. Is that you? All right. Let me get over here and I'll sub to it. Y'all been seeing a lot of that WNBA come across my feed lately. I'm not, like I said, I'm not a sports guy, but I do think it's interesting, like with the thing with the, what's her name, Caitlin Clark, the unattractive white chick, and then the blonde girl that was pointing at folks, and then I recognize that Angel Reese because I've seen, it's the drama, man. I'm not into sports, but I guess being raised by a single mother, I guess maybe that's what it is, man. It's the drama. I just, the girl talking about not be pointing at her, and she kept right on pointing out, like, damn, look at her. She want ass whooping. Anyway, at any rate, man, so I'm gonna eat this little beef bowl thing that Miss Deidre brought me for supper at about 9 o'clock last night. So I'm going ahead and head out, man. I appreciate you being on the stream. Yeah, I appreciate you being on the stream, Ben. I look forward to you being back, man. Maybe we can do some collaboration back and forth, man. So, and thanks to everybody. I know me and Ben's the only one. Looks like we're left here in chat. But I do appreciate everybody coming, being a part. I do like Vulcan Soapbox. I like how those guys are doing. I like what's up with them. And Big Daddy is out.
At the corner spot, tips the whole staff, makes the whole town hot. Patch on the jacket, chain not loud, but when he laughs, everybody gets proud. Got a little sway and a whole lot of shine. If you need a reason, he's the one to find. Uh-oh, here he come, boots hit hard, heads turn fast like sparks in the dark. Count 1, 2, feel that sway. Everybody holla, make way, make way.